Chapter 224, Runic Gold. In the quiet and steamy forging room, a deep blue flame burned brilliantly as it refined one hard stone after the next. Originally, forging advanced whetstones had a low success rate. Yet, when Shurfeng made them, the process was as smooth as flowing water. Whether regarding production speed or quality, both were equally amazing, and one couldn't help but give praise when witnessing this scene. Although the repetitive task was slightly cumbersome, when Shurfeng's thoughts wandered to the fact that each advanced whetstone could sell for 7 silver coins, endless motivation flowed into him. After 3 hours had passed since Shurfeng started this laborious work, he had made 180 advanced whetstones. His speed could practically rival the efficiency of 3 or 4 forgers combined. Also, without noticing it, Shurfeng had also recovered his previously lost level, returning from level 14 to level 15. His current leveling speed was far more efficient than grinding normal monsters. Having decided to take a short rest, Shurfeng examined his current forging proficiency. It was already at 1,253 points. Right now he needed 3,000 proficiency points to be promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. As long as he continued to work hard for 2 or 3 more days, he could become an advanced forging apprentice. If other players knew of Shurfeng's promotion speed, they might become stupefied. After all, throughout the entire White River City region, aside from Shurfeng, there was not a single intermediate forging apprentice to be found. Shurfeng's forging promotion speed was monstrously fast. Based on this speed, if I focus solely on forging, I can become an advanced forging apprentice in 2 days, just in time for the next transaction with Aqua Rose. I can rake in another large sum of money from Aqua Rose. Shurfeng made a rough estimation. Growing excited, he greatly profited every time he met with Aqua Rose. If he could make another large sum this time, he would have mostly dealt with the matter of setting up his workshop. Later on, he only needed to think of a way to recruit a large number of players that could serve as the backbone of the guild in the future. If he wished to establish a guild with tens of thousands of members, he needed at least several hundred players to serve as the backbone of the guild. Otherwise, he could not manage so many players properly. Hence, Shurfeng had decisively bought the office building to establish his workshop. It would save him the trouble of having to move to a new workshop in the future, limiting such issues related to the guild's development. Gentle Snow? When Shurfeng heard the ringtone for his communicator, he discovered the caller was Gentle Snow. However, she was not looking for Yi Feng, but Black Flame instead. It just so happened that Shurfeng had reasons to look for Gentle Snow as well. Previously, he had intended to use the ID of Black Flame to establish the lifestyle guild, the Horizon Alliance. However, he never found the chance to do so. Now, a chance had arrived. Currently, he was temporarily in charge of the Starstreak trading firm, which possessed shops in 8 different cities. Moreover, these shops were all located in the heart of each city. Regarding materials, workplace, or a place to sell items, Shurfeng now had everything a lifestyle player would need in his possession. If he factored in Gentle Snow's advertising, establishing the Horizon Alliance was practically a done deal. If Horizon Alliance successfully developed, it would be worth a gold mine. He could obtain both funding and materials through this lifestyle guild. At that time, Shurfeng would not have to worry about Zero Wings development. Black Flame, are you interested in making a deal? Gentle Snow immediately asked without any greeting. A deal? I wonder what sort of deal Miss Snow wishes to make? Shurfeng asked, curious. I know that you are related to the matter of the Starstreak trading firm, so I wish to purchase some whetstones from you, especially the advanced whetstones. I'll pay credits, and I'll buy as many as you have right now, Gentle Snow said. So, you desire the whetstones. This should be simple. However, I need gold coins far more than credits right now. If Miss Snow has a lot of them, I can definitely sell you my entire stock. Shurfeng did not refute Gentle Snow's claim. After all, it was not strange that she had discovered his relation to the Starstreak trading firm previously. He had used the appearance of Black Flame to stroll through the trading firm with Anna openly. Moreover, many players had recorded a video of that scene. Since Gentle Snow had seen Black Flame before, she could easily figure out the relationship between him and the Starstreak trading firm. As long as she saw one of those videos, I'll pay you 3 times of the market price via credits. Gentle Snow did not want the other guilds to catch up to them. Hence, She did not mind spending some extra credits. Miss Snow, there is no need to continue. You and I both know how important gold coins are right now. If you do not have the sincerity to conduct this trade, let us just forget it altogether. I am sincere about this deal. However, I've recently purchased a large batch of hard stones, so I don't have any excess gold coins at the moment. How about 5 times the market price? Gentle Snow felt helpless right now. Black Flame certainly had a powerful backer supporting him, so he might not value credits as much as gold coins. However, she truly had nothing she could use to trade. She only had credits. Let's just forget about the credits. Don't you have a lot of hard stones right now? Shi Feng revealed a faint, bitter smile. If he were not required to earn 30,000 gold coins within 20 days, he would have definitely agreed to 5 times the market price. However, gold coins were much more important to him right now. This matter affected his own future development, so he could not compromise. Hence, he suggested, let's exchange using hard stones, then. Exchange? Gentle Snow's beautiful face froze. Stunned, she asked, what will the ratio of exchange be? That will depend on you. For the normal whetstones, it will be a 1-to-4 ratio. As for the advanced whetstones, I require a 1-to-9 ratio, Shi Feng stated calmly. Fine. However, I want only advanced whetstones. Moreover, I want to conduct the trade immediately. After giving the matter some thought, Gentle Snow felt that this exchange seemed reasonable. However, Gentle Snow inwardly cursed at Shi Feng for being too hateful. It is as expected of the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. If she allowed the forgers in her guild to make whetstones right now, they could produce 1 whetstone with every 4 or 5 hard stones. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had accurately suggested trading 1 whetstone for 4 hard stones. The result of this exchange was just slightly better than the result the forgers in her guild could produce. So, Gentle Snow agreed to trade the majority of their stock of hard stones for advanced whetstones, leaving the remainder for the forgers in her guild to increase their forging proficiency. Alright, then. Look for an NPC named Anna once you arrive at the Starstreak trading firm. She will conduct the exchange immediately, Shi Feng instructed, chuckling. Soon after, Shi Feng disconnected the call, resuming his production of advanced whetstone. Shi Feng's trade with Gentle Snow was only a small interlude. After Gentle Snow had exchanged 4 stacks of advanced whetstones with Anna, under Shi Feng's instructions, Anna made the exchange mechanism open to the public. The exchange ratio was the same as he previously mentioned to Gentle Snow. As a result, many players who lacked the money to purchase whetstones started frantically exchanging their hard stones. They no longer needed forging apprentices to rip them off with this. Not only could the Starstreak trading firm deal with its material supply issue, but it could also make a profit from this exchange. This scene caused many lifestyle players to have second thoughts about applying to work at the trading firm. 2 days later. System, congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an advanced forging apprentice. Obtained 200,000 EXP. Rewarding 5 runic gold, finally. Still, the system is really generous this time, to think it would even give me a rare item like runic gold. Shi Feng involuntarily smiled when he saw the system rewards runic gold could increase the forging success rate of an item by 10%. Simultaneously, it would have a chance to upgrade the rank of the forged item by 1. Unlike runic steel, which could only upgrade an item's quality to a maximum of fine gold rank, runic gold could increase an item's quality up to dark gold rank. However, Shi Feng's joy focused on the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. Ever since his forging proficiency had reached 2,000 points, the advanced whetstones no longer rewarded 1 proficiency point 100% of the time. They only had a 70% chance to reward a proficiency point. Meanwhile, after he reached 2,500 points, there was only a 40% chance of obtaining 1 proficiency point, while at 2,800 points, that chance further decreased to 20%. After spending 2 days forging away, he finally managed to earn the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. After becoming an advanced forging apprentice, Shi Feng immediately retrieved the advanced book of magic from his bag, choosing to learn it without hesitation. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Shi Feng's body, and within Shi Feng's mind, the knowledge of producing the magic armor kit appeared during these 2 days. Aside from continuously producing advanced whetstones and raising his forging proficiency, Shifeng had also made sure to train his body during the day. Incidentally, he also bought that office building in the city center for his workshop. Shifeng had to pay a total of 60 million credits in installments. He first paid 20 million credits, while he would pay the remaining 40 million in full within 3 months. Shifeng had also earned over 10 million credits from selling the White River City guidebooks. He used 5 million or so to purchase various gaming facilities and other items to complete his workshop. That way, when it was time to attend the university's fellowship party, he would have 5 million credits and a luxurious workshop to back him up. He was no weaker than Shadow right now. Comparing workshop facilities and environments, Shifeng's workshop utterly destroyed Shadow's. Chapter 225, Mana Armor Kit. While Shifeng had been stuck in the forging room for the past 2 days, many of the players that had just entered the city were amazed by the scene they witnessed. They never imagined that such benefits would be available in the city. Whetstones were no longer items solely monopolized by guilds. They could be purchased at the Starstreak trading firm along with the rare intermediate recovery and mana potions. Compared to other shops in White River City, the Starstreak trading firm's stock was far more thorough. Most importantly, the Starstreak trading firm was the only location that sold advanced whetstones. This item had become the Starstreak trading firm's signature item and was only sold in limited numbers every day. With such an advantage, the Starstreak trading firm instantly obtained a strong foothold in the 8 cities it occupied, suppressing the other shops. During these 2 days, players no longer visited other shops to purchase their items, as they could simply purchase everything they needed at the Starstreak trading firm. As a result, business boomed for the trading firm. Meanwhile, a huge incident also happened in White River City, and even Shifeng, who was extremely knowledgeable about God's domain, was shocked. 10 guilds had suddenly grouped, forming an entirely new, single guild. This matter sent shockwaves throughout the entire White River City region. Many of the second-rate and third-rate guilds started panicking at this news. They all increased the treatment they offered to their members and continuously tried to recruit new members into their guilds. Simultaneously, they also increased their speed of annexing smaller guilds. As for the unrated guilds, they started to form alliances to resist the annexation of these second-rate and third-rate guilds for self-preservation. White River City, which originally had hundreds of guilds contending with each other for supremacy, suddenly entered a new phase where only a handful of powers contended with each other. In reality, a dozen or so unrated guilds coming together to form one large guild would not greatly affect these second-rate and third-rate guilds. The main reason this merger frightened these powerful guilds was the guild at its core. It was none other than the top-tier, third-rate guild, Dark Star. Furthermore, Dark Star had a new guild leader. Lone Tyrant had suddenly become Dark Star's new guild leader. While the previous guild leader had been chased out of his own guild originally, Dark Star already had Lone Tyrant, who was ranked first on the ranking list. They also managed to obtain the first clear of several hard mode team dungeons. Previously, they had even competed against the Assassins Alliance over supremacy in White River City. However, due to lacking a powerful background, they could not grow any stronger within a short time. Now that Lone Tyrant had become the guild leader, not only had Dark Star annexed a large number of guilds, but they had also managed to recruit quite a few hidden experts. Just a short time after the merger, Dark Star had obtained the first clear of 2 hard mode team dungeons, and one of them was even the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. As a result, Dark Star's fame soared once again. They were no longer beneath the Assassins Alliance. They might have already surpassed the Assassins Alliance. Currently, Dark Star's influence in White River City could rival that of a first-rate guild. They had become one of the tyrants of White River City. On another note, for reasons unknown, the first thing Lone Tyrant did after he unified those unrated guilds was place a bounty on Shifeng's head. Moreover, the bounty he set was rather generous. As long as someone could kill Shifeng to level 0, he would immediately reward the person responsible with 5 million credits and an elder position in Dark Star. Meanwhile, any player who killed Shifeng once could receive a reward of 200,000 credits in a virtual reality game. Such a high bounty was mind-blowing. Right now, Major corporations in the real world were only offering an annual salary of 5 million credits or so when recruiting well-known top-tier experts. On the other hand, Shifeng was not even a great character from a first-rate guild. Such a high bounty on an unknown player was a first in the world of virtual reality. Even though they did not know what sort of enmity Lone Tyrant had with Shifeng, many players had expressed their sympathies for Shifeng. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant's tyrannic actions had undeniably garnered the attention of many independent players, compelling them to join Dark Star to develop themselves further. However, from Shifeng's point of view, Lone Tyrant was simply a lunatic. He had snatched away only one first clear away from Lone Tyrant. Was there really a need to be so unforgiving? Moreover, Shifeng was really confused as to when Dark Star had become such an amazing existence. They had actually managed to annex more than 10 unrated guilds within such a short amount of time. One should know that each guild would have at least 1,000 to 2,000 members. In the case of a larger guild, there might be even 5,000 to 6,000 members. Yet, Dark Star had actually devoured and incorporated them in a single go with room to spare. Even the Assassin's Alliance did not possess a background strong enough to carry out such a feat. Although Dark Star was very powerful right now, Shifeng considered the bounty on his head no more than a joke. If Shifeng were only a normal expert, he might have trembled in fear as he could not continue mingling in White River City. However, was Shifeng a normal expert? No, he wasn't. In a situation where everyone else had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain fully, Shifeng already had 10 years' worth of experience playing in God's domain as an expert swordsman. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant, the current first-ranked player on the ranking list, was only level 14. However, during the time Shifeng had spent cooped up inside an intermediate forging room producing advanced whetstones, he had already recovered to level 16. Shifeng was leaps ahead of Lone Tyrant regarding EXP they had. Moreover, with his current level and equipment, Shifeng had dared to face an absolute powerhouse head-on from his previous life. So, why would he possibly be afraid of Dark Star? This time, however, Shifeng could not use the same strategy he had with Martial Union within Red Leaf Town. There was nobody in White River City who dared provoke a tyrannic tiger like Dark Star. Moreover, Dark Star had too many members. Shifeng would go bankrupt if he placed a bounty on all its members. Not to mention, whether it was gold coins or credits, Shifeng was sorely in need of both right now. Hence, Shifeng chose to ignore Dark Star and instead focus on his own matters, producing mana armor kits. Compared to normal armor kits, mana armor kits were far more powerful. Aside from providing additional defense, normal armor kits only provided a small bonus to attributes. On the other hand, mana armor kits provided a significant bonus. Moreover, mana armor kits could be equipped on both plate and cloth armor. The materials needed to produce them were also very basic. No expensive or rare materials were necessary at all. Basic mana armor kit. Materials required: 10 copper or 3 bronze or 1 basic recovery potion or 1 basic mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical. Basic armor kit bound to character after equipping basic physical armor kit. Defense plus 80. Strength plus 3, Endurance plus 4, Agility plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Basic magical armor kit. Defense plus 30. Intelligence plus 3, Endurance plus 4, Vitality plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Intermediate mana armor kit. Materials required: 15 iron or 5 fine iron or 1 intermediate recovery potion or 1 intermediate mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical. Intermediate armor kit bound to character after equipping intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 12, Agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60. Intelligence plus 10, Endurance plus 12, Vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Advanced mana armor kit. Materials required: 20 silver or 8 mithril or 2 advanced recovery potion or 2 advanced mana regeneration potion can be crafted into either physical or magical advanced armor kit bound to character after equipping. Advanced Physical Armor Kit. Defense plus 400. Strength plus 30, Endurance plus 40, Agility plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above Advanced Magical Armor Kit. Defense plus 150. Intelligence plus 30, Endurance plus 40, Vitality plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above as long as a player bound 3 mana armor kits to their equipment, they would have the equivalent of an additional piece of precious equipment. Whether in a normal battle or dungeon raid, the mana armor kits would provide an immense improvement to a player. Who could resist such an enticing item? Chapter 226, Attracted by Fame. On a street located in the heart of the trade area, a man hiding himself under a hooded cloak hurriedly walked into the tall building, the Starstreak trading firm. By the roadside, due to its raging popularity, there were plenty of players entering and leaving the Starstreak trading firm. Moreover, players who wore cloaks were common at the trading firm, so the hurried man did not attract the attention of other players. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover 2 exquisite longswords strapped to his back. Of the 2 swords, one released a faint glow that resembled a black flame, while the other released a green stream of light. One could easily tell that these 2 swords were extraordinary items. Moreover, the style of this man's equipment clearly indicated it was a set equipment and a high-quality set equipment, at that this person was none other than Shurfeng, currently disguised as Black Flame. Previously, after spending most of his day hiding in a forging room, Shurfeng had forged a total of 600 basic mana armor kits. 400 of them were physical armor kits, while the remaining 200 were magic armor kits. A large amount of copper or bronze or intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions was required to make so many armor kits. Fortunately, Shurfeng had these materials in spades. With the Philosopher's Stone, Shurfeng could refine stones into ores. There was no need for him to purchase any at all. As for basic potions, he simply needed to spend some money to purchase a large stock of them. However, when compared to the value of the basic mana armor kits, the cost of these potions was practically negligible. Shurfeng had even resolved the issue of production success rate, which was the most troublesome factor when producing the basic mana armor kits. For starters, as an advanced forging apprentice, Shurfeng possessed a 20% success rate when forging the basic mana armor kits. After factoring in the Book of Forging and the various supporting tools he possessed, his success rate was further boosted to 66%. Although there was still the chance of failure, each try would only cost him 70 copper coins. With Shurfeng's current wealth, he would not feel even an itch from losing such a meager amount of money. After arriving at the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, Shurfeng quickly discovered a long line of people in the hallway. These people were currently queued up outside an office. A majority of these people consisted of NPCs, while the minority were players. Hey, do you know what first come, first served means? You mannerless brute. You actually dare break the rules that Lady Anna has set. Bro, you sure have guts, huh? Aren't you afraid of Goddess Anna kicking you out? Regardless if it were the NPCs or players queued up in the hallway, all of them sent fierce glares at Shurfeng. However, their anger did not stem from their hatred of meeting Shurfeng for the first time. Instead, they were afraid of Shurfeng's rudeness earning the ire of Lady Anna. They had been painstakingly waiting to meet Lady Anna for a long time now. If Lady Anna chased all of them away in a fit of rage, it would be a tragedy. What are you guys queuing for? Shurfeng asked curiously. Shurfeng casually glanced at the people queued up in the hallway. Just from a rough estimate, there should be over 200 people present. This was in no way a small number. Moreover, looking at how all of these people referred to Anna as Lady Anna or Goddess Anna, with both admiration and respect, Shurfeng couldn't help but grow astonished. You dare come here without even knowing this? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at Shurfeng. They looked at Shurfeng as if he was a noob, their gazes filled with disdain. The Starstreak trading firm is currently hiring a large number of forgers and potion makers. If we're chosen and can work for Starstreak, we will enjoy a private workshop all to ourselves. Moreover, the trading firm will provide us with an endless supply of materials. If we perform well, the trading firm will even reward us with our very own private research room and provide us with all the materials we need to carry out our research. In other words, as long as we can become a forger or potion maker of Starstreak Trading Firm, both money and fame will be available for our picking. Speaking up to this point, everyone couldn't help but sigh incessantly. They felt great envy towards those who had already become forgers and potion makers of the Starstreak Trading Firm. However, when a female player suddenly walked out from the office with a disappointed look on her face, everyone's mood immediately dampened due to Starstreak growing more and more famous. The number of NPCs and players who wished to join the trading firm had also grown explosively. Hence, the test's difficulty had also been increased. It was no longer as easy as the trading firm's initial recruitment. How many consecutive eliminations have that been already? I think this should be the 7th. The test is becoming more and more challenging. Previously, 1 of every 5 applicants would succeed. Now, only 1 out of 8 succeed. I wonder what the chances will be when it is my turn? The people queued near the back started growing anxious. Anna sure is strict. Sure Feng revealed a bitter smile. Although having such strict selection criteria wasn't a problem, players were still fundamentally different from NPCs. Especially for players who were timid and introverted, it was a little extreme to reject them after undergoing only a single test. Cream Coco, the female player who had just walked out from Anna's office, was one such example. In the past, Cream Coco was a genius forger who had the title as one of the 10 great master forgers of Star Moon Kingdom, and Sure Feng was fully intent of recruiting her into his guild in this life. He did not think that, shortly after Cream Coco had left the Assassin's Alliance, she would immediately come to Starstreak, only to be rejected once more. Fortunately, Sure Feng had made a trip to Starstreak Trading Firm. Otherwise, he would similarly be shedding tears of regret with cruel sword. Another failure. Where am I supposed to head to now? At this moment Cream Coco wore a dejected expression. Previously, she had been chased out of the Assassin's Alliance due to her production success rate being overly low. Now, Starstreak Trading Firm had also rejected her. After these consecutive failures, she no longer knew where she should head. Am I really not cut out for forging? Maybe I should go adventuring and fight like the other players. However, I am a sports idiot. How am I supposed to fight like the others? Hello. Are you here to apply for a job at Starstreak Trading Firm? Sure Feng asked, blocking Cream Coco's path. Cream Coco nodded as she glanced at Sure Feng. Currently, she did not have the mood at all to pay any attention to a stranger. Are you interested in taking another test? Sure Feng asked with a smile. Shock flashed in Cream Coco's eyes. Immediately, she lifted her head and focused on Sure Feng. For a moment, she had even thought that Sure Feng was one of Starstreak's personnel. However, when she failed to find the Starstreak Trading Firm's emblem on Sure Feng's clothing, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Who do you think you are? Starstreak's president? Can you let someone who has already been rejected take the test again? If you wish to pretend, at least think of the time and place. Look at where you are at right now. At the very least, you should get a Starstreak emblem before putting up your act. A tall and beautiful cleric sneered as she sent a disdainful gaze at Sure Feng. However, Sure Feng did not get angry at this girl's provocation. Instead, he used observing eyes on this tall beauty. Melancholic smile. Level 10. Cleric. Seeing this name, Sure Feng was shocked. Although not as famous as Cream Coco, Melancholic smile, the tall beauty of a cleric before him was also one of Star Moon Kingdom's future master forgers. Sure Feng truly did not think that the Starstreak Trading Firm could be so attractive as to lure 2 future master forgers. My bad, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. Just as Sure Feng was about to introduce himself, Anna suddenly walked out from the office as she called for the next batch of interviewees. However, the moment her eyes spotted Sure Feng, she hurriedly walked over to Sure Feng in a panic. Meanwhile, everyone else revealed ridiculing smiles as they watched Sure Feng. They fully intended to enjoy the show that was about to play out. You've humiliated yourself big time. Now Sure Feng actually dared pretend to be Starstreak Trading Firm personnel. Now that he had been caught in the act, he would definitely be shown the way out. Your Excellency, This subordinate is extremely sorry for this. I did not think that these people would disturb you. I will immediately send them away. Anna glared at Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, hurriedly apologizing to Surfong. Chapter 227, Master Black Flame. Ah! Everyone who wore a mocking smile a moment before was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard Lady Anna speak to Surfong. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They swallowed the ridiculing words they had prepared as their faces turned extraordinarily pale. Cream Cocoa was similarly shocked by this scene. However, she accepted this news relatively quickly. This is too great. I have another chance. Cream Cocoa's disappointed expression instantly shifted to excitement as she looked at Surfong, seeing Lady Anna's humble attitude towards Surfong, even going as far as to refer to Surfong as Your Excellency. Cream Cocoa was sure that Surfong was no ordinary character. Since such a great character was willing to give her another chance, the flame of hope within her instantly ignited. On the other hand, Melancholic Smile's current mood was the exact opposite of Cream Cocoa's. At this moment, she looked at Surfong with a face filled with astonishment. She then shifted her gaze towards the beautiful Anna. Melancholic Smile discovered reverence in Anna's mesmerizing bright blue eyes as she gazed at Surfong. Clearly, Anna was not acting. Moreover, when Anna noticed Melancholic Smile's gaze on her, she glanced at Melancholic Smile, and the reverence in her eyes instantly transformed into rage. Melancholic Smile immediately panicked. It's over. Over? Why is my luck so terrible? Previously, I got kicked out of the guild after offending one of its upper echelons. Now, before I have even set foot in the Starstreak trading firm, I have offended one of its great characters. Melancholic Smile's thoughts were chaotic, and her heart was distraught. She did not know how she should explain herself to Lady Anna to get out of this mess. Surfong couldn't help but smile when he noticed Anna's furious glare and Melancholic Smile's flustered expression. However, when Melancholic Smile noticed Surfang's smile, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, dread filling her heart. It seems that I can no longer stay in the Starstreak trading firm, Melancholic Smile lamented. If she had known about this beforehand, she would not have attempted to speak out of turn, interrupting Surfang's happy occasion. In the end, she had dug her own grave. However, Surfang's following words shocked Melancholic Smile. Anna, don't mind me and continue your evaluations, Surfong instructed Anna. He then shifted his sights to Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, softly saying, I will conduct both of your tests. Everyone else, continue as usual. Yes, Your Excellency, Anna respectfully replied. Compared to a few days ago, Anna's current loyalty had risen from 50 to 70 points. Although it wasn't a particularly high number, it was passable. At the very least, Anna would not cause him any trouble. Do I still have a chance? Melancholic Smile never thought Surfong would give her another chance. After all, she had spoiled Surfang's happy occasion. Logically speaking, he should have chased her out of Starstreak instead, following which, Surfong led both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile up to the 4th floor of the building. Just who is he? Isn't he too amazing? He had actually made Lady Anna bow before him. If I could achieve a similar feat, I could die without regrets. Some of the players watched Surfang's departing figure with admiration, inwardly guessing Surfang's identity. In the entire White River City, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop. Even Ouroboros, currently most famous guild, had not accomplished such a thing. Yet, Surfong had succeeded in doing just that. Moreover, he was in the upper echelon of the Starstreak trading firm. His position was far above Anna's. So, how could this piece of news not be shocking? Just how powerful of a backer must Surfong have to cooperate with the Starstreak trading firm? Meanwhile, when some of the male players saw Surfong leading away both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, they inwardly cursed and called him an animal. One was not enough for him? He is practically abusing his authority. Inwardly, these male players felt both envy and disdain for Surfong. Inside a forging room on the 4th floor, Surfong prepared 5 sets of materials to craft whetstones for each of the 2 girls. Looking at the materials placed on the stone table, Melancholic Smile's thoughts slightly lagged. She never thought that Surfong would truly give them a test and not have any unscrupulous thoughts towards them. What is it? Have you not learned how to make whetstones yet? Shi Feng asked curiously when he noticed Melancholic Smile's dazed expression. The Forging Association sold the recipe for whetstones. Moreover, it was available for only 30 copper coins. Logically speaking, every player who aspired to become a forger should have learned the recipe, not to mention players who had managed to enter White River City. That's not it. I know how to make them. Melancholic Smile hurriedly shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She felt ashamed of herself for completely misunderstanding Shi Feng's intentions. On the other hand, Cream Cocoa had a much purer mind than Melancholic Smile. She had not overthought things like the cleric had. However, she was still extremely nervous at the thought of having to make a whetstone in front of Shi Feng. She felt deeply afraid that she would fail the test. Shi Feng had given each of them 5 sets of materials, and his requirement was for them to achieve at least 2 successful attempts. However, during her time at the Assassin's Alliance, Cream Cocoa could only make 1 or 2 whetstones out of 10 sets of materials. Before you start, I'll give you 2 a demonstration. Shi Feng retrieved a set of materials from his inventory. With a wave of his hand, he started producing the whetstone. You are a forger as well? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile asked in astonishment. How forgetful of me. I still haven't introduced myself. As Shi Feng had kept both his name and level hidden, others could not discover who he was. I am Black Flame, a forger. You are the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. You are Master Black Flame, the one that developed the Glimmer chestplate. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew flustered. They would never have believed that they would meet the legendary Master Black Flame. After all, he was the person responsible for elevating the status of forgers, turning it into the most popular lifestyle class in Star Moon Kingdom. Simultaneously, he had also given the various large guilds a reason to support and nurture their forgers. One could say that Master Black Flame had done every forger within Star Moon Kingdom a favor. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Black Flame was actually the ordinary and detached-looking man before them. In their eyes, Black Flame should have either been a handsome young man or a strange old man. However, Black Flame did not match either description. Although Black Flame looked different from what they had imagined, that did not stop their growing excitement. If this man before them was the famous Black Flame, that would explain why Lady Anna showed so much respect. It also explained how the Starstreak trading firm could possess items such as the advanced whetstones. Noticing Cream Cocoa's and Melancholic Smile's excited and hungry gazes, cold sweat dripped down Shi Feng's forehead. He coughed dryly and said sternly, I will only demonstrate this once. If you cannot complete 2 whetstones, you can show yourselves out. I won't accept you into the firm. The 2 girls instantly calmed after being admonished by Shi Feng. Afraid that they would miss out on something, they both heightened their concentration as they watched Shi Feng's hands. However, Shi Feng's actions rendered them speechless. Shi Feng's production speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. One would easily find themselves mesmerized. Before they could react, Shi Feng had already finished producing a whetstone. All right, it is your turn now. Shi Feng smiled calmly as he pointed the 2 towards the materials on the stone table. He was already an advanced forging apprentice. Even if he did not utilize the Book of Forging, he still had an 80% success rate when producing whetstones. However, even if he succeeded in making one, he would not receive any additional proficiency points. He had only done so to test the 2 girls' potential. After all, they were both future master forgers. If they could not gain any inspiration after watching him work, it proved that they had only become a master forger due to luck. Chapter 228, Meteoric Rise. As the level of technique Shi Feng demonstrated was slightly high, in addition to his strict requirement, Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew serious. Shi Feng's forging techniques had clearly undergone refinement hundreds and thousands of times. It was not something inexperienced forgers like them could hope to compare to. However, they had, more or less, noticed the key points in Shi Feng's demonstration. Soon after, the 2 girls stepped up to their separate forging tables. As if they had received some enlightenment, they held up the forging materials and fell into deep thought as expected of future master forgers. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile when he noticed their actions. At this point, it was impossible for the average player to possess sufficient materials to practice their forging with, Not to mention the precious materials to produce items. However, Shifeng was different from these inexperienced forgers. During his 10 years of playing God's Domain, he had encountered plenty of master forgers. In their free time, these players would usually discuss forging. For players with their skill level, their conversations were no longer about simply playing a game, but instead counted as true research. Shifeng had experienced many such conversations. Coupling that knowledge with an endless supply of materials to use as practice, he had naturally learned the craft fairly quickly. However, in terms of talent, Shifeng was far from being a match of the girls currently before him. After all, at the end of the day, Shifeng was still a player more suited to battle and adventure. The only thing he could do was combine the knowledge he had gained from listening to those masters with his own understanding of forging techniques and display it. Although it would not be of great help, it would be enough as long as they could realize their own deficiencies at this stage of the game. A majority of the players had a relatively high success rate when producing whetstones. They should have at least a 40% success rate. They should be able to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. If they had passable techniques, it wouldn't be unusual if they could even produce 3. However, a majority of the players at this stage could only produce 1 whetstone out of 5 attempts. Although the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm were not comparable to the intermediate forging rooms in the Forging Association, they should still be much better than the basic forging rooms. When making a common item like the whetstone, the forging room should increase a player's success rate by at least 5%. Due to this, Shifeng required the both of them to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. After a period of silence, the 2 girls finally started their first attempt at producing the whetstone. 3 minutes later, both had produced their first whetstones. They wore joyful expressions as they handed their products to Shifeng for evaluation. A failure. The same goes for this one. Shifeng shook his head after he checked the information on the 2 items. Both whetstones were of poor quality, and they yielded 0 effects when used. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both disappointed by these results. They knew they did not have many chances remaining. If they did not produce 2 whetstones out of the remaining 4 sets of materials, without a doubt, they would be chased out of the trading firm. After experiencing failure on their first try, the 2 girls spent more time reflecting before their second attempt. After reflecting for more than 10 minutes, the next action the 2 girls took astonished Shifeng. Within a single breath, the 2 had used up all 4 sets of materials. Moreover, their production speed was much faster than before. After producing all 4 whetstones, the 2 smiled at each other. They then placed their completed whetstones on the table, awaiting Shifeng's evaluation. You 2 have really surprised me. Out of 4 pieces, both of you actually managed 3 successes. Shifeng couldn't help his shock when he looked at the information displayed before him. Very good. From today onwards, you 2 are officially members of the Horizon Alliance. Here is the contract. If there aren't any problems, just sign it. Horizon Alliance. It isn't the Starstreak trading firm? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were confused when they took a look at the contract. After all, their goal in coming here had been to join the wealthy and powerful Starstreak trading firm. However, after they read the contract, they discovered that the benefits stated were abnormally good. Even Cream Cocoa, who had come from the Assassin's Alliance, found the offer quite attractive. After all, not only would they be provided with limitless materials and forging designs, but they would also obtain 15% of the profits once the item sold. They would also earn a minimum monthly salary of 2,000 credits. On the other hand, the other guilds only provided their forgers with 5% of the profits and a low monthly salary. The materials these guilds provided were also very limited. Under normal circumstances, the best materials would be given to the forgers with better techniques, leaving remaining forgers wanting. I can't reveal what kind of relationship the Horizon Alliance has with the Starstreak trading firm. However, I can tell you one thing. The Horizon Alliance is a lifestyle guild. It is not like your usual adventure and battle guild, and lifestyle players will be the core of this guild. Moreover, in the future, the Horizon Alliance will expand its market much further than the Starstreak trading firm. We won't only sell our products in 8 cities, but in every city throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, you guys will not have to worry about materials. As long as you can produce items of sufficient quality, you won't need to worry about failing to sell the item. Shi Feng calmly smiled as he continued, "Of course, if you don't want to, you can choose to join the Starstreak trading firm instead. It all depends on you." Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile considered their options carefully. At present, the Starstreak trading firm was undeniably the better choice if they wished to develop themselves further. Moreover, they had never even heard of the Horizon Alliance, not to mention a guild run by lifestyle players. "I am willing to join the Horizon Alliance." However, Cream Cocoa signed the contract without hesitation. Melancholic Smile simply shook her head at this sight, thinking that Cream Cocoa was simply too naive. However, although she thought in such a way, she had similarly signed her name on the contract she received from Shi Feng. The reason she had chosen was the man currently before her. Not only was he the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, but he also had deep ties with the Starstreak trading firm. One could also say that, without the advanced whetstone, the Starstreak trading firm would not be enjoying its current popularity. Most importantly, it was the Horizon Alliance's future potential good. Since you two have signed the contract, you are now official members of the Horizon Alliance. From this moment onwards, you two can use the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm anytime you want. If you lack materials, just notify Anna, and she will provide them for you. You two only need to focus on advancing into a true forger, Shi Feng said, smiling. With two potential master forgers joining, Shi Feng felt much more optimistic about Horizon Alliance's future. Shi Feng also made Melancholic Smile the Horizon Alliance's temporary manager. While she managed the Horizon Alliance, she was also tasked with poaching some of the forgers and potion makers with potential from the Starstreak trading firm. After all, Shi Feng was only an acting president of the trading firm. Starstreak trading firm's forgers and potion makers belonged to Starstreak only, not the Horizon Alliance. When Shi Feng completed the second phase of the epic quest, he would no longer have any relation to the Starstreak trading firm. He would not be able to sell items through the Starstreak trading firm any longer. In other words, he and the Starstreak trading firm would draw a line between each other. So, he naturally had to recruit players with potential to his side. Soon after, Shi Feng placed the basic mana armor kit for sale on the second floor of the Starstreak trading firm. He priced each basic mana armor kit at 20 silver coins. Although this price could rival that of a piece of level 10 bronze equipment, Shi Feng did not mind. After all, he had no fear that this item would not sell. He only feared that it would sell too quickly, thus, he had set such a high price. Shi Feng then returned to his forging room and resumed forging basic mana armor kits. The 600 basic mana armor kits were just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to produce a lot more to meet demand. Not to mention, Shi Feng still had a mountain in the form of 30,000 gold coins weighing down on him. Moreover, plenty of guilds had started growing greedy after seeing Shi Feng make so much money from selling the advanced whetstones. They all started thinking up of plans to obtain the recipe for themselves. Hence, during the past few days, many guilds had started investigating the origins of the advanced whetstone. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that a guild was indeed far more powerful than an individual. Within a short amount of time, these guilds had discovered the origins of the advanced whetstone. They had even managed to obtain its recipe. The Moonlight Forest treasures filled this place. Aside from having plenty of treasure chests and field bosses, the drop rate for gemstones here was much higher than other maps. The various large guilds in White River City had long since regarded the Moonlight Forest as a cash machine. On the other hand, independent players had no share of these bountiful resources. Guild leader, the intermediate forging apprentices in our guild have successfully produced advanced whetstones. The intermediate apprentice potion makers have also managed to produce intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions, a ranger reported. Very good. It just so happens that White River City's bazaar will be held tonight. We can use this chance to show off Dark Star's strength. Lone Tyrant smiled satisfactorily. He had long since grown impatient after witnessing the Starstreak trading firm rake in an ocean of wealth. Now that their guild could similarly produce and sell advanced whetstones and intermediate potions, he was one step closer to becoming the true tyrant of White River City. Chapter 229, Black Flame Effect. Starstreak Trading Firm, at the premium goods counter on the second floor. Due to the raging popularity of the advanced whetstones and the fact that only a limited amount was available for sale each day, many guilds and players could normally be seen queuing and waiting at the counter today. However, fewer people were present on the second floor of the trading firm. No one waited in line at the premium goods counter. Those present were only independent players just window shopping, and not a single guild player wandered the spacious hall. Nobody present even asked about the availability of the advanced whetstones, and such a situation had caused Anna, the manager of the trading firm, to grow anxious. Immediately, she started an investigation into the cause of this sudden lack of customers. She then forwarded her findings to Shifeng, letting him decide what to do with it. Although I have long since expected this, they certainly took action quickly. Is Dark Star trying to start a price war with us? Shifeng revealed a calm smile after he read the message Anna had sent him. The reason the Starstreak trading firm's business would suddenly grow cold was mainly due to Dark Star. Dark Star had managed to nurture forgers and potion makers capable of producing advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. Furthermore, they had widely trumpeted the fact that they offered their products for a much lower price. Originally, a stack of advanced whetstones sold for 1 gold, 40 silvers at the Starstreak trading firm. However, Dark Star sold them for only 1 gold per stack. As for the intermediate potions, both types sold at a price 1 silver coins cheaper. Although the prices were greatly reduced, the advanced whetstone and intermediate potions were originally products that sold at greatly inflated prices. Even if one reduced their selling price, they would still earn several times the base cost of the items. Hence, in order to solicit customers, Dark Star would naturally initiate a price reduction. As for the players looking to purchase these items, they would purchase these items for the lowest price. This was the natural law of human nature. Nobody would be so foolish as to purchase an item of equal quality for a higher price. However, a price reduction was only the beginning of Dark Star's strategy. To make matters worse, Dark Star had even made a decisive change to the exchange mechanism. Although the exchange rate they used for normal whetstones was similar to the Starstreak trading firms, they had reduced the advanced whetstones to hard stones ratio from a 1:9 ratio to a 1:7 ratio. This ratio was just slightly higher than the production requirements of intermediate forging apprentices. Compared to the Starstreak trading firm, Dark Star's exchange rates were far more lucrative. As a result, many players had turned to Dark Star to trade their hard stones. Now that the Starstreak trading firm had lost its main source of income for hard stones, even if they relied on the hard stones Shifeng had previously accumulated, they would, sooner or later, run out. Without the necessary basic materials, how were they supposed to produce anything? Moreover, Dark Star also possessed an advantage that Shifeng did not. They had more people producing the advanced whetstones. As more time passed, Dark Star would obtain more advanced whetstone recipes from raiding dungeons. They could endlessly increase the number of people capable of producing advanced whetstones in their guild. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm only had Shifeng. However, Shifeng currently had neither the manpower nor the time to waste raiding a low-level dungeon for the recipes. If this situation persisted, Dark Star would surpass the Starstreak trading firm eventually. Soon after, Shifeng passed on his verdict to Anna. Since Dark Star wanted to start a price war, he would gladly engage. Hence, he adjusted the prices and exchange rates to equal Dark Star's. However, this change would only take effect in White River City. The prices and exchange rates would remain the same in the other 7 cities. Simultaneously, Shifeng also took this chance to reveal the basic mana armor kit. Anna was very efficient in her work. Shortly after Shifeng assigned her the tasks, she had completed all of them. Moreover, she had also added an additional counter on the second floor specifically for selling the basic mana armor kits. Visiting players quickly discovered the new addition. There's a new counter here. What's this basic mana armor kit? Won't we know once we take a look? Originally, one of the elite parties present on the second floor had only come to the Starstreak trading firm with the intention of purchasing some normal whetstones for future use. However, when they noticed the appearance of the new counter and a new product, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to investigate. Crap. This is insane. Is this thing made of silver? They're actually charging 20 silver coins for a broken armor kit. I can get a piece of level 10 bronze equipment with that kind of money. They're even limiting the sales of this thing to 50 pieces a day. This is too expensive. Even though we are an elite party, our harvest from a single dungeon raid will, at best, amount to 2 to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Moreover, not only do we risk losing experience, but we also need to spend money on potions and repairs after a raid. One armor kit already amounts to our party's total harvest in a single day. Wait a minute, why are the attributes of this armor kit so high? We can bind a total of 3 pieces on per character. The total attributes of 3 pieces is even higher than a level 10 mysterious iron ranked breastplate. Every armor kit is marked with a black flame. Don't tell me this is something made by the Black Flame Forger? Originally, the members of the team had cursed the Starstreak trading firm for trying to rip them off. However, the moment they noticed the attributes on the mana armor kits and the Black Flame mark, they involuntarily shuddered. Who was Black Flame? He was someone every veteran player throughout Starmoon Kingdom knew. Although the Glimmer chestplate was outdated at this point, it was an undeniable fact that the item had once caused an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, due to its gallant appearance, many players still held onto their Glimmer chestplates. The ones that held the Black Flame mark looked even more awesome, and countless collectors wished to possess of one of these pieces. Unfortunately, such marked pieces were exceedingly rare, and right now each piece was already worth 50 silver coins on the black market. Yet, even at such an insane price, nobody would willingly sell theirs now. Black Flame had revealed himself once more. He was even selling such powerful mana armor kits. It was just like the saying that had circulated Starmoon Kingdom. Anything produced by Black Flame would definitely be a premium product. How much money do we have right now? Speaking softly, the leader of the elite party suddenly asked in the party chat, Brother Chin, we barely have 43 silver coins if all 6 of us pool our money together. We have only managed to collect this after much difficulty to repair our equipment and buy some potions. You can't be thinking to trade a portion of the hard stones we collected for normal whetstones, then sell the rest. Also, sell all of the gemstones we previously obtained. Before anybody discovers this armor kit, we need to buy as many as we can. As long as we can equip our MT and healer with 3 of these mana armor kits, we can easily clear normal mode party dungeons. Furthermore, by the time Starstreak sells out on these mana armor kits, we can resell our extras for a high price. We should be able to earn back most of what we have spent. When the other party members realized the logic behind their party leader's words, they immediately started pooling their money and sold all of their expendable items to buy as many basic mana armor kits as they could. If both their MT and healer could have an additional piece of mysterious iron equipment, they could greatly reduce the number of deaths when they raided a dungeon. With an additional 240 defense and 12 endurance, their MT's strength would soar to the next level. Their MT could tank boss monsters with much greater ease. Not to mention, their healer would also receive an upgrade soon after. The elite party's MT and healer each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment. The party also bought an extra piece for future use. In reality, it wasn't just this particular elite party that had found out about the basic mana armor kits. Several other elite parties and independent players that had wandered into the Starstreak trading firm had secretly sold off their assets after discovering the armor kits. Some of the players who were wealthy in reality even went as far as to purchase coins at a high price to purchase the armor kits. As a result, 50 basic mana armor kits silently disappeared from the Starstreak trading firm. During the night, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, many players would come to the pub to relax and chat. Old Chin, why is your party so happy today? You guys even bought such expensive alcohol to drink. Don't tell me it's your birthday? A party leader of another elite party asked. Our 3-headed wolves party is very happy today. Here, I'll treat your 9-headed birds party to this bottle of ice blue spirit. Did you guys strike it rich? Why are you being so generous? This is a high-quality spirit that costs 3 silver coins. Of course. Today, our party managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon for the first time. We also managed to get a piece of mysterious iron equipment for our MT from that dungeon raid. Tomorrow, we plan to raid another hard mode party dungeon. The other players inside the bar were immediately shocked when they heard that someone had managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon. They all sent envious gazes at the player called Chin. Throughout White River City. The number of independent parties that managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon could be counted on one's hands. Old Chin, stop boasting. Did you think I don't know about your party's strength? Not to mention hard mode, you guys still have to struggle through life and death to even clear a normal mode party dungeon. The party leader of the nine-headed birds frowned in disbelief. If it were in the past, of course, it would be impossible. However, our party's MT has over 1,000 defense and 1,600 HP right now. Chin gleefully boasted. The party leader of the nine-headed birds was greatly shocked by this information. After all, he and the other party leader had known each other for a long time now, so he knew Chin from top to bottom. Previously, the three-headed wolf's MT had not been so powerful. He was even weaker than the nine-headed bird's MT by a small margin. After some probing, the nine-headed birds spent 20 silver coins to obtain the secret the three-headed wolves used to clear a hard mode party dungeon. The main reason for the three-headed wolves' success was the contribution of the basic mana armor kits. During the day, the three-headed wolves were one of the parties that had secretly bought the basic mana armor kits from the Starstreak trading firm. With their newly improved MT and healer, in addition to their familiarity with the dungeon they cleared, they finally managed to achieve the feat that all independent parties aimed for, clearing a hard mode party dungeon. Chapter 230 Crazy Night. The night bazaar of White River City had been organized to allow players to conduct business with each other. Due to Dark Star's incessant advertising, the bazaar today had grown lively. Many guilds had collected a large amount of hard stones and coins to purchase the advanced whetstones from Dark Star. Players busied themselves with setting up stalls throughout the plaza where the bazaar would occur, as one had to pay a steep processing fee to use the services of the auction house. Many players had opted to sell their accumulated loot today instead. Meanwhile, of the many stalls set up at this plaza, the most attention-grabbing one belonged to Dark Star, as there were several 100 players currently lined up before Dark Star's stall. Seeing this, Lone Tyrant's heart fluttered with joy. By the time tomorrow arrived, Dark Star would become the wealthiest guild in White River City, and very soon, they would even surpass the Starstreak trading firm. They would become the possessor of White River City's economic lifeline. At that time, even Ouroboros would not be a match for Dark Star. Half an hour after the bazaar started, something odd happened. This incident caused plenty of guilds to grow sluggish in their thoughts, and even Lone Tyrant was utterly dumbfounded. Can someone tell me just what has happened here? Lone Tyrant bellowed, pointing towards the empty plaza boss. I made some inquiries just now and found out that the Starstreak trading firm has similarly reduced the prices of their items. Aside from having the same prices as we do, they have also released a new product. I hear that the product is a basic mana armor kit made by Black Flame. As long as one binds this armor kit to their equipment, they will receive a great improvement to their attributes and defense. If a player binds 3 pieces to their equipment, then it would be the equivalent of having an additional top-tier Mysterious Iron ranked breastplate. However, Starstreak has limited the sales of the armor kit to 50 each day. So, everyone went to queue up for the item instead. Black Flame? Isn't that the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom? Why would he work with the Starstreak trading firm? Lone Tyrant's brows wrinkled. He had also heard rumors about Black Flame. However, the man was simply too mysterious, so nobody had a concrete idea which major power stood behind him. The public only knew that there was a deeply hidden major power supporting Black Flame. So what if he is the chief forger? Lone Tyrant sneered. Since Black Flame can create such a good item, we only need to make it as well. Immediately investigate the basic mana armor kit. Find out where we can get the forging design. I truly wish to thank Black Flame for giving us this great business opportunity. Boss is the best. I'll investigate it immediately. Meanwhile, at the Starstreak trading firm, there was already a sea of people lining up outside the building selling 1 stack of hard stones for a low price. Come over here if you are interested. Level 10 bronze axe for 30 silver coins. Buying silver coins for a high price. I'll take as much as you have. Unknowingly, a market had formed outside of the Starstreak trading firm. Although players could not set up stalls there, they could still do face-to-face trading. Albeit troublesome, nobody would mind such a small matter. After all, they were currently trying to make as much money as they could. By the time the Starstreak trading firms started selling the basic mana armor kits again, they would buy as many as possible while everyone stood in line outside the building. Many had struck up conversations with one another. They started to boast about the effects of the basic mana armor kit. What the Three-Headed Wolves party had accomplished had especially become the envy of many independent parties. Meanwhile, the more this news spread, the more it was blown out of proportion. Currently, the rumors mentioned that the Three-Headed Wolves had originally not been able to clear even a normal mode party dungeon. However, after their MT and healer had each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment, the party immediately succeeded in raiding a level 10 Hell mode party dungeon. They had even obtained a secret silver-ranked shield and many other mysterious iron set equipment pieces from the raid, increasing their team's prowess to that of a party of experts. Some said that the Three-Headed Wolves were currently stronger than even the elite members of a first-rate guild. This rumor had caused many independent players to long for the basic mana armor kits. They wished to obtain the armor kits and achieve great success. Aside from independent players focusing on the basic mana armor kit, the various guilds had also started taking action. They tried to think of ways to contact Black Flame. They wanted to purchase a large number of the armor kits from him directly. After all, if they could equip every member of their elite team with 3 basic mana armor kits, their team's strength would rise to an entirely different level. At that time, conquering the 20-man Hell mode team dungeon would no longer be a dream. Taking a step back, even if they could not clear the Hell mode, if they could manage to clear the hard mode, they could still reap a lot of benefits. Hence, it was a must for them to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Snow. Is Big Brother Black Flame offline? Zhao Yueru asked. Worried. Gentle Snow nodded her head, saying bitterly, I have truly underestimated Black Flame. Originally, I thought that he would suffer a small setback after Dark Star revealed the advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. However, I would never have imagined that he would reveal such a card, catching everyone by surprise. Gentle Snow had believed that she had a good understanding of the man called Black Flame. However, time and again, Black Flame continued to surpass her expectations. It was as if Black Flame had brought out 2 cards, one white and one black, forcing others to guess which card he would reveal. In the end, however, he had done the unpredictable by taking out a gray card, catching everyone by surprise. Night in God's domain was day in reality. At this moment, Shi Feng had already logged off from the game and started training his body. Hence, he had absolutely no idea about the current goings-on in White River City. Ever since Shi Feng had moved to his new apartment, the first thing he did after waking up every morning was drink a bottle of nutrient fluids. He would then complete 20 sets of muscle-strengthening exercises and a 10-kilometer morning run. The nutrient fluid is as extraordinary as expected. My current physique should be on the level of a normal member of the school's fighting society. After ending his morning run, Shi Feng made a rough estimate of his body's current condition. However, if he wanted a more accurate estimate, he would need to test his abilities in an appropriate training room. After training and strengthening his body these past few days, Shi Feng was no longer as frail and thin as he used to be. Currently, Shi Feng's body had grown much sturdier, giving others a faint feeling that it was packed with vitality. As usual, after completing his daily workout routine, Shi Feng paid a visit to the workshop to check on its current renovation progress. A gaming workshop occupied an entire office floor of such size. In the past, such a notion was simply inconceivable. However, along with God's domain's growing influence, it wouldn't be odd even if a gaming workshop took up an entire office building, not to mention a single floor. In the past, Shadow was one such example. However, the Shadow of that time possessed a lot of members. It had even established 10 great city-states under its name. It was only normal to have such a large workshop. Brother Feng, you're here. The workshop's renovation is complete. We are just waiting for the gaming facilities we ordered to arrive, and we'll set them up. After we finish that, our Zero-Wing workshop will finally take shape. Blackie excitedly said. At that time, those who we recruit to our guild might just join without hesitation after seeing our workshop. A few days ago, Feng had suddenly paid a visit to Blackie's dormitory. He notified Blackie that he had already purchased a workshop in the city center. In the future, Blackie would not need to live in the dormitory. Disturbed by others, Blackie could simply live in the workshop and focus on playing God's domain. Moreover, there was a high-class restaurant situated a floor below the workshop. The well-known Big Dipper Training Center was also located on the street next to their building. Compared to living in the university's dormitory, it would be far more comfortable for Blackie to live in the workshop in the beginning. Blackie had thought that the workshop Feng had mentioned would only be a house of 50 to 60 square meters. Even so, that would still be a relatively comfortable place to live. However, when Blackie arrived at the building floor and discovered that the entire floor was meant for their workshop, Blackie had nearly thrown out his back in shock. Shortly after, that shock had turned into immense joy. After all, this large workshop of theirs was far more amazing than Shadow's. With such an amazing workshop, would they even need to worry that they couldn't surpass Shadow in the future? Oh right. Blackie, how are things on your side? How much longer do you guys need before getting out of there? Feng asked. Chapter 231, Legendary Genius. Blackie and the others had been trapped in the trial of God for several days now. If they remained inside, Feng didn't know when he could go to the demon's castle to obtain the demon's heart. Hence, Feng needed to know their current progress. If they were truly unable to leave the trial anytime soon, his only option was to seek Gentle Snow's help. However, he did not want Gentle Snow to know too much about him. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would not turn to Gentle Snow for help. Right. I totally forgot to tell you since I was so excited about the workshop. Blackie lightly tapped his own head. The matter of the workshop was simply too shocking. He continued, Brother Feng, just where did you find such an expert little sister? She is just too awesome. Originally, we nearly despaired from the difficulty of the trial. However, thanks to her, we all made it through the trial with great ease. Right now, we're about to head to the highest floor to receive our reward. An expert? Little sister? Are you talking about Fire Dance? Haven't you already seen how amazing she is? Feng curiously asked. No, it's not Fire Dance, but Violet. We managed to clear the trial only thanks to her. But really, she is simply too strong. Blackie lamented. At the beginning of the trial, little sister Violet had only healed us from behind. As we progressed, her healing grew better and better, and she was able to grasp the timing of her heals perfectly. However, the monsters in the trial also grew stronger. After some time, we were barely surviving even with little sister Violet's excellent healing. It was then that she took action. Although her combat standards in the beginning were very crude, as the battles continued, one after another, her combat standards increased endlessly. Within just a day, she had already surpassed Fire Dance. I even felt that the trial of God was created specifically for little sister Violet. Inside the trial of God, for every trial we cleared, we would be given an evaluation and an appropriate reward. Meanwhile, ever since little sister Violet took action, she always obtained an evaluation of rank A or above. Her equipment and skills continuously upgraded, and regarding damage output, even though I had the Mavis's guard, I only won against her by a small margin. If little sister Violet also had an epic ranked staff, she would have long since left me in the dust. Little sister Violet is the most talented person I have ever met in God's domain. Brother Feng, if you saw her frightening growth rate, you too would be shocked. After having mentioned Violet Cloud, Blackie could not stop his mouth as he talked on and on about her. Blackie spoke as if Violet Cloud were the strongest expert in God's domain, and nobody was above her. Of course, Blackie was speaking about Violet Cloud's innate talent and not her current strength. After all, Violet Cloud's rate of improvement was simply horrifying. With such an improvement rate, she would sooner or later become the strongest player in God's domain. It's good that you guys passed the trial. However, you shouldn't just pay attention to Violet. Don't forget that you are a cursemancer, while she is a cleric. You also hold an epic-ranked staff in your hands. If your damage really does lose to hers, then you're going to have to hand over the Mavis's guard to Violet. Feng joked. However, he was truly relieved. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had managed to become a cleric god in the past. Her innate talent was not a sham, however. Maybe because Violet Cloud had played a cleric in the past, she had never revealed her true potential during the early stages of the game. However, after leaving Ouroboros, Violet Cloud could no longer depend on her healing to play God's domain, as she only had herself to rely on in battles. Hence, she started to display her frightening talent similar to the current situation in the Trial of God. Healing alone was not enough. Hence, Violet Cloud had no choice but to engage in battle as well, inadvertently revealing her explosive talent. Maybe she is one of the legendary geniuses, Shi Feng sighed. In the past, although his techniques were good, when compared to Violet Cloud, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had become a cleric god. However, Shi Feng would no longer waste his time in this life. He would not ignore training his body. Currently, the workshop could accommodate up to several hundred people. Moreover, there were also private rooms meant for upper management. Furniture of superior quality decorated these private rooms, and just the cost of a single set would have left Shi Feng's past self in awe. Aside from the private rooms, Shi Feng had also set up a workout room that allowed one to carry out some simple exercises. God's Domain was not just any random game where players could become a tyrant by pulling a few all-nighters. If one wanted to campaign in God's Domain, they needed to prepare for a long and arduous war. Hence, players in God's Domain needed to balance both work and rest, and most importantly, train their bodies if they wanted to succeed. Brother Feng, the university's fellowship party is the day after tomorrow. Should we buy a luxury car and drive there? At that time, I want to see just who would dare look down on our zero-wing workshop. Blackie said excitedly. I'll pass on the luxury car. I cannot afford such a thing right now. Shi Feng shook his head as he laughed. Although Shi Feng had similarly thought of buying a luxury car to keep up appearances, he was currently tight on money. He still owed a large sum of credits. It would be better to take a more pragmatic approach, following which, Shi Feng and Blackie spent the entire day putting up the finishing touches to the workshop. The remaining problem they faced was the lack of members. They needed to recruit a large number of new members with potential. When night arrived in the real world, Shi Feng entered God's Domain once more. Shortly after leaving the forging room, a low ring sounded by Shi Feng's ears. It was the alert tone that signified the arrival of a system message. However, the alert did not end at just that once. The ringing persisted for a long time and only stopped after over 10 minutes had passed. With a headache, Shi Feng called up the message interface. Immediately, several thousand messages appeared on his display, and all of these messages had been sent to his alternate ID, Black Flame. Shi Feng then took a look at these messages. All of them were from people attempting to purchase the basic mana armor kits. Moreover, aside from the players in White River City, even the guilds from other cities were trying to contact him. However, Shi Feng simply revealed a smile at these messages, as he had already achieved his goal: fame. Not Starstreak's fame, but Black Flame's. Moreover, as long as he had the basic mana armor kit, Starstreak Trading Firm's business would not sour. According to Anna's latest report, the Starstreak Trading Firm had earned over 900 gold per day. However, this was only the beginning. As they increased the number of forgers and potion makers under their command, their daily production rate would also increase. As a result, the money they earned would similarly increase. It was only a matter of time before they managed to earn 30,000 gold. However, there was still a far more important matter that Shi Feng needed to deal with right now. Hence, Shi Feng immediately contacted Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, can I ask you for some help? I wish to buy a few advanced whetstone recipes from you. Shi Feng asked. The drop rate for the advanced whetstone recipe is extremely low, and even Ouroboros has only managed to procure several copies. Since we are old acquaintances, I can sell a few to you. However, I want to conduct the trade using basic mana armor kits. Gentle Snow revealed a smile. She rejoiced at the fact that Black Flame came to her for help. If so, she could just directly request to exchange for the basic mana armor kits. Ever since the basic mana armor kits were revealed to the public, she immediately had her subordinates conduct an investigation on the item. However, they promptly discovered something unusual. It did not drop from anywhere at all. It seemed to be a special forging design obtained through a quest, so there was no way for others to obtain it at all. Hence, if they wanted to obtain any mana armor kits, They could only obtain them from Black Flame himself, alright, but I wonder how Miss Snow plans to exchange? 1 advanced whetstone recipe for 20 mana armor kits. I can trade 3 copies with you. Deal. You can send one of your subordinates to conduct the trade at the Starstreak trading firm. Feng did not hesitate to accept Gentle Snow's high price. After they agreed upon the transaction, Feng disconnected the call. He then took the mana armor kits he had just finished producing to the Starstreak trading firm. Feng intended for Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile to learn these advanced whetstone recipes. After all, he still had many matters of his own that he needed to deal with. He couldn't just forge items all day. In the future, the Horizon Alliance's main strength would still have to depend on them. Thus, he purchased those recipes. Brother Feng, we're out of the trials. When do we head to the Demon's Castle? Shortly after Feng had finished dealing with his own matters, Blackie's message arrived. Chapter 232, Returning from the Trial. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall of White River City. We're finally out of that suffocating place. There are so many players in White River City. Of course. We've been stuck in that broken place for so many days now. The conversation of these new figures resounded throughout the teleportation hall, and these players were none other than Fire Dance and the others who had just returned from the Trial of Gods. The moment they set foot out of the teleportation hall, the group immediately attracted the attention of many players. The equipment Fire Dance and the others wore was simply too dazzling, nearly blinding all observers. Even the elite team members of first-rate guilds were not immune after all. Among the 8 members of the team, the poorest quality equipment they wore was mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the party, the cleric, Violet Cloud, had the best quality equipment. Although she did not have any set equipment, she still had 6 pieces of secret silver equipment and a fine gold-ranked staff. No matter how one looked at it, Violet Cloud's equipment far surpassed that of any member of a guild's main force. Moreover, such magnificent equipment decorated Violet Cloud's slender and elegant body, making her look even more stunning than usual. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, simply breathtaking. Aside from a beauty like Violet Cloud, there was another female member of the party who was equally beautiful. Garbed in a flame-red, tight-fitting leather shirt, the sexiness of Fire Dance's polished body was further accentuated with 2 exquisite beauties present. The team of 8 would naturally attract a lot of attention. As a result, many of the teams present, who were originally about to set out to a dungeon, crowded around Fire Dance and the others. They sent Fire Dance invitations one after another, requesting Fire Dance and her team to join them in raiding a 20-man team dungeon. Having a powerful cleric like Violet Cloud would significantly increase their chances of success. Moreover, aside from Violet Cloud, the Guardian Knight, Cola, also had superb equipment. If these experts were willing to do them a favor, they could easily gain a few pieces of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, their beautiful dreams were doomed from the start, as Fire Dance rejected them all without hesitation. We've fallen pretty far behind in levels. After we replenish our necessities, let's go level up, Fire Dance said, speaking in the team chat, completely ignoring the hungry gazes of the surrounding players. Nobody in the team opposed her suggestion. After getting along with each other for several days, Fire Dance had already become the core of the team. Everyone had especially acknowledged Fire Dance's ability to command. Simply put, if it were not for Fire Dance's leadership, they would not have survived the Trial of God. Just when Fire Dance and the others were about to head to the Starstreak trading firm to purchase some recovery items, over a dozen players walked towards them. Although these players did not possess a guild emblem on their characters, they were clearly not a team to be underestimated. Even though the shield warrior leading this team was a man with an emaciated face and thin body, his appearance could not overshadow the keenness of his gaze. Moreover, this man currently wore a complete level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, in addition to a secret silver ranked shield and one-handed sword. Possessing such items was a clear proof of his strength. While Fire Dance and the others were shocked by the equipment and strength of the team moving towards them, the team in question was similarly shocked by Fire Dance and the others' crap. Who is that little sister? She actually has 6 pieces of secret silver equipment on her. I'm not seeing things, right? Smuggled goods, I look down upon you. You're actually only paying attention to the girl's body. Can't you see the weapon the cleric girl has? Also, look at that vulgar-looking Cursmancer staff. It should be secret silver rank or stronger. Scram. I have no interest in flat chests. I am obviously talking about the hot little sister standing next to the cleric. Although the Guardian Knight of Fire Dance's team was lacking compared to their own MT, their cleric and Cursmancer were obviously much worse than the two before them. Moreover, the two teams were similar in that they both were independent teams and neither belonged to the main force of a guild in White River City, where guilds occupied most of the important resource points. It was a rare sight for an independent team to possess such top-tier equipment. So, how could they not attract attention? Hello, I am Werewolf, team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. The emaciated man, Werewolf, took the initiative to introduce himself to Fire Dance Zero Wings team leader, Fire Dance. Fire Dance replied, her interest to befriend this new team growing. Shifeng had passed the management of the team to Fire Dance, and Fire Dance knew Shifeng had done so due to his trust in her. She did not wish to betray that trust. Hence, taking their future guild into consideration as the manager of the team, she naturally had to think of a way to expand and strengthen the team. Meanwhile, the foreign team before her was clearly a formidable independent team. She felt their leader, Werewolf, was more than he appeared. Although she had never fought with him before, she knew that he was one of the rarely seen Apex experts. If she had to PK against Werewolf, she would not have any advantage against him. If she could recruit such an expert and team into their guild, they would have no worries when raiding large-scale team dungeons in the future Fire Dance. Werewolf was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He then said, "So you're Fire Dance, the earliest player to get first place on White River City's ranking list? How fortunate to meet you." Werewolf's evaluation of Fire Dance rose even higher after learning the news. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, Fire Dance's imposing aura was likely the most powerful of all the female players he had met. Moreover, Fire Dance was also an independent player. I was just lucky. Fire Dance smiled as she said, "I see that team leader Wolf is about to go dungeon diving." "That's right. We're currently about to raid the level 12 Frost Nest," Werewolf revealed. "Is Miss Fire Dance interested in joining us?" The Frost Nest was a level 12, 20-man team dungeon. Currently, aside from the main force of the major guilds, no other team possessed the strength to challenge such a dungeon. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we still have our own matters to attend. We will definitely join you if we have the chance in the future." Fire Dance immediately rejected Werewolf's offer. Shifeng had previously instructed them to raise their levels as he still had some important matters to deal with. If they entered a dungeon right now, their leveling speed would suffer, and they might even lose some EXP. Hence, Fire Dance chose to reject the offer without a second thought. "That's truly unfortunate. Let's add each other as friends, Miss Fire Dance. If we have a chance to raid a large-scale team dungeon together in the future, we can contact each other more conveniently." Werewolf sent Fire Dance a friend request. Since Fire Dance was also an expert of God's domain, common equipment would not satisfy her. Yet, to obtain high-quality equipment, aside from killing Lord-ranked field bosses and completing special quests, the only other option was raiding a team dungeon or a large-scale team dungeons. However, an independent team was different from guild members. The teams were loosely formed, and the strength of the members usually varied. If an independent team relied solely on themselves, they would have no way of clearing a large-scale team dungeon. Hence, independent teams needed to cooperate with one another. Only by combining the strength of multiple independent teams would they have a chance of raiding a 50-man or above large-scale team dungeon. Yet, not just any independent teams would be fit for the task. A sufficiently strong independent team was necessary. Otherwise, entering a large-scale team dungeon would be suicide. Hence, Werewolf planned to befriend powerful independent teams. If they had powerful allies, they would have a much easier time raiding large-scale team dungeons. Just as Fire Dance and Werewolf added each other as friends, Shifeng had arrived at Blackwing City. He had come to conduct his third business transaction with Aqua Rose. This time, however, Shifeng had not brought a lot of the level 10 equipment and weapons he had forged. Now that the majority of the players in God's domain were over level 10, These items were no longer as valuable as they were before. Hence, Shi Feng did not produce many of them. Instead, he prepared something better, something that could even attract the attention of first-rate guilds. In addition, the Blackwing auction house was holding an auction today. To any wealthy player, this was a chance that must not be missed, including Shi Feng, who currently possessed enormous wealth. However, after Shi Feng had arrived at the appointed restaurant, Aqua Rose did not show up, even after a long time had passed. Instead, a pot-bellied man resembling Meteoric walked over and quietly sat opposite of Shi Feng. With a gentle and elegant smile, he said, "Hello there, Master Black Flame. As Miss Aqua has some urgent matters to attend to today, she has sent me to represent her in this transaction." Miss Aqua expresses her sincerest apologies. Chapter 233, Astronomical Transaction. Miss Aqua has some urgent matters? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. That's right. Although I cannot reveal to your excellency what those matters are, I, Joking Scholar, can represent Miss Aqua in conducting the transaction with you. However, Shi Feng did not believe him. Every time he and Aqua Rose completed a transaction, both sides would gain massive profits. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than this matter. Even if Aqua Rose truly had an urgent matter, she should have at least notified him beforehand. However, Aqua Rose had not. Shi Feng carefully observed this Meteoric-like person. Although he appeared absolutely harmless, his body exuded a sense of shrewdness that spoke of vast experience in the business world. Virtual reality. In this realistic world, regarding a player's expressions or demeanor, both would be fully displayed on their characters. With over a decade of experience campaigning in God's domain, Shi Feng could immediately perceive the delight and panic hidden behind those beady little eyes. Since Miss Aqua has some matters to deal with, let us postpone our business transaction till next time, then. Shi Feng smiled calmly before standing up, saying, "I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll leave first." Hearing that Shi Feng had no intention to continue the trade and intended to leave, Meteoric's facial expression immediately changed. A hint of panic appeared in his friendly smile when Shi Feng stood. "Master Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Although Miss Aqua is absent, Twilight Echo sincerely desires this trade's success. We are willing to pay 30% more than the previously mentioned price." Joking Scholar hurriedly stood and held back. "Shi Feng, 30%? It seems that you guys really are sincere about this." Shi Feng halted his steps, smiling. He then turned to face the panicked Meteoric, saying, "Since you've already made the offer, let us negotiate the price." Of course, of course." Joking Scholar hurriedly nodded his head, once more revealing his friendly smile, following which, the two sat and resumed their business transaction. "Do you have what I asked of Miss Aqua the last time?" Shi Feng asked. "Master Black Flame, please have a look." Joking Scholar retrieved several ore bags. Hard stones and rare forging materials filled the majority of these bags. Moreover, aside from taking out 5 400-slot ore bags, which were the largest ore bags currently available to players, he had also taken out a black leather bag. There were many runes carved on the exterior of this bag, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item with just a glance. It is as expected of Twilight Echo. They even have a runic ore bag. Shi Feng was inwardly shocked. The runic ore bag was a mysterious iron-grade ore bag. It had a massive capacity of 1,200 slots, 4 times that of a common grade ore bag. However, this item was not easy to obtain. Only Lord-ranked bosses in mines had a chance of dropping this item. Compared to the previous encounter, this transaction would be far larger. Joking Scholar had prepared over 2,000 stacks of hard stones, 300 stacks of fine iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, and 200 stacks of mithril ore. Furthermore, there were also 100 stacks of gold ore, which was currently unavailable in Star Moon Kingdom. Just how much manpower and resources had they spent in the process of gathering such a large amount of precious ores? This was precisely the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a normal guild could compare to. "Good, everything that I requested is here. Deducting all these ores, if we factor in the 30% increase in price you previously mentioned, you just need to pay me an additional 120 million credits." Shi Feng took out a letter that had been encrypted by the system and placed it on the table. Only a specified person could open this letter, and outsiders had no way to discover its contents. When Joking Scholar heard the price of 120 million credits, his smiling expression immediately froze. He had nearly spat the black tea that was in his mouth, the teacup in his hand nearly falling to the ground due to his trembling. The 120 million credits is the price of this encrypted letter? Joking Scholar looked at the white envelope on the table, his facial expression turning extraordinarily ugly. His previously beady eyes abruptly widened as he sent a chilling glare at Shifeng, coldly saying, "Master Black Flame, aren't you going a little too overboard? We of Twilight Echo have come here with the sincerest intentions to conduct business with you. Are you looking down on Twilight Echo? Or do you not take Miss Aqua seriously?" No matter how stupid Joking Scholar was, he knew that no transaction in God's domain could currently achieve such a frightening cost. That was 120 million credits. Not 120 million hell money. Such an amount was sufficient for a normal person to live the rest of their life in luxury. Even Joking Scholar himself would not earn such an amount in this lifetime. The only possibility was that Shifeng was toying with him, or that Shifeng had already found out that he was a fake. However, as a preventive measure, he still used Aqua Rose's name to warn Shifeng. Shifeng calmly smiled at this Mithraya's reaction. He paid no mind to Joking Scholar's chilling and threatening gaze, unhurriedly saying, "How could you say such a thing? Weren't you the one that suggested for the 30% increase in price? I've fully followed our previous agreement and have brought what that Miss Aqua requested. Could Miss Aqua have forgotten to tell you about it? Or is it because you are fake?" A chilling light suddenly flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he loudly questioned. At this moment, Joking Scholar gnashed his teeth in anger. Shifeng had clearly pretended to be the fool here. Yet he could not just reveal Shifeng's act. "Master Black Flame, of course, I was sent here by Miss Aqua. Please stop trying to probe me. Miss Rose never agreed to this." Joking Scholar was no fool. He thought that Shifeng was currently trying to probe him, so he quickly cooled his temper. "Probe? What reason would I have to probe you?" Shifeng smiled as he said, "I am very serious. If Aqua Rose didn't mention such an important agreement to you and you have no knowledge of it, then it seems you are indeed a fake. If that is so, then I am truly sorry. Our business transaction ends here." Saying so, Shifeng stood and prepared to leave. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. He could no longer discern whether Shifeng's words were true or not. In the beginning, he thought Shifeng was trying to swindle him. Now, however, it would seem that his previous preconception might be wrong. Have I really guessed wrong? Was this letter actually what they intended to trade? Joking Scholar felt that his brain was no longer sufficient to process this matter. He could not see through Shifeng at all. Previously, Shifeng had expressed immense interest in continuing the trade. Now, however, Shifeng was about to leave after scoffing. Just what was he supposed to do? Joking Scholar had personally witnessed the benefits Aqua Rose had obtained through her transactions with Shifeng. If Twilight Echo could periodically conduct similar trades with Shifeng and obtain such immense profits every time, the other first-rate guilds in their kingdom would have no chance to compete with them. They would become the tyrant of their kingdom just by becoming the lord of a city. The benefits that ensued were enough to attract the world-class corporation's investments. Not to mention receiving a few hundred million, they could even receive tens of billions of credits. If Twilight Echo could become the tyrant of a kingdom, they could receive investments from over 10 major corporations. The credits they could earn were unimaginable. In comparison, the 120 million credit transaction right now could be considered negligible. However, 120 million credits was not pocket change either. Moreover, their guild had only obtained the many ores before him through the painstaking work. If they gave them all to Shifeng, the losses would be mind-blowing. Of course, if such a powerful benefit were truly available, it could greatly assist Twilight Echo in elevating its current position, becoming the tyrant of the capital city. However, Joking Scholar could not see past Shifeng's thoughts at all. He did not know whether Shifeng had the sincerity to continue their current cooperation. With his status, he did not dare make this gamble. "Master Black Flame, please wait a minute. Maybe Miss Aqua has forgotten to mention this to me. I'll have to ask Miss Aqua about this before making a decision. If there truly are no problems, then the 120 million credits and these materials will all be yours." Joking Scholar decided to hold Shi Feng back for now. He needed to report this matter to his superiors and let them decide what to do. That way, he won't have to take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 234. While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. Naturally, Shi Feng could not just walk away after hearing Joking Scholar's words, although he did not know what had happened to Aqua Rose. If he could swindle so many materials and credits, he would make a huge profit. Fine. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Shi Feng swept a glance at the clock displayed on the system interface. There were still 2 hours before the auction started at the Blackwing City auction house. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for several more days before the next. Since a lot was at stake, Joking Scholar dared not waste any more time. He immediately sent a message to his superior, awaiting the decision. After waiting for half a minute or so, Joking Scholar received a reply. Joking Scholar immediately felt his mood refresh when he read the reply. Master Black Flame, Miss Aqua has said that, due to the transaction being of such magnitude, if we are to conduct this trade, we need to verify the item that you have provided. Of course, I will preside over this verification. If there truly are no problems, we will immediately transfer the money to you. Joking Scholar confidently informed Shi Feng that won't do. If you guys get a look at the contents of this letter, then the information inside will no longer have any value. What if you decide not to pay me? Wouldn't I take a huge loss instead? Unless you give me the money first, I will not let you look at the contents. Shi Feng sneered. Since Twilight Echo doesn't have any sincerity in continuing this trade, so be it. Contrary to Joking Scholar's belief, the information inside the encrypted letter was the real deal. It could instantly promote a large guild to the next level. The information was especially useful to a first-rate guild. Of course, this information would not actually sell for an astronomical price of 120 million credits. Since he had cooperated with Aqua Rose in the past, he would not betray her and cooperate with someone else. Hence, he had only mentioned such an astronomical price to play with Joking Scholar. Master Black Flame, we are very sincere in this matter. If you continue responding to our sincerity in such a way, we can only take it as you toying with Twilight Echo. None who attempt to make fools of Twilight Echo find a good ending. If Master Black Flame doesn't want a misunderstanding, please let me take a look at the information contained in the letter. As long as there are no problems, then based on Twilight Echo's credibility, we certainly will not go back on our word and ruin our own reputation. Although Joking Scholar spoke with an amicable tone, he did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes in the least. Are you threatening me? Shi Feng's tone turned cold as he said, although Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild, don't think that I, Black Flame, am someone you can easily mess around with. Since this matter has reached this point, our cooperation ends right here and now. Shi Feng immediately left the restaurant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar never thought Shi Feng would react so decisively. In his opinion, Black Flame was only a forger. How could he possibly dare call shots with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo? Hence, Joking Scholar decided to threaten him. Yet, Shi Feng had not reacted as he had expected at all, so much so that his threat had yielded the exact opposite effect he had wanted. The higher-ups of the guild had tasked him with maintaining the current business relationship they had with Black Flame. If there were a possibility, the best-case scenario would be to recruit Black Flame into Twilight Echo. How abominable. This Black Flame is simply impervious to reason. Joking Scholar had originally intended to hold Shi Feng back once more. However, doing so was simply too humiliating. After speaking those decisive words, if he had to suddenly change his tone and try to ingratiate himself with Shi Feng, he simply could not do it. He is definitely toying with me. That's the only plausible reason why he isn't willing to show me the contents of that letter. Immediately after, Joking Scholar contacted his superior scholar. How did it go? A dignified tone came through the communicator. Boss, that Black Flame rejected our proposal. He refused to let me take a look at the letter's contents. However, I am very sure that he is trying to play us for fools. There is nothing important in the letter, Scholar confidently assured. I understand. Although it is slightly unfortunate, Black Flame has also given us some enlightenment. Since Black Flame is unwilling to do business with us, we can just look for someone else. I hear that Star Moon Kingdom, where Black Flame is from, should be in dire need of ores. Look for a powerful guild from Star Moon Kingdom at Blackwing City. I believe that they should be very willing to cooperate with us. Yes, boss. Currently, Joking Scholar felt exhilarated. Black Flame, did you really think that you are so amazing? Once I sell these ores to some other guild in Star Moon Kingdom, we'll see if you can still survive there. Soon after, Joking Scholar had departed from the restaurant as well. He started looking for a new business partner from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Shifeng left the restaurant, he immediately changed his appearance using the demon mask. He had long since waited for Joking Scholar's departure. Although Shifeng did not intend to do business with Joking Scholar, that would not stop him from swindling the man. After all, it was not easy for him to obtain so many ores. Moreover, it was not his style to just let Joking Scholar escape. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame, so he could not swindle those ores from him. However, now that he had changed his appearance, even if he swindled Joking Scholar, he would be fine as long as he immediately donned a new appearance. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of wealth and manpower to procure the ores. If they failed to sell them, keeping those ores for their own use instead, they would need over 10 days to exhaust such a large supply fully. Twilight Echo could not bear such a heavy cost. After all, these ores could not increase their guild's battle prowess. They could only do so by turning these materials into currency. However, if they wished to turn these ores into money, they had to sell them to a guild that was in dire need of ores. As for independent players, they simply had no way to deplete such a stock. No. Unless they paid with credits, even a first-rate guild could not afford so many ores. However, would Twilight Echo lack credits? That's right, they didn't lack credits. If they could spend credits to purchase a large amount of gold coins, they would have spent several 100 million credits without hesitation. However, the main god system had not activated an exchange system for coins. As for the virtual trade center, there was simply not enough gold coins to satisfy their demands. Most importantly, if they purchased gold coins in bulk, their actions would inflate the prices of gold coins endlessly, and doing so was not a worthwhile investment. This was also one of the reasons why large guilds normally would not purchase gold coins in bulk. If Twilight Echo could not sell these ores quickly, it would wound the guild's development. However, it would not be an easy task to find a business partner willing to purchase so many ores. The only possibility they had was to look for a guild from Star Moon Kingdom. As long as Twilight Echo investigated, they would immediately discover that Black Flame was from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the fact that Black Flame purchased so many forging materials proved that Star Moon Kingdom was in dire need. As long as the upper echelon of Twilight Echo had brains, they would naturally look for someone from Star Moon Kingdom to cooperate with. Unfortunately, Twilight Echo had miscalculated one point. It was not easy to obtain the pass required to enter Blackwing City. Even for a large guild, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain one. Not to mention, the majority of the guilds and players in Star Moon Kingdom didn't even know about the existence of Blackwing City. Quite some time had passed since the launch of God's Domain. However, the players from Star Moon Kingdom who could enter Blackwing City were among the extreme minority. It went without saying there were even fewer players who could afford so many ores. An hour quickly passed with Shifeng trailing Joking Scholar. Sure enough, Joking Scholar failed to find even a single player from Star Moon Kingdom. The majority of the players he met were independent players from other kingdoms and empires. Even when he met players belonging to guilds, these players were not part of their guild's backbone. Most importantly, none of these players had any interest in Twilight Echoes. Or as this situation depressed Joking Scholar. He wondered just why he could not meet any players from Star Moon Kingdom. It would be fine even if it were even an independent player. At this moment, Shifeng took on Lone Tyrant's appearance using the demon mask, and he walked towards Joking Scholar casually. Chapter 235, Extreme Squeezing. Shifeng's disguise looked extremely similar to the real deal. Moreover, the equipment he wore had also changed appearance. He now wore a complete secret silver set equipment. On his back, he carried the fine gold-ranked blood-red longsword and blood-red cross shield. Not to mention the guild leader of a second-rate guild, even the guild leader of a first-rate guild would find it difficult to obtain equipment as dazzling as Shifeng is. In addition, Shifeng had completely replicated Lone Tyrant's arrogant air, creating a vivid image of the guild leader. Right now, even if someone familiar with Lone Tyrant stood before Shifeng, they could not tell whether he was the real Lone Tyrant or not. The players that walked past Shifeng involuntarily found their heads turning towards him. Both envy and admiration filled the gazes they sent his way. The glowing effect of a fine gold weapon had nearly blinded their eyes. At this moment, Joking Scholar was still blindly searching the streets for his target, a gloomy expression portrayed on his face. However, when his eyes landed on Lone Tyrant, who was Shifeng in disguise, his eyes flashed with a glint of excitement. His equipment. Not even our guild leader compares to him. The guild he belongs to must be very powerful. I hope he is a player from Star Moon Kingdom. Joking Scholar made a silent prayer as he walked towards Shifeng. Hello. I am Joking Scholar of Twilight Echo. May I ask if your excellency comes from Star Moon Kingdom? Joking Scholar asked in anticipation. Are your eyes a decoration? Of course, I am from Star Moon Kingdom. If you don't even know who I am, why are you even playing God's domain? Shifeng arrogantly scoffed. Contrary to expectations, not only did Shifeng's scolding fail to anger Joking Scholar, but it had also made him rejoice. Immediately, Joking Scholar used an identification skill on Shifeng. Lone Tyrant. Affiliated Guild, Dark Star. After reading Shifeng's basic information, Joking Scholarly immediately started a search through the official forums for information. Very quickly, Joking Scholar uncovered most of the information available about Lone Tyrant, and his mood instantly lifted higher than before. How careless of me. I did not expect to meet the well-renowned guild leader Lone Tyrant of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if your excellency would be interested in purchasing some ores? Joking Scholar spoke unhurriedly. However, Shifeng inwardly smiled at Joking Scholar's words. Just as he had guessed, Joking Scholar was in a hurry to get rid of the ores in his hands. Ores? Are you looking down on our guild? Shifeng angrily demanded. Guild leader Tyrant has misunderstood me. Of course, I know that your excellency does not lack materials. Joking Scholar calmly said. However, what about the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom? If guild leader Tyrant can sell a large number of ores to those guilds at a low price, wouldn't your excellency make a huge profit? At this moment, Shifeng faked an interested expression. Guild leader Tyrant. After the recent update of God's domain, fighting monsters places a huge toll on a weapon's durability. Hence, I believe that every guild would be very interested in whetstones. Meanwhile, the main material needed to produce whetstones is hard stones. I just happen to have plenty of hard stones with me right now, and I can sell all of them to your excellency at a very low price. Joking Scholar hurriedly said. Cheap hard stones? Shifeng appeared even more interested now, saying, Speak, then. I can sell these hard stones to your excellency at a price of 10 silver coins a stack. Similarly, I can also sell the other ores I have with me for much cheaper than those found in Star Moon Kingdom. Joking Scholar offered confidently. You call 10 silver coins per stack cheap? Are you trying to toy with me? Do you think I have so much time to waste on you? Shifeng growled. I will pay at most 5 silver coins a stack. Otherwise, we do not need to continue this conversation. Your excellency, I know how much hard stones sell for in Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, each stack can sell for 11 to 12 silver coins. By reselling the hard stones your excellency buys from me, your excellency can still make an effortless 1 to 2 silver coins. Moreover, the amount of hard stones I have with me is by no means small. They can allow your excellency to make an immense profit. Joking Scholar had done his homework, thoroughly researching the prices of ores in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Joking Scholar felt confident that Lone Tyrant was interested in buying the hard stones. Lone Tyrant was simply trying to lower the prices to maximize his profits. 12 silver coins? Shifeng disdainfully said. That was the price 2 days ago. Now that everyone's level is higher, the available locations they can farm hard stones from has also increased. It is absolutely impossible to sell them at such a high price anymore. I'll repeat myself one more time. 5 silver coins a stack. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. Immediately, Joking Scholar grew flustered at Shifeng's words. Indeed, he had investigated the ore prices in Star Moon Kingdom 2 days ago. Moreover, just as Shifeng had said, players' levels rose constantly. Not only would the drop rate of hard stones from monsters increase, but players could also obtain quite a number from mining ores. Take the hard stones Twilight Echo had gathered, for example. Twilight Echo had previously paid around 3 to 4 silver coins per stack while gathering the hard stones. If they sold them for only 5 silver coins a stack to Shifeng, they wouldn't make a huge profit. Your Excellency drives a hard bargain. How about this? What do you think about 8 silver coins a stack? Joking Scholar probes Graham. If you're not going to sell them, then forget it. Shifeng pretended to grow angry. Although Shifeng stated that the prices of hard stones had fallen, the prices in White River City had not decreased by much. Each stack could still sell for around 11 silver coins right now. However, Shifeng was in no hurry. He knew that Twilight Echo was deeply afraid of keeping the hard stones and having their value depreciate as time passed. Such a loss could greatly hamper Twilight Echo's growth, letting the other guilds surpass them. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. How about 7 silver coins per stack? Joking Scholar hurriedly bargained when he noticed Shifeng about to walk away. However, his offer failed to halt Shifeng's steps. All right, 6 silver coins. I can't lower the price any further than that. Joking Scholar felt helpless at Shifeng's unyielding attitude. However, it was simply too difficult to find players from Star Moon Kingdom in Blackwing City. It was especially true for a guild leader like Lone Tyrant. If Joking Scholar could not sell these hard stones as quickly as possible, their value would continue to depreciate. However, reality was cruel. Shifeng did not halt his steps at all. Joking Scholar started to panic now. He hurriedly ran to stop Shifeng, saying in an urgent tone, "Your Excellency, are you really not going to consider it? 6 silver coins is already a very low price. You can't find such an offer anywhere else." Can't find? Shifeng smiled. Although Star Moon Kingdom ranked above average among kingdoms that produced herbs, regarding mineral production, Star Moon Kingdom ranked below average. Thus, the mineral supply in Star Moon Kingdom lacked constantly. However, not every kingdom and empire was in a similar situation to the Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately, Shifeng loudly yelled, selling hard stones for 6 silver coins a stack. You definitely can't find a price lower than this. Shifeng's actions dumbfounded Joking Scholar. However, many players on the street sent gazes of contempt towards Shifeng. Stop joking around. You call 6 silver coins a stack cheap? Even 5 silver 30 coppers is expensive where I come from. If you want to purchase in bulk, I can sell them to you at 5 silver coins a stack. I nearly died from laughter just now. Many players on the street started laughing at Shifeng. However, the one who was truly embarrassed was Joking Scholar. At this moment, he felt so ashamed that he could not even raise his head to face Shifeng. His absolute confidence from before had returned to slap him in the face. Moreover, someone had already made an offer of 5 silver coins per stack. Nothing could have a more powerful impact than this. How about it? Didn't you say that your hard stones were the cheapest? Didn't you say that I absolutely couldn't find a lower price than yours? Shifeng snorted as he asked, "Why is everyone offering me a lower price, then? Did you really think that I am a fool?" This is a misunderstanding. Really? Joking Scholar hurriedly said, "Just like Your Excellency suggested before, how about 5 silver coins a stack?" Too late. I'll offer at best 2 silver coins now. Before, I had only casually asked around on the street, and already, someone has offered me a price of 5 silver coins. If I ask even more people, I might even find a cheaper offer than that. There are plenty of kingdoms rich in ores. Shifeng smiled contemptuously. Chapter 236, Mysterious NPC. Shifeng's offer this time truly shocked Joking Scholar. However, Joking Scholar knew that it was no longer possible for him to sell the forging materials for a good price at this moment. Joking Scholar had finally realized that making money in Blackwing City was not an easy task. Although Blackwing City provided players with various opportunities, the competition here was more intense than any other city in God's domain. The players in Blackwing City came from various kingdoms and empires, and each one of these kingdoms and empires had their own specialties. Although Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild, they held no advantage whatsoever in this city. Even the forging materials they were so proud of held no advantage in this city. Joking Scholar honestly wondered how Aqua Rose had managed to make so much money from her trips to Blackwing City. Your Excellency, can you give me some time? After all, the price you offered is simply too low. I need to consult with my superiors before making a decision. Joking Scholar persuaded Shi Feng. Fine. It just so happens that I need to purchase some items. We'll meet up in this plaza in 30 minutes. Shi Feng nodded. The two promptly added each other as friends after parting. Shi Feng immediately walked into an empty alley. The reason he had offered an extremely low price of 2 silver coins was to force Joking Scholar to contact his superiors. More importantly, he had done so to part with Joking Scholar. Otherwise, he would have no way of realizing his plan. After walking into the alley, Shi Feng immediately used the 7 Luminaries crystal and returned to White River City. He then rushed to the bank, retrieving several hundred stacks of hard stones and other ores, before using the 7 Luminaries crystal again to travel to Blackwing City. Afterward, Shi Feng looked for a dark, narrow alley. Glancing at his surroundings and making sure that he had not been followed, Shi Feng changed into a new appearance again. This time, he disguised himself as an old man with white hair. He then donned a black hooded cloak and changed his name to Carlos. Aside from his name, he had concealed his information that should be about it. Shi Feng examined his disguise. Regarding outward appearance or temperament, both looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, his body also exuded a frightening aura. He did not look like a player at all. After confirming that there were no problems with his disguise, Shi Feng walked towards a relatively populated street. In the street, he discovered a relatively well-equipped Guardian Knight, and without hesitation he walked towards this Guardian Knight. While he walked past this man, Shi Feng pretended to accidentally bump into him, knocking the man down to the ground. Originally, the Guardian Knight was enraged from being knocked down. However, just before he started cursing, he noticed that the old man before him had a shockingly powerful aura, so much so that he could feel his own body trembling slightly before this elder. Immediately, he used an identification skill on this old man and found out that the old man was called Carlos. Meanwhile, any remaining information about the old man displayed as unknown. In God's domain, there were only 2 scenarios that resulted in an unknown return from an identification skill. One was when the targeted player used a special item to conceal their information, while the other was due to a large gap in strength. In both cases, a normal identification skill would not suffice to determine the target's information. Meanwhile, the old man before him was clearly not a player, but an NPC. Hence, the Guardian Knight determined that the old man named Carlos was very powerful. Afraid that he would earn the ire of this mysterious NPC and get himself killed, the Guardian Knight immediately swallowed his words. "Young man, are you all right?" Shi Feng spoke in a dignified tone, casting an overlooking gaze at the Guardian Knight. "No, there are no problems at all," the Guardian Knight hurriedly said. "It's good that you're all right. However, it is still my fault for bumping into you. As compensation, you can come to my place to purchase items in the future. I will sell them to you at a discount," Shi Feng said. Immediately, he started walking towards a nearby alleyway. "Could my luck have come?" The Guardian Knight reacted quickly as he immediately followed Shi Feng into the alleyway. Shi Feng was shrouded in mystery, and the aura he exuded was extremely frightening. Coupling that with the fact that he had bumped into a player, he would naturally attract the attention of many players on the street. Although Shi Feng's words had not been loud, many of the surrounding players had clearly heard him. There were countless fortuitous encounters in God's domain. It was especially so for a place like Blackwing City. It was not strange for players to purchase some rare items from a hidden NPC. The elderly man before them was such a powerful NPC. It would not be odd for him to sell some powerful, rare item. So, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? Hence, every player on the street followed Shi Feng and the Guardian Knightum. "Why are there so many people following us?" The Guardian Knight felt depressed when he noticed the crowd of players trailing behind him and the old man. However, his feet did not stop as he continued after Shi Feng. Meanwhile, when Shi Feng noticed the large number of players following him, his lips curled into a smile. He had already achieved his goal. Soon after, Shi Feng led the crowd of players past the street where Joking Scholar was. Joking Scholar had only needed to notify his superiors about the current situation. He had not wandered too far from his original location. Naturally, he also noticed the strange sight of a crowd of players following a mysterious old man. Hence, he hurried after one of the players, trailing Shifeng. After making a short inquiry, Joking Scholar learned the reason for this strange situation. His face lit up with joy as he, too, joined this army of players. Seeing that Joking Scholar had taken the bait, Shifeng located an unoccupied gazebo and took a seat there. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the players following him. The Guardian Knight from before immediately walked up to Shifeng without hesitation. He intended to find out what items he could purchase from the old man. In response to the Guardian Knight's actions, Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he retrieved hard stones and many other types of rare ores. He then quoted extremely low prices for all these ores. Shifeng quoted 1 stack of hard stones for 40 copper coins, a stack of 200 iron ore for 4 silver coins, a stack of 200 fine iron ore for 6 silver coins, 200 silver ore for 10 silver coins, and 200 mithril ore for 12 silver coins. The Guardian Knight was immediately dumbfounded when he heard these prices. The prices Shifeng quoted were far lower than the current market prices. It was especially true for the hard stones that were currently in high demand. Your Excellency Carlos, I wish to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones, the Guardian Knight said, excitement clear in his voice. After all, if he returned to his own country and resold these hard stones at 5 silver coins, he would make an immense profit. Anyone would grow excited over such a situation. Hence, the Guardian Knight spent all of the money he had on him to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. Meanwhile, the players that arrived a tad bit later were immediately stunned by the Guardian Knight's transaction. Immediately, they rushed forward to purchase hard stones from Shifeng. A majority of the players currently in Blackwing City were independent players. The money they carried did not amount to much, so the number of hard stones they could buy was limited. Most of the players only bought a dozen or so stacks of hard stones from Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had already sold over 200 stacks. The players who managed to purchase hard stones from Shifeng left with wide smiles. Some had even purchased gold coins using credits, shouting their offer on the streets. If they were to purchase coins through the virtual trade center, the coins would need at least 2 hours to arrive in their accounts. If it were a private transaction between players, however, they could immediately pay and receive the coins. Hence, these players immediately started yelling on the streets, going so far as to offer double the market price. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. This mysterious NPC was actually selling these items and at such a low price. There were even so many players purchasing coins on the streets. If news of this matter reached Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant's ears, if that happened, he would never get rid of the forging materials in his hands. Immediately, Joking Scholar sent this information back to his superior, and just as quickly, he received a reply. They ordered him to sell as many of the materials as he could at a low price. Following which, Joking Scholar immediately rushed towards the meeting location he had agreed upon with Shifeng. He then sent Shifeng a message, stating that they could conduct their trade immediately. Joking Scholar was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the matter with the mysterious NPC. If Shifeng found out about it, he wouldn't even be able to sell his hard stones for 2 silver coins a stack. Shifeng revealed a faint smile after receiving Joking Scholar's message. Immediately, he told the players that he had sold out for the day and that he would return tomorrow. Many of the new arrivals were gravely disappointed. They lamented over the fact that they had been so slow, and they had no choice but to return tomorrow. Soon after, Shifeng vanished from the player's sight. He searched for a secluded location and donned the appearance of Lone Tyrant once more, before hurrying over to the meeting location. Chapter 237. If you don't do stupid things, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered, sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City. Beneath the stargazing tower, Shifeng located Joking Scholar. At this moment, panic painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Shifeng, he hurried over. Guild leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the hard stones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Starmoon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost, Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Shifeng. A smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade by the looks of it. However, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Shifeng to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention, Shifeng had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins a stack. Now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of hard stones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Shifeng shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. The various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones if these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price? Shifeng laughed. Guild Leader Tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said, if you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack, 60 copper coins a stack. Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks. Shifeng feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course. This is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks. Shifeng said. Hearing that Shifeng was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, They could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, "Guild Leader Tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron or 400 stacks of silver or 200 stacks of mithril or 100 stacks of gold and also a mysterious iron-ranked runic or bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack, and they come with a gift of rare ores as well? There are even 100 stacks of gold or a high-quality ore that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you." Shifeng smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack at the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack. He could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Shifeng paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. Let's sign a contract then, Guild Leader Tyrant. Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild Leader Tyrant. This is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild Leader Tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I'm not trying to question Guild Leader Tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles. Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days, but why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins as priority, if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment? Shifeng angrily said, "You call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether." Although Shifeng appeared angry, inwardly he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Shifeng couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our guild leader has personally signed. The only thing remaining is Guild Leader Tyrant's signature. Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Shifeng discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. No, that's more like it, Shifeng said with satisfaction. After finding no problems with the agreement, Shifeng was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Shifeng. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Shifeng finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. Chapter 238, Perfect Substitute. Let's first trade the 2,000 stacks that I have with me then. Joking Scholar felt fully relieved now. Sure. Shifeng revealed a faint smile, nodding. Joking Scholar then called up the trade interface, initiating the trade with the agreement in effect now. Even if Lone Tyrant discovered the secret, he would not dare renege on the deal. If he did so, he had to pay 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins set the priority. Hence, he could only gnash his teeth as he purchased 50,000 stacks of hard stones for 50 copper coins. A stack. The full transaction would total to 250 gold coins. Meanwhile, by reselling the 48,000 stacks of hard stones he would obtain from the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar could make a clean profit of 48 gold. In addition to the 10 gold he just obtained, he would have a total profit of 58 gold. Such an amount could allow him to purchase quite a lot of items at the Blackwing City auction. He could also use the leftovers to increase the guild's fluid funds. Joking Scholar nearly roared with excitement. This feeling is great. However, Joking Scholar suppressed his excitement. He still needed to maintain a proper outward appearance. Now that Twilight Echo had such fluid funds, they could develop at a much faster rate. Also, since his contribution in this matter was so great, Joking Scholar wondered just what sort of reward the guild leader would give him currently. Shifeng also felt exhilarated at the sight of so many forging materials. Most importantly, he had only spent 10 gold coins for all of them. Nothing could feel better than these. As long as he resold them in White River City, he could earn 200 gold coins from the 2,000 stacks of hard stones alone. If he forged all of them into whetstones, he could make 800 gold. If he turned them into advanced whetstones, that would be a 2,000 gold profit. Although he could not make whetstones and advanced whetstones at a 100% success rate, after deducting costs, he could still easily earn over 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only in the case for 2,000 stacks. If he received the full 50,000 stacks of hard stones from Twilight Echo, he could easily achieve the 30,000 gold needed for his epic quest. Guild leader Tyrant, please hold on a moment. I'll go and retrieve the remaining hard stones. Joking Scholar was satisfied after receiving the money. He would immediately use this money to purchase even more hard stones from that mysterious NPC. Fine. Let's meet up at the bank then. Shifeng couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Joking Scholar's smile. Although players could not retrieve their personal belongings from the bank of Blackwing City, they were still allowed to store items. Right now, Shifeng's bag was full to the brim. It would be inconvenient for him to attend the Blackwing City auction in such a state. Hence, he planned to store his items first. As for the remaining forging materials he had been promised, Shifeng no longer held any hopes of receiving them. After all, he could already envision the end result. Shifeng wondered just what sort of expression Joking Scholar would make when he found out that not only was the NPC that sold the forging materials no longer there, but the NPC would also never return. Very quickly, Joking Scholar ran over to the gazebo the mysterious NPC had previously occupied. Where is he? Joking Scholar looked at the scarcely populated alley. Aside from a few players, the mysterious NPC was nowhere to be found. Are you referring to that NPC that sold the forging materials? You came late. That NPC sold out of materials a while ago. He said he would only return tomorrow after restocking. You guys are gullible. Did you really think such things will happen every day? I bet this was a one-time event triggered by some sort of quest. I highly doubt that old man will return. Otherwise, if the old man sold so many hard stones every single day, wouldn't it break the market? The main god system shouldn't make such a mistake. Two kind-hearted players passing by suddenly started chatting about this incident. How could this be? Hearing the words of the two kind-hearted players, Joking Scholar's face instantly turned ashen. Words could no longer describe his current mood. God, just what have I done? Whether the mysterious NPC sold the hard stones in limited amounts every day or stopped selling altogether, to Joking Scholar, there was no difference between the two. No matter which scenario occurred, it was impossible for him to put together 48,000 stacks of hard stones within 10 days. If he failed to do so, then he would break the terms of the contract. If so, he would have to compensate Shifeng with 5,000 gold coins, or 50 million credits. Faced with such a heavy price, Joking Scholar had instantly fallen from heaven directly into hell. Moreover, he had fallen to the most horrifying 18th layer of hell, of each. If he had known such a situation would occur, he absolutely would not have sold those forging materials he had for such a low price. In the end, he had only gained 10 gold coins for all those precious materials. Moreover, he had even dug his own grave and bought his own coffin by signing that 50,000 stack contract with Lone Tyrant. What was he supposed to do now? This won't do. I need to contact Lone Tyrant immediately. I have to think of a way to scrap that contract. At the end of the day, Joking Scholar was still a veteran businessman. Now that he knew what he should do, he hurriedly ran towards the bank of Blackwing City. If he had only lost this batch of forging materials, Twilight Echo could still bear such a loss. It would not greatly hamper the guild's overall development. Furthermore, he had at least received 10 gold coins for those materials. However, the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones would take Twilight Echo's life. If he took Twilight Echo's life, the guild leader would take his. Just after Feng stored all the materials in the bank, he noticed Joking Scholar running over to him in a flurry. Although Joking Scholar tried to feign calmness, with the immense pressure and fear bearing down on him, he failed. Brother Scholar is fast. It must be exhausting for you to transport the stones back and forth. I wonder how many stacks you have brought this time? Feng poked fun at Joking Scholar. Your Excellency Tyrant, I need to discuss a certain matter with you. Joking Scholar no longer had the confidence from before. He even started using honorifics in his speech. However, he had no choice as his life was now in Feng's hands. We are already business partners. If you have anything to say, just say it. Feng nodded. Your Excellency Tyrant is right. We at Twilight Echo have always been villains before gentlemen. Since we are business partners, we have to consider each other. If we trade 50,000 stacks of hard stones in a single go, I'm assuming that your Excellency Tyrant won't have enough gold coins. Even if given 10 days, that should not be possible. Hence, after careful consideration, we have decided to alter the contract, loosening the conditions stated on it. How do you feel about this, your Excellency Tyrant? Joking Scholar slowly explained, his words sounding very logical. If Feng hadn't known that Joking Scholar was trying to renege on the contract, he might have been moved to tears by Joking Scholar's words. As expected of a veteran businessman, he can still wear a straight face when tricking someone. For a moment there, I even believed he was thinking of my own good. Feng inwardly sneered. Unfortunately, such words could not move his heart or trick him, especially since he had long since known Joking Scholar's true colors. Many thanks for Brother Scholar's worries. However, Brother Scholar can rest assured that as long as I return to my kingdom with these materials and resell them, I can earn the money back very quickly. I guarantee that I can clear the debt within 10 days, so there is no need for the extra trouble of altering the contract. Feng faintly smiled, saying, let's hurry and finish the trade then. The auction is about to start. Following which, Joking Scholar gave a dozen more reasons to cancel the agreement, such as lowering the price even further, or increasing the trade amount, and so on. Unfortunately, Feng had rejected each and every one of them. This situation had pushed Joking Scholar to the brink of insanity. However, Joking Scholar didn't wish to reveal his intentions accidentally, so even though he was close to the point of vomiting blood out of anger, he chose to hold it in. Brother Scholar, you don't have to waste any more words in trying to change the agreement. I will not change it no matter what. After all, I can purchase 50,000 stacks of hard stones at a price of 50 coppers a stack. That is a rare opportunity that I won't find even if I try. Even if I bought them from an NPC, I definitely couldn't buy so many. You knew all along. Of course, who wouldn't know about such a huge incident? Is there something wrong with your head? You wanted to resell the hard stones you bought from that NPC and make a huge profit off of me? Keep that in your dreams. I already felt that the NPC was unreliable. Thus, I agreed to your offer. Seeing your frustration as expected, that NPC really was unreliable. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the remaining 48,000 hard stones. You swindled me. I am representing Twilight Echo. Aren't you afraid of angering Twilight Echo with your actions? We can extinguish a third-rate guild like Dark Star at any given minute. Oh, Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild. I'm so scared. Unfortunately for you, Twilight Echo is based in the distant Storm Empire. You guys are simply too far away from Star Moon Kingdom. So what if you are amazing? Can you do anything to me? What can you do to Dark Star? If you have the ability, then come to Star Moon Kingdom. I'll gladly exterminate Twilight Echo and remove its name from God's domain permanently. However, for now, You guys best think of a plan to deal with the compensation. Ha. Saying so, Shifeng departed from Blackwing City's bank, laughing loudly and leaving behind an utterly dazed Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar was completely unable to accept the reality that he had been swindled. However, compared to being swindled, he felt more humiliated over the fact that Shifeng had been toying with him from the beginning. Moreover, he had gladly jumped for joy like a monkey. When Joking Scholar thought about this, he felt utterly humiliated. After a good while had passed, Joking Scholar bellowed, "Lone Tyrant, just you wait. Twilight Echo's power far exceeds your imagination. We will definitely destroy you and Dark Star." Chapter 239, Surprised Again and Again. After Joking Scholar recovered from his shock, he immediately called up the system communication interface and reported to Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo Guild leader, that Lone Tyrant clearly looks down on Twilight Echo. He has already resolved to swindle 5,000 gold coins from us. Joking Scholar reported everything that happened to Glorious Echo, trembling as he spoke. Although he was one of the core members of Twilight Echo, he had caused a huge loss to the guild this time. Who knew what the guild leader would do to him? I understand. However, a mere third-rate guild is not yet worthy of me taking action personally. I'll send Brilliant War God to deal with the corporation standing behind Dark Star in reality. If Lone Tyrant is sensible, he should know what to do. If he thinks he can easily take 5,000 gold coins from me, he should think again. However, Scholar, your performance this time has disappointed me. After you're done with the auction, return and hand over your duties to Green Wave. Yes, Guild Leader. I will meet with Green Wave once I return. Although Glorious Echo had not scolded Joking Scholar, he had made his intentions clear. Instantly, Joking Scholar's outward appearance seemed to age by over a decade. Even if he inwardly felt reluctant, he could only accept this conclusion at this moment. Hatred of Lone Tyrant filled Joking Scholar's very soul. If it weren't for Lone Tyrant, he would not have fallen to such a fate unless he could perform astonishingly, bringing a huge benefit to the guild. The guild would no longer regard him with any importance. No, I can't just give up. As long as I can buy an item at the Blackwing auction that will surprise the guild leader, he might even decide to rescind my punishment. A final trace of hope ignited in Joking Scholar with the 8 gold he had brought from the guild. In addition to the 10 gold he previously obtained, he currently had 18 gold on him. With so much money, not even a first-rate guild could contest him in the auction. Elsewhere, Shifeng had already arrived at the Blackwing auction house under the guise of Black Flame. Shifeng's plan had succeeded magnificently. Not only had he earned a large sum of coins and credits, but he also helped Dark Star make a powerful enemy. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of this first-rate guild, Glorious Echo possessed over 20 years of experience playing virtual reality games. Furthermore, he had led Twilight Echo in campaigns in the virtual world for over a decade, so he had a wealth of experience, and his strength and techniques were also extremely powerful. Aside from such an impressive guild leader, Twilight Echo also possessed tens of top-tier experts. In the past, every one of these experts had become Tier 4 or above powerhouses. In addition, Twilight Echo also had 3 members who had achieved a Tier 6 class in the past, becoming God-ranked powerhouses. Among those 3, one was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo himself. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and one of her good friends took up the other 2 spots. This was the reason Twilight Echo stood out amongst the many tyrants surrounding them, becoming one of the few super guilds in God's domain. In the past, Twilight Echo had far surpassed Ouroboros in every aspect, and they had even established a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. Back then, Twilight Echo was an existence that Shifeng could only admire from afar. Of course, Shifeng could not take the current Twilight Echo lightly. After all, Twilight Echo was still a first-rate guild. It had an extraordinary background, and there were countless corporations supporting them financially. They similarly had a large influence in the real world. To deal with a third-rate guild like Dark Star, they could simply put some pressure on Dark Star economically in reality, and Dark Star would suffer. Hence the reason Shifeng had chosen to disguise himself as Lone Tyrant when toying with Twilight Echo. Right now, Shifeng still did not know who supported Dark Star from behind the scenes. However, with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo placing financial pressure on them in the real world, Shifeng could, at least, glimpse the powerful organization standing behind Dark Star. That way, Shifeng could take appropriate measures to deal with them in the future, just as Shifeng was about to take a seat in the auction hall. Shifeng's system communicator rang out. The person contacting him was none other than Aqua Rose, who had been out of reach all this time. "Miss Aqua, you sure are a busy person. You actually sent a representative for such an important business transaction." Shifeng teased. Shifeng was very clear that Aqua Rose's absence had something to do with Glorious Echo. After all, Aqua Rose's recent performance had been too impressive. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Glorious Echo must have felt Aqua Rose was a threat to his position. "Master Black Flame, you must be joking. I've only managed to log into God's domain after much difficulty. However, it seems that I am still too late." Aqua Rose's tone was helpless as she spoke. "What happened?" Shifeng asked curiously. Based on Aqua Rose's tone, Shifeng could tell that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would a strong woman like Aqua Rose reveal a trace of depression and helplessness? At the end of the day, Aqua Rose was still an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Her position in the guild was extremely high. Moreover, Aqua Rose's family in the real world had a powerful background. Her family was also one of the corporations supporting Twilight Echo financially, so they possessed significant shares of the guild. Thus, unless Glorious Echo had gone insane, he should not have taken any vicious actions against Aqua Rose. The current situation was merely a business competition, and both were still doing it to develop Twilight Echo. At worst, both parties would only feel dissatisfied with each other. They would not break off all relations with and start an all-out where it's nothing much. "I only left Twilight Echo, that's all," Aqua Rose casually replied. "What? You left Twilight Echo? Did your family not say anything about this?" Shifeng nearly thought his ears had played a trick on him. Although Aqua Rose sounded relaxed, Shifeng could feel the aggrieved feelings hidden behind her words. After all, he had personally experienced a similar situation in the past. Still, the corporation behind Aqua Rose possesses a significant number of the Twilight Echo's shares. That Glorious Echo must have gone insane to expel Aqua Rose from the guild. "My family tried to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. I refused, so I was expelled from Twilight Echo as a result. In a fit of rage, I also ran away from home. I am penniless now after buying a new virtual reality helmet. I wonder if Master Black Flame would be willing to shelter me?" Aqua Rose giggled as she joked she had only been joking about her current financial state. After all, it was a fact that she was the princess of a major corporation. It was inevitable that she would have some money saved up. Even if she ran away from home and did not rely on her parents, the money she had in her bank account could allow her to live the rest of her life in peace without working. "Sure. I would gladly welcome a powerful helper like Miss Rose. How does an annual salary of 1 million credits, in addition to 5% of my workshop's shares, sound to you?" Shifeng naturally knew Aqua Rose only joked with him. However, Shifeng did not wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity now that it had landed in his lap. Who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again? Aqua Rose was immediately dumbfounded by Shifeng's offer. Normally, it was already impressive for a guild to offer an annual salary in the millions. Yet, Shifeng went as far as to offer her 5% of his guild's shares willingly. This was an unimaginable offer, and it clearly showed how highly Shifeng viewed her. Aqua Rose suddenly felt bewildered. Originally, she had intended to start up her own workshop from scratch. After all, some of her loyal subordinates had left Twilight Echo with her after learning of her expulsion. With this group of people under her command, she could still establish a relatively strong workshop. In the future, she intended to build a guild powerful enough to rival Twilight Echo. She wanted to teach her family that their decision was a mistake. The only problem remaining would be Twilight Echo's oppression. It was also why she currently had a massive headache. If she wished to continue developing herself and her workshop in the Storm Empire, they would have to face the full brunt of Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was very clear on just how amazing Twilight Echo was as a guild, but now that Shifeng had invited her with such sincerity, she was at a loss on what to do. Chapter 240, Purgatory's Shadow. If that is still not enough, you can become the vice leader of the guild. You can also form your own elite team and maintain independence. How about it? Shifeng added Twilight Echo's abandonment of a future Tier 6 God-ranked powerhouse was the same as crippling both of their arms. The reason Shifeng thought both, and not just one of their arms, was because without Aqua Rose, her Tier 6 friend would not join Twilight Echo. Hence, Twilight Echo's decision to expel Aqua Rose was the equivalent of expelling two future God-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, Shifeng had single-handedly caused this tragedy of Twilight Echoes, albeit unintentionally. If he could recruit Aqua Rose into his guild, he very much looked forward to the guild's future. Even if I agreed to your offer, I still have a group of subordinates in the Storm Empire. I might be able to afford the expensive teleportation fee for myself, but they won't be able to. Moreover, for my sake, they chose to leave Twilight Echo and abandon their bright futures there. I can't just abandon them for my own selfish reasons. I'm truly sorry about this. Although Shifeng's offer was very attractive, Aqua Rose was not willing to abandon her subordinates. Are there a lot of them? Shifeng asked. There should be over 100 people. Master Black Flame, you should just give up. Not even Twilight Echo can afford the teleportation fee for so many people. Aqua Rose naturally understood Shifeng's intentions behind the question. Teleportation across countries was costly. Moreover, the Storm Empire was very far away from Star Moon Kingdom, so the teleportation fee involved would be far more expensive. A rough estimate for a single player was 2 to 3 gold coins, while the total for 100 players would be at least 200 to 300 gold coins, not to mention just one first-rate guild. Even 10 first-rate guilds combined couldn't afford such a price. It was impossible that Shifeng would possess so many gold coins, so it's only 100 or so. Fortunately, there aren't too many. Shifeng sighed in relief. If there were over 1,000 players, then he would truly feel heartache from the teleportation fees. Come to Star Moon Kingdom, then. I'll pay the teleportation fees. He had earned a ton from Twilight Echo before, and right now, it just so happened that he could return some of it to Aqua Rose. This could be considered as a type of fate as well. However, if Glorious Echo found out about this, he would most likely vomit blood out of anger. Master Black Flame, that's 300 gold coins, not 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose reminded Shifeng. I know that. I'll send 300 gold to you in a moment. After you arrive in White River City, head to the Starstreak trading firm to look for me. As the Blackwing auction had already started, Shifeng disconnected the call after saying so. Shifeng's words left Aqua Rose utterly shocked. Just what kind of power is behind Master Black Flame? How could he have such astonishing wealth? To casually hand over 300 gold coins. Could it be one of those super guilds? Shifeng's tone when he spoke had been very casual, as if the 300 gold coins he mentioned were merely 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose shook her head. No. Even those super guilds can't spend 300 gold coins with such ease. This is interesting. Anyway, I'll get my answers as long as I arrive at White River City. Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile, anticipation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the venue of today's Blackwing auction was already packed with players. Among all these players, a majority consisted of the upper echelons of large guilds. These guilds had scraped up every single coin they could for today's auction. From their inquiries, they learned that the auction house sold many astonishing items. Even if it was only in the normal auction, items such as fine gold equipment and materials required to forge dark gold equipment would be available. There was also a small possibility for items such as dark gold weapons and epic ranked items to appear in the auction. One only needed sufficient coins to purchase these precious items. After going through several warm-up auctions, the fiery atmosphere in the auction venue reached its zenith. From the start, players desired every item that had been up for auction. However, none of these items piqued Shifeng's interest, as all of them were only mysterious iron rank. Although such items were useful to a guild's elite members, they were not of much use to him. Meanwhile, the following item that appeared on stage instantly caused the eyes of every player present to shine. They all expressed great interest in this item. This item was a fine gold ranked dagger. Ice Thorn dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Power of Frost. deals 50% frost damage to the target, reducing target's movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 4 seconds. If an assassin equipped this dagger, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if the assassin failed to kill the enemy with a single hit, with the speed reduction in effect, they could continue linking skills to destroy their enemy. Aside from the Ice Thorn, there was also a dagger called Raging Flames Dagger. Raging Flames Dagger, Fine Gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, Agility plus 24, Endurance plus 15. Additional skill dash. Power of Flames, deals 50% flame damage to the target, reducing the target's defense by 10% for 20 seconds. Effect stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. All assassins in the auction venue grew excited at the appearance of these two daggers. They practically drooled, wishing they could equip these blades. Regarding the speed reduction, the armor break effect, or the additional 50% magic damage, they were all precious to assassins. One could say that these two daggers were the best weapons for assassins at this stage of the game, and they were second to none. However, the minimum bid also caused the players to feel helpless and frustrated. The bidding started at 5 gold coins. Moreover, the minimum increment for each bid was 10 silver coins. If they were to compete for this item, the price would still increase by a lot. If one of the large guilds present bid on these daggers, that guild would lose the ability to compete for the following items to show up in the auction unless they had a particular need for these daggers. None of the guilds present would insist on buying them. Not bad. They are indeed top-tier weapons for a level 15 assassin. It just so happens that I can gift them to Fire Dance, Shi Feng said in satisfaction after examining the attributes of the daggers. Great. Heaven has yet to forsake me. If I can present these daggers to the guild leader, he would definitely be very happy. He might even decide to my repeal punishment. Sitting at the forefront of the auction hall, Joking Scholar's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger displayed on the stage. If level 200 guards were not present, he might have rushed onto the stage to snatch the weapons. After the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the entire auction hall exploded. 5 gold. 5 gold, 50 silvers. 6 gold. Before a minute had passed, the price of the daggers had reached 7 gold, 20 silvers. When the majority of the guilds saw such a price, they quickly gave up on the daggers. You all can compete with each other all you want, but don't even think that you can win against me. Joking Scholar was completely confident at the moment. He was not afraid that someone could bid higher than he could. Moreover, this was only the start of the auction. Many more items would appear later on, and no one knew how powerful the following items would be. Everyone would hold back their bids. Hence, Joking Scholar was not afraid of someone competing with him over the daggers. Seeing that the bids had stopped, Shi Feng opened his mouth and said, 10 gold coins. The auction venue instantly fell silent. Although these daggers were top-tier weapons for an assassin, that price was simply too high. However, that was not to say that these daggers were worth such a price tag. Rather, not many players currently present could afford such a price. They had not brought that many coins with them to the auction. If the auction were conducted using credits, many players would be more than willing to spend 500,000 credits to buy these daggers. Black Flame? Shit. He is actually trying to compete with me. How could he have so much money? Joking Scholar was on the brink of insanity. If he offered an even higher price for the daggers, then he could not afford to bid on later items. Yet, if he did not buy these daggers, his future would be bleak in the end. Joking Scholar made a decision, loudly shouting, 10 gold, 20 silvers. In response, Shi Feng merely smiled as he casually said, 12 gold. 12 gold, 10 silvers. Joking Scholar gripped his chest in pain as he shouted, his hatred for Shi Feng growing intensely. Annoying little pest. 20 gold. Shi Feng did not wish to waste his time with Joking Scholar, so he abruptly raised the bid by a huge margin. He did not mind spending such a small amount of money. After all, he had made a huge profit off Twilight Echo today. Black Flame. Joking Scholar glared at Shi Feng, a hint of despair hidden within his eyes. He only had 18 gold on him right now, so he had no way to compete for the daggers at all. He never imagined that, in the very end, the Black Flame he had looked down on would give him the final blow, sending him into the abyss of despair. On the other hand, Feng felt it troublesome to pay attention to Joking Scholar. He did not even glance at the Meteoric as he focused on the next auctioned item, Purgatory's Shadow. This was one of the 3 treasures one could only find in the Blackwing auction house. Chapter 241, Envious Wealth. All the players present at the auction venue were awestruck by Feng's bid of 20 gold coins. Players who could attend the Blackwing auction all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even so, none of them could afford such a price, although plenty of the players present were provided funding by their own guilds, that only amounted to 10 gold or so. Even the wealthiest guild present had brought only a little more than 20 gold. Hence, nobody present would be willing to go all out just for a pair of level 15 daggers, even if they were weapons of supreme quality. Although these daggers could instantly turn an expert assassin into an apex assassin, they would not be of much help to the guild in the long run. Even if the players present could afford to buy these daggers, they would not spend 20 gold to do so. After the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the 3rd time, everyone in the audience started laughing maniacally. What a stupid guy. He actually spent 20 gold for those 2 daggers. I wonder who he is trying to impress, for him to willingly part with so much money? Ha! At least I have one less competitor now. 20 gold. What a rich tycoon. While ignoring everyone's mockery, Feng paid 20 gold to the auction house and received the 2 daggers. He then shifted his focus to the next item up for bid, Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable, additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In God's domain, weapons and equipment could be categorized into 2 types. Those that could be upgraded, and those that could not be upgraded. A majority of the weapons and equipment available belonged to the latter category, and only a scant few items could be upgraded. Normally, only items of epic rank or above could grow along with a player's level, and very rarely would any item below epic rank possess such a capability. It can be upgraded twice, as expected of one of the treasures of the Blackwing auction house. If this item could be upgraded to level 30, it can still be of use even when players reach level 45. Feng was very satisfied with this weapon. He could equip the Purgatory's Shadow once he reached level 20, and he would not need to waste time looking for a new weapon. Not only was the Purgatory's Shadow suited to swordsmen, it was also suitable for shield warriors and guardian knights. If an MT equipped this sword, not only would their maximum HP greatly increase, their damage output would similarly increase by a huge margin. They could aggro monsters much more firmly. However, the most important feature of this sword was its ability to reduce a target's damage dealing by 20%. This weapon was practically made to counter boss monsters. If used inside a team dungeon, its effect would be decisive compared to the 2 fine gold ranked daggers from before. The dark gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow would be of much greater help to a guild. However, the minimum price for the Purgatory's Shadow was likewise greater. Many guilds were overwhelmed by the sword's starting bid of 15 gold. With the funds they possessed, they could only sit on the sidelines in this auction. This sword belongs to me. Everyone else, don't even think of trying to compete against me for it. Who the fuck are you? We world dominators have taken a liking to this sword. Whoever dares to bid will be looking for trouble with us. Do you guys think you are the only first-rate guild present in this auction? Our guild is the bloodthirsty war god. Anyone who dares to bid will be dead meat. Although the price of the Purgatory's Shadow was high, the competition for it was still intense. It made one truly wonder just what price it would achieve in this auction. Hence, the many first-rate guilds present started sending warnings to the other guilds in the hopes of buying the Purgatory's Shadow at a cheap price. Idiots. Feng helplessly shook his head at their actions. Did these people think that the ones buying items here were limited only to players? Although the minimum bid for the Purgatory's Shadow was 15 gold, according to Feng's understanding, one needed to bid at least 25 gold in order to secure the item. Otherwise, it would be bought out by NPCs. Did these first-rate guilds think that, by voicing threats, they could take advantage of loopholes in the system? Soon after, the bidding for the Purgatory's shadow started, and the price for the sword soared continuously. In a blink of an eye, the price of the sword had already reached 20 gold. The ones currently bidding for the sword consisted of only first-rate guilds. Second-rate and third-rate guilds did not have the funds to take part in this auction at all. They could only look on in silence, unwillingness filling their hearts. Meanwhile, joking scholar similarly felt helpless as he sat in the front row of the auction. If he had not been swindled by Lone Tyrant, he could have bought those 2 daggers already and also this Purgatory shadow, while the other guilds could only watch as he did so. After the bidding continued for several minutes, the price for the Purgatory's shadow finally stopped increasing at 24 gold 30 silvers. This price was very low where level 20 dark gold weapons were concerned. Not to mention, this was also a dark gold weapon that could be upgraded. This Purgatory's shadow belongs to me now. Seeing that nobody else was outbidding him, the berserker from World Dominators cheered. The members of other guilds could only look at this berserker with unwillingness in their eyes. In an auction, players competed with one another in terms of wealth, not influence. However, immediately after the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the second time, someone broke the silence and made a bid. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a single person. 25 gold. 26 gold, this sword looks finely made. I can add it to my collection. I'll bid 30 gold coins. At this moment, a nobleman of Blackwing City placed an astonishing bid, stupefying all the guilds present. Why are the NPCs joining the bid as well? This question baffled many of those present in this auction. If NPCs were going to bid against them too, how were they supposed to compete? That man was an NPC. A noble of Blackwing City at that. How were players supposed to outbid him? Damn. This auction house is clearly trying to toy around with us. They're only letting us players compete for the non-precious items. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought those 2 fine gold-ranked daggers from before. That person was truly lucky. He managed to so easily obtain those 2 daggers. Many of the players present started regretting their previous inaction. They never thought that the auction house would play such a card. 31 gold. At this moment, a familiar, indifferent voice resounded in the auction hall. Every player in the venue immediately turned their gazes toward the origin of this indifferent voice. However, their eyes were immediately filled with both shock and disbelief when they discovered the owner of the voice. The person who called out this bid was none other than Shurfeng, the person who previously bought the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers for 20 gold. Now, he had once again placed a bid of 31 gold. How much money does this fellow have? Everyone started making speculations that Shurfeng might have robbed an NPC noble. Otherwise, how could he have so much money? After Shurfeng shouted his bid of 31 gold, the great noble immediately countered with a bid of 32 gold. However, Shurfeng did not fall behind as he followed up with 33 gold. As both parties took turns placing bids, the price of the Purgatory's shadow gradually increased. Every player witnessing this scene had their mouths gaping wide in shock. Finally, Shurfeng secured the Purgatory's shadow at a price of 39 gold, following which, several rounds of auction passed without much commotion. Compared to Shurfeng's 39 gold purchase, the other auction items were sold at much lower prices. Although another treasure appeared during the auction, it was a dark gold-ranked leather armor that failed to pique Shurfeng's interest. In the end, the equipment was bought by an NPC for 32 gold. When the auction reached its peak, the bid for the 3rd treasure finally started. This 3rd treasure could also be considered the grand finale of this auction. Just the starting bid of this item was already set at 30 gold, causing every guild present to give up on bidding for it. After all, they already knew that, in order to secure this item, they would have to bid at least 50 gold or above. Unless several first-rate guilds pooled their funds together, it would be an impossible feat. However, the notion of forming such an alliance was simply unimaginable for the many first-rate guilds present. Lending money to other guilds at this point in time would be no different from lending money to an enemy. Even if they did join together and purchase the item, there would only be one copy of the item. How were they supposed to split it? Hence, it was impossible for any of the guilds present to form an alliance. Chapter 242, Arclight Shield. Originally, the guilds attending the Blackwing auction had already given up on bidding for the final item. They merely stayed to take a look at how high the price of the final item would reach. The minimum price for the item was 30 gold. None of the guilds present were that flush with fluid funds, however. The moment their sights landed on the final item, they instantly had a change of heart. The reason being, the item displayed on stage was simply too important to a guild. The final item was neither weapon nor equipment. Instead, it was a forging design. If the forging design was for a normal weapon or equipment, nobody would have paid any attention to it. However, the forging design being auctioned was for the Arclight shield, a level 15 fine gold ranked shield. If they could produce this item, it would definitely provide a huge improvement for the MTs in their guilds. This shield was especially useful during this crucial period of the game, with more and more first clears of 10-man and 20-man dungeons taken. The various large guilds had already started challenging 50-man team dungeons. However, there was one problem that vexed them without end. Their MTs could not even tank the first boss of the dungeon. If their MTs couldn't even survive the attacks of the boss, how were they supposed to raid it? However, if a handful of MTs equipped this Arclight shield, raiding the dungeon would become a much easier endeavor. This won't do. Our guild needs to get this item. I have to contact the guild leader immediately. This shield is simply too good. I must have it. The representatives of the first-rate guilds present had, at the first moment, contacted their respective guild leaders and reported this matter to them. The answer these representatives received was also one of confirmation. They were told to obtain the forging design at all costs. These representatives were also told to contact the other second-rate and third-rate guilds present at the auction venue to seek their cooperation. In return, the first-rate guilds would produce the appropriate amount of Arclight shields for them based on the amount of money they contributed originally. The second-rate and third-rate guilds present had long since given up on bidding for the Arclight shield forging design. After all, they could not even afford the minimum price of the item. Now that they were given new hope, they would naturally be more than willing to lend their help. 1, 2, 3. More and more second-rate and third-rate guilds started allying themselves with first-rate guilds. They pooled together all the funds they had, and very quickly, plenty of first-rate guilds had managed to collect a total sum of around 50 gold. They then proceeded to place bids one after another. The price of the Arclight shield forging design consistently rose, starting from the minimum bid of 30 gold. Its price quickly increased to 51 gold. The guilds strived very hard to outbid each other. As soon as they received the funds of another guild, they would immediately call out the highest bid they could afford. They were deeply afraid that, if they gave the other guilds too much time, the other guilds would be able to obtain even more funds, just as these guilds were competing against one another with a fiery passion. 60 gold. Shurfeng immediately raised the bid by 9 gold. Shurfeng did not wish to waste too much time on this auction. In any case, it was a must for him to obtain this Arclight shield forging design. Why do you have so much money? Just who is this brat? Previously, they had already been shocked by Shurfeng's wealth. Now, however, they started feeling frightened. After spending 59 gold to purchase 3 weapons, Shurfeng was still able to place a bid of 60 gold. If they had not been aware of the fact that players were not allowed to place a bid without having the corresponding amount of money, they would definitely have thought that Shurfeng was just joking around. Faced with the pressure of 60 gold, 2 first-rate guilds immediately joined hands to place a new bid. Meanwhile, the guild to take the lead in this alliance was World Dominators. The representative for this guild yelled out his bid of 61 gold right away, 70 gold. Shurfeng no longer wished to play around in these muddied waters. Otherwise, he would have to pointlessly waste a lot of money. 71 gold. 80 gold. 81 gold. 90 gold. Before even a minute had passed, the price of the Arclight shield forging design had already reached a staggering 106 gold. If such an amount was converted into credits, that would be more than 1 million credits. If one took into account the inflation that would occur due to the volume purchase of coins, then the value of 106 gold coins might even reach 2 million credits. 2 million credits just for a forging design. If a normal player were to learn about this, they would definitely consider Shurfeng insane, a spendthrift that had nowhere to spend his money. However, Shurfeng felt that the Arclight shield forging design was worth such an amount of money. After all, The value of this forging design would only grow higher once it entered his hands. To actually run out of money at this crucial time. We definitely can't fall short at this final moment. Who else has money? Overlord Warbear, the berserker from World Dominators, started panicking. His guild leader had already given him the command to obtain the forging design at all costs. However, even after joining hands with another first-rate guild and more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate guilds, they still could not outbid a single Surefeng. Warbear was truly at a loss on what to do now. He had even secretly contacted Surefeng before. As long as Surefeng was willing to let World Dominators have the forging design, he was willing to compensate Surefeng with 1,000,000 credits. Yet, the price of the forging design still continued to increase higher and higher. He was already nearing the brink of insanity. Right now. I can lend you a hand. I have 18 gold with me here. This should be enough to suppress that black flame. Joking Scholar walked over to Warbear at this moment. What conditions do you have? I advise you to give up if they are too outrageous. I won't hand over this forging design no matter what. Of course I know this. My conditions are simple. After World Dominators obtains the forging design, just give me the Arclight shield that I deserve. In addition, I also wish for you guys to take care of that black flame. He is affiliated with the Star Moon Kingdom, and I know World Dominators has quite a number of members there. Dealing with Black Flame should be no problem for you all. Aside from his hatred for Lone Tyrant, Joking Scholar's remaining hatred was targeted at Black Flame. Unfortunately, Joking Scholar did not know that both persons were actually one. Fine, I'll agree to your conditions. In truth, without needing your mention, World Dominators would similarly take care of him. Overlord Warbear revealed a faint smile. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. Joking Scholar then traded all his gold coins over to Overlord Warbear. Just as the auctioneer was about to slam the hammer for the second time, Overlord Warbear hurriedly shouted, 108 gold. Surefeng sent a glance at Joking Scholar and Overlord Warbear, a sneer on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head as he indifferently said, 115 gold. 121 gold. I don't believe that I can't surpass you even after I bid everything I have. Although Overlord Warbear did not know Surefeng's bottom line, the increment on his latest bid was much lower than usual. Surefeng was definitely reaching his limit. Hence, Warbear immediately added 6 gold to the bid. Surefeng definitely could not take out so much money. Brat, you're 100 years too early if you think you can compete against me. This is your bottom line? Surefeng calmly smiled. 135 gold. He increased the bid by 14 gold in a single go. World Dominators would not be able to fill up this gap even if they included another second-rate guild into their little alliance. As for recruiting a first-rate guild, that was an extremely difficult matter to achieve 135 gold. How could this be possible? I must be dreaming. How could he possibly have so much money? Isn't he just an independent player? Joking Scholar was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Surefeng's bid. As for Overlord Warbear standing beside Joking Scholar, he was fervently contacting other guilds to form an alliance. However, although he received a favorable reply from another first-rate guild, the condition set by that guild was for them to receive the forging design instead of World Dominators. Naturally, Overlord Warbear refused this condition. Yet the few additional third-rate guilds he managed to recruit barely had any money on them. Even after summing up all the additional coins he received, Overlord Warbear did not have the right to shout out a bid at all. 135 gold going once. 135 gold going twice. Even when the auctioneer's hammer landed for the second time, not a single guild present was able to place a new bid. They watched blankly as the auction proceeded toward its end, powerless to do anything about it. 135 gold going thrice. Let us congratulate Mr. Black Flame for obtaining this Arclight shield forging design. Following which, a beautiful hostess brought the forging design to Surefeng. After Surefeng paid the 135 gold to the auction house, the hostess similarly handed the forging design over to Surefeng. After officially receiving the Arclight shield forging design, Surefeng wondered just what sort of attributes the shield itself possessed. With such a thought in mind, Surefeng tapped on the item and took a look at its description. Immediately, his lips curled up slightly in a smile. Chapter 243, Bountiful Harvest. Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar felt great resentment for Shifeng when they saw his smile. They thought Shifeng was mocking them and looking at them in contempt. In reality, Shifeng's smile was purely due to his joy. However, compared to when Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar first met Shifeng, they dared not underestimate him any longer. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Now Shifeng showed everyone that he was more than capable of spending such a large amount of coins. If someone were to say that Shifeng did not possess any major power supporting him from behind, not even a ghost would believe them. The only question that remained was, what sort of power backed Shifeng? Since Warbear failed to complete the task given to him by his guild leader, his expression looked extremely bad right now. However, he was simply helpless in this matter. 135 gold. Even if every member of World Dominators pooled their coins together, they still wouldn't be able to collect such an amount. It was only natural that he lost the bid compared to Overlord Warbear. Joking Scholar was in a much more tragic situation. First, he had ruined the matter of the business transaction. Now, he didn't even manage to buy a single item in the Blackwing auction. What kind of explanation was he supposed to give his guild leader, Glorious Echo? However, Shifeng was very grateful for Joking Scholar. It was only thanks to Joking Scholar's greed that he managed to obtain so many forging materials. As for the reason why he had smiled, it was simply because of the materials needed to produce the Arclight shield. The main ingredients for producing it were mithril ore and gold oregon. Though difficult, Shifeng could still find ways to obtain the mithril oregon. For gold ore, however, it was simply too rare in the Star Moon Kingdom, not to mention White River City. However, Twilight Echo had given him quite an amount of them, enough for him to make plenty of Arclight shields. As for the other material needed, it was the magic crystals that were dropped by the bosses of team dungeons with a 100% drop rate. This item was not particularly precious. However, due to the amount dropped each time being low, it would be difficult for Shifeng to mass-produce the Arclight shield. Furthermore, the attributes of the Arclight shield had far surpassed Shifeng's original estimation, and he could already envision the popularity of the shield itself. Arclight shield, fine gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 90. Defense plus 460. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 15, endurance plus 25. Evasion plus 8. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life, every attack received will grant user a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction, triggers once every 30 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. Leaving aside the shield's high defense and block rate, just the passive skills Sound of Life and Refraction would greatly increase an MT's durability. Not to mention, the basic attributes of the shield itself were also very good. The Arclight shield was definitely an excellent piece of equipment. If a 50-man team could have all their MTs equipped with the Arclight shield, they might have a very high chance of successfully raiding the normal mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Right now it should be about time for me to return. Shifeng was very satisfied with his trip to Blackwing City this time. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. First was the 50 million credit agreement. Next was his successful recruitment of Aqua Rose. Now, he had even obtained the forging design for the Arclight shield. Most importantly, Aqua Rose was also going to bring her 100+ elite players over. Their addition had instantly increased his guild's overall strength by a large margin. The next problem he had to deal with was how he would integrate these new members into his guild. Over 100 people? Aqua Rose has truly given me a huge help this time. Now, I won't have to worry about lacking members to raid the demon's castle. Shifeng felt that it would not be enough just to have a workshop. He needed to make some additional preparations and initiate his follow-up plans. After Shifeng departed from the Blackwing auction house, he immediately mailed 300 gold to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City, intending to await Aqua Rose and her allies' arrival at the Starstreak trading firm. However, the process of mailing money to other players usually took between 30 minutes to an hour. Hence, Feng decided to first head to the Adventurers Association. Currently, none of the guilds in White River City had their own guild residence yet. Members of various guilds had to visit the Adventurers Association in order to receive guild quests, which they complete to increase guild reputation and strengthen the guild. Hence, the Adventurers Association had become the second most popular location in White River City. Just as Feng was about to enter the Adventurers Association, his communicator rang. It can't be this quick, right? At first, Feng thought Aqua Rose was contacting him. However, when he saw that the caller ID displayed actually belonged to Gentle Snow, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't tell me it's about the mana armor kits again? Previously, Feng had used quite a number of basic mana armor kits to trade for a few advanced whetstone recipes with Gentle Snow. He had then let Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile learn the recipes. During this period of time, both girls had already been promoted to intermediate forging apprentices and were currently in the midst of striving to become advanced forging apprentices. Feng couldn't help but admit that both of them were indeed future master forgers. Both of them improved very quickly. In addition, the more they forged, the higher their success rate. Currently, they already had a 20% success rate at producing the advanced whetstones. When compared to the forgers of other guilds, the two girls were ahead by leaps and bounds. In a few more days, the two of them could very well be promoted to advanced forging apprentices, becoming a true help to him. Miss Snow, did you find some new advanced whetstone recipes? Feng asked Master Black Flame. How could you hide such an important matter from me? I feel hurt. Gentle Snow faintly smiled. Hide? Miss Snow, you must be joking. I am a very superficial person that can easily be seen through. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Feng joked. All right, stop acting. You placed yourself in the limelight at the Blackwing auction house just now, and the news of this matter has long since spread throughout the various first-rate guilds. Each and every one of them wishes to seek cooperation with you and purchase those Arclight shields from you. Gentle Snow smiled as she continued, aren't we old friends? Shouldn't you sell them to me for a cheap price? Your information gathering is truly efficient, Miss Snow. Feng smiled bitterly as he said, I can sell a few Arclight shields to you. However, you must pay for them using coins, or exchange for them using the magic crystals you obtained from team dungeons. Magic crystals? Although the bosses drop them every time, the amount they drop is minimal, yet these magic crystals possess a very wide range of uses. Let's just use gold coins. I wonder how much you are charging for them, Master Black Flame? Alright then. Since it is for you, Miss Snow, I won't rip you off. As the Arclight shield is a fine gold-ranked shield, I imagine that you know how precious the materials needed to produce it are. Moreover, the success rate of producing it is also very low. I'll sell you each Arclight shield for 25 gold, no negotiations. Feng had already expected Gentle Snow to decline exchanging the shields for magic crystals. However, it was much better for him if she used gold coins to buy them 25 gold. Even if I took the fluid funds of every Ouroboros branch in the Star Moon Kingdom, I still won't have that much money. Can't we trade using credits? How about 500,000 for each shield? Gentle Snow was astonished by the Arclight shield's price. However, she similarly knew of the difficulty of crafting a fine gold-ranked shield. If it were up to their forgers to make the shield, the cost might not even stop at just 25 gold. Yet, it was clearly impossible for them to fork out 25 gold to purchase an Arclight shield, unless, of course, they decided to stop the guild's development. Still, halting development at this stage of the game would put the guild into a decline, so they absolutely could not stop their development. Currently, all the major guilds were attempting to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon, while the Arclight shield was a must-have item for them to get a lead over the other guilds faced with two difficult choices. Gentle Snow could only bitterly smile as she was caught in indecision. Then, I'll exchange using magic crystals, Gentle Snow helplessly said. Ouroboros, a grand and mighty first-rate guild, was actually poorer than a single independent player. Black Flame was truly a monster. That's fine as well. The exchange ratio would be 1 to 100. I'll notify you after I manage to produce them. Feng smiled as he disconnected the call. He then proceeded to enter the Adventurers Association. Chapter 244, Establishing the Guild. At this moment, there was a crowd of players surrounding the quest board in the lobby of the Adventurers Association. Although the EXP awarded by these quests were negligible, the guild reputation they gave was very high. Moreover, each player was limited to only 3 guild quests. A Gaia guild could be promoted after it accumulated a set amount of reputation, and the members of the guild would receive much better guild benefits such as bonus EXP when doing quests. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you today? The blue-haired lady standing behind the reception counter asked Shifeng. A smile on her face. I wish to establish a guild. Shifeng said understood. Please fill up this application form. The receptionist passed Shifeng a guild application form. It was very easy for players to establish a guild in God's domain. Players only needed to decide on a name for their guild and designate a guild emblem. They were then required to purchase a guild certificate for 10 copper coins and have at least 7 independent players place their signatures on it. When all these things were completed, the guild would then be officially established. Newly founded guilds would all start out as 1-star guilds, and the only benefit available for the members of a 1-star guild were the availability of the guild quest's guild name. Is it? Shifeng hesitated as he looked at the blank space meant for the guild's name, wondering what he should write in exactly. After giving it some thought, he decided to stick with using the Zero Wing Workshop's name. In any case, along with the guild's development and growing fame, his identity would sooner or later be leaked. Let's name it Zero Wing then. Shifeng then designed the guild emblem in the form of 6 silver wings. After purchasing the guild certificate, Shifeng sent Fire Dance and the others a guild signature invitation. Meanwhile, at the Black Wind Canyon, a level 20 to level 25 map, Fire Dance and the others were currently grinding on level 22 demonic bats. They had come to this place under the suggestion of Shifeng. The reason Shifeng had recommended it was because the demonic bats here belonged to the type of monsters that had high attack but low HP. Most importantly, the monsters here were concentrated in number. Normally, the demonic bats would appear in groups of 7 or 8, and any solo independent player would easily find themselves losing their lives here. However, to a party that had amazing AoE damage, this place was a holy land for leveling up. In the case of Fire Dance's party, Fire Dance herself was responsible for luring the monsters, as she had the highest movement speed out of everyone in the party. She would lure over 100 monsters every time, and afterward, the Guardian Knight, Kola, would activate Protection Blessing and cast Devotion, a group aggro skill, to gather the monsters into one location. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud would be responsible for healing Kola, while Blackie would get rid of all the monsters in a single blow. Throughout this process, everyone's cooperation and grasp of timing was perfect. If other players were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked into a daze. Presently, the average level of players was only at level 12 or so, while professional players would be around level 13. Even the number 1 player on White River City's ranking list, Lone Tyrant, was only at level 15 right now. Yet, Fire Dance and the others had long since passed level 15. Even the lowest leveled player in the party, the Oracle, Gluttonous Mouse, was level 18. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was the highest leveled player in the party, was currently at 45% of level 19. Although there was only a gap of 1 level between the 2 players, the difference in EXP could allow a player to directly rise from level 0 all the way up to level 15. Huh? What is this message? While taking a break, Fire Dance and the others simultaneously received a guild signature invitation. As long as they agreed to the invitation, they would immediately become official members of the guild. After the guild was established originally, Fire Dance and the others had intended to immediately reject the invitation. However, their hands unanimously paused when they saw the name of the guild, Zero Wing? Isn't that the name of our workshop? Blackie asked, curious. This is an invitation sent by Big Brother Yifeng. Big Brother Yifeng is finally going to establish the guild. Violet Cloud said excitedly when she noticed that one of the names inscribed on the guild certificate was Yifeng. She then said with joy, great! We will have our own guild in the future. Isn't it still too early to establish the guild? We only have so few members right now. Brother Feng had also said before that we are lacking in members, and that we need to wait for some time before establishing the guild. Did something happen? Don't bother about this for now. We should put our signatures first. Fire Dance was similarly surprised by Shi Feng's sudden decision. However, since Shi Feng had decided to do so, he must have had his own considerations. Moreover, it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish the guild ahead of time immediately. Everyone in the party clicked, agree. They then received a system notification system. Congratulations on becoming a member of Zero Wing. System, this is your first time joining a guild. Activating guild system. On the other side, Shi Feng had already left the Adventurers Association, returning to the Starstreak trading firm at this moment. The Starstreak trading firm was packed with players. The trading firm was currently the most lively location in White River City, second to none. Hey, bro, I see that you're here to buy those basic mana armor kits, right? With so many people lining up here, you would need to wait at least a week before you can even get one for yourself. However, I have here a way to help you save your time, letting you jump the queue to buy the mana armor kits in advance. A thinly built swordsman walked around the entrance of the Starstreak trading firm, chatting up the players lined up outside the building. Really? A player clearly grew interested, of course. A basic mana armor kit costs 20 silver coins, while you only need to pay 2 silver coins to skip the long wait to buy it. The thin swordsman said with a smile. All right, bring me there. It's just an extra 2 silver coins. Our party won't miss this little amount of money. Following which, the thin swordsman led the player up to the second floor, skipping the long queue on the first floor. Really? Any sort of business goes, huh? Shi Feng couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this sight. The basic mana armor kits were in high demand. However, the Starstreak trading firm only sold 50 pieces of the item each day, so only a very small number of players could obtain them. However, this couldn't be helped. Shi Feng couldn't just focus all his attention on producing the basic mana armor kits. He still had many things he needed to do. The basic mana armor kit was simply an item for him to accumulate reputation. It was not meant to be a true moneymaker for him afterward. Shi Feng arrived at the 4th floor of the trading firm and entered a forging room. He then started forging the Arclight shield. During this crucial period, many guilds were thinking of how they could obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Naturally, the equipment of their MTs became the top priority in their considerations, especially the shields their MTs used. Meanwhile, an excellent shield like the fine gold-ranked Arclight shield would, without a doubt, attract the attention of these guilds. As long as Shi Feng placed the Arclight shields up for sale, many guilds would definitely pay a huge sum in order to obtain it. Hence, the sooner he produced the Arclight shields, the higher the price he could sell them for. However, the success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item was extremely low. A normal advanced forging apprentice only had a 2% success rate, meaning that out of 100 tries, they would only successfully produce 2 Arclight shields. In reality, however, they might not even be able to produce 1 out of 100 tries. However, Shi Feng had both the Book of Forging and Blacksteel's insignia. He also had the Ice Blue Devil Flame and various other tools that increased his forging success rate. Even so, his final success rate at forging a fine gold-ranked item only sat at around 20%. In addition, Shi Feng was not familiar with the forging process of the Arclight shield, so his success rate should be much lower than 20%. If he was promoted to a basic forger, his base success rate would increase to 5%. However, that still wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by becoming an advanced forger would there be a significant improvement. With a 10% base success rate of an advanced forger, in addition to the various supporting tools Shi Feng had, his success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item could reach up to 30%. However, Shi Feng needed to invest a lot of time in order to become an advanced forger, and time was something he sorely lacked right now. He had no choice but to give it a try now. In any case, he had plenty of materials to experiment with. He could simply try again if he failed. Chapter 245, Target, Dark Gold. Before Shi Feng started forging the Arclight shield, he decided to first forge a few basic mana armor kits to serve as a warm-up. After God's domain evolved, the process of forging grew more complicated, greatly increasing the difficulty of producing an item. Unlike the advanced whetstones and basic mana armor kits, which were still considerably simple to make, items such as weapons and equipment had a much more complex forging procedure. It should be about time I give the shield a try. After Shi Feng produced tens of basic mana armor kits, He finally retrieved the silver ore and gold ore needed to forge the Arclight shield. He had also received the magic crystals from Gentle Snow in advance. Gentle Snow had wanted to obtain the Arclight shields as soon as possible, so Shi Feng required her to send him the magic crystals in advance. Shi Feng had received a total of 200 magic crystals from Gentle Snow. Such an amount was sufficient for 20 attempts to produce the Arclight shield. Shi Feng only had a 20% success rate for forging the Arclight shield. It was the lowest success rate he had ever had since he started forging equipment. However, if any other forger were in his shoes right now, they might not be able to produce even one Arclight shield out of several hundred sets of materials. Those conceited guilds thought that they could easily produce the Arclight shield after obtaining its forging design. However, if Shi Feng had not won the bid for the forging design, by the time those guilds managed to produce a single Arclight shield, the 50-man team dungeons would have long since been conquered. In order to gain experience, when Shi Feng started his first attempt at forging the Arclight shield, he went through the process slowly and steadily, carrying out each step to the best of his abilities. Before he knew it, Shi Feng had spent over 20 minutes producing the first Arclight shield. Compared to a normal shield, the Arclight shield had a crescent-shaped design. The entire shield was colored in silver, and many runic patterns were carved on the shield's body. Although the shield looked mighty and powerful at first glance, it was still unknown whether it was a failed or successful product. Shi Feng then chose to generate the shield's data. After 10 seconds of waiting, the identification process for the shield was completed as expected. It's a failure, Shi Feng sighed when he took a look at the shield's data. Although it was indeed an Arclight shield, its quality was a rank lower than the original. It was only Secret Silver rank Arclight shield. Shield, Secret Silver rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, Strength 90. Defense plus 330. Block rate, 31%. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 20. Evasion plus 3. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 2% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction. Triggers once every 50 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. From a general point of view, though, it is not a bad result all the same. At the very least, it is still a Secret Silver ranked shield. I should be able to sell it for a good price even then. Shi Feng was relatively satisfied with this failed product. After all, a Secret Silver ranked shield remained a rare item at this stage of the game. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, a majority of the core MTs of second-rate and third-rate guilds were still using mysterious iron-ranked shields. If he sold this failure, he could still earn around 6 to 7 gold coins from it. Although he had failed this time, it was not a complete failure. At the very least, it did not turn out as a scrap item. This partial failure indicated that he must have made a mistake somewhere during the forging process. There shouldn't be any problems with the forging of the main body itself. I must have messed up when I was carving the runes on the shield, preventing it from reaching fine gold rank, Shi Feng concluded after carefully reviewing his actions. According to past experiences, if a problem had truly occurred during the formation of the shield, then the Arclight shield wouldn't just fall by a single rank. It wouldn't even be unusual for the shield to end up being bronze rank or lower. Afterward, Shi Feng did not rush to start his second attempt. Instead, he carefully studied the runes he had carved on the Arclight shield. The inscription of the runes were mainly done using the magic crystals. However, the process of completing these runes was not easy, as Shi Feng did not truly understand their meaning. He could only make blind imitations of the drawings. Although he did not understand the meaning behind the runes, if he practiced drawing them over and over, it should still yield some positive effect. Hence, Shi Feng started practicing drawing the runes once. 10 times. Every drawing took around 4 to 5 minutes to complete. However, as the number of times he practiced increased, he grew more proficient at drawing the runes. The runes he drew now also started resembling the original. This cost-free way of practicing was much more economical than learning through actual production. Shi Feng naturally wouldn't mind more practice. This should be enough. Shi Feng looked at the latest rune he drew, feeling extremely satisfied with it. This imitation of his looked practically the same as the rune shown on the forging design. Hence, Shi Feng started his second attempt at producing the Arclight shield. This time, The entire forging process of the shield flowed very smoothly. Feng had only spent around 10 minutes to complete the second Arclight shield. However, his attempt this time ended in complete failure. Feng's 20% success rate did not stand on his side this time around, following which, Feng consecutively produced 10 Arclight shields. Moreover, with each successive shield he made, the time he spent producing them also decreased. His hands also moved with much more proficiency. Out of the 10 Arclight shields he made, only 2 barely achieved the passing standard, 2 ended up as defective products, while the remaining ones were complete failures. As for the 2 defective shields, one was Mysterious Iron rank, while the other was Secret Silver rank. In general, the results were quite good. However, Feng was still unsatisfied with the quality of the Arclight shields. Now that I am proficient at making the Arclight shields, the next step would be increasing its quality. If I can let Kola use a dark gold ranked Arclight shield, our chances at clearing the demon's castle would become much higher. Feng decided to take out the Runic gold, the reward he obtained for his promotion to Advanced Forging Apprentice. Not only could the Runic gold increase his success rate by 10%, there was also a small chance for it to increase an item's rank by 1, up to a maximum of dark gold rank. Unfortunately, Feng only had 5 of these things, meaning that he only had 5 chances to produce a dark gold ranked Arclight shield. The Runic gold was a piece of ore that gave off a metallic glow and contained runic energy within it. After refining the Runic gold, Feng poured the molten Runic gold into the silver gold alloy. Immediately, a change occurred in the alloy. The originally bright red alloy turned dark red in color. Moreover, it also started greedily absorbing the energy of the ice blue devil flame. As the amount of energy it absorbed increased, the alloy started emitting many golden runes, slowly forming an array of runes. Knowing that the fusion was completed, Feng immediately retrieved the scorching hot alloy from the furnace, placed it on the anvil, and started hammering on it. Slowly, the piece of alloy started taking on the shape of an Arclight shield, and on the shield surface, there was even a layer of naturally occurring golden runes. The shield looked incredibly holy. After hammering for several minutes, Feng finally formed the Arclight shield. Immediately, he retrieved a black liquid and started drawing the runes on the shield. The black liquid was the liquefied product of the magic crystal. Feng concentrated his full attention on each and every stroke, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. When he completed the final stroke, the naturally occurring golden runes on the shield actually melded together with the runes Feng had drawn. Together, they formed completely new golden runes possessing no resemblance to the black runes found on the previous Arclight shields Feng made. Please be a success. Feng timidly selected to identify the shield. Although the Arclight shield looked absolutely perfect appearance-wise, whether it was a success or a failure still depended on the final data. 1 second, 2 seconds. This time, even after 20 seconds had passed, the system was still unable to determine the shield's exact data. This situation caused Feng to grow slightly nervous. The longer identification time indicated that even the system itself was hesitant. In the end, is it a success or a failure? Feng had carried out the entire forging procedure perfectly. At the end of the day, however, his success rate was only 30%. Oftentimes, when the identification process took longer than usual, there was a higher chance that the result was a failure. Finally, after 30 seconds passed, the system returned the identification result. System: Arclight guard has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 80,000 EXP. Chapter 246, Neither Weak Nor Strong. Success on the first attempt? It seems my luck really is good. Feng revealed a faint smile when he heard the system notification sound. Along with the Arclight shield's promotion to dark gold rank, a change occurred to its name as well. Feng then started inspecting the silver-colored, crescent-shaped shield that was placed on the iron weave felt. He was extremely curious to find out just what sort of attributes the Arclight guard possessed. Arclight guard, shield, dark gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 110. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 39%. Strength plus 21, endurance plus 30. Evasion plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of power of life. increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 2% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction, triggers once every 25 seconds. Becomes immune to 1 attack additional skill dash. Time Arc, when activated, allows the user to save current state and return to saved state 9 seconds later. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Isn't this Time Arc skill overpowered? No wonder there wasn't much of an improvement on the other attributes. Just this skill alone made the Arclight guard deserving of being a dark gold ranked shield. Feng exclaimed, saving current state, which was to say, after 9 seconds, even if the user of the Arclight guard died, they would still recover to their saved state. The cooldown of skills used after Time Arc was invoked would recover as well. Compared to a skill that provided invincibility, Time Arc was a much more amazing skill. The only downside to this skill was its long cooldown. However, when taking into consideration the heaven-defying effect of this skill, a 10-minute cooldown was considerably short. If the cooldown of this skill was any shorter, then the Arclight guard would no longer be just a dark gold ranked shield, but an epic ranked shield instead. Although Feng had already made 1 Arclight guard, he was still not satisfied. He wished to make even more Arclight guards. Deciding so, he used up the remaining 4 pieces of Runic gold when forging the Arclight shields. However, the results were horrible. Out of his 4 attempts, 2 were complete failures. They did not even achieve bronze rank. As for the remaining 2 Arclight shields, one achieved secret silver rank, while the other achieved fine gold rank. However, such a success rate was already very good. He had used a total of 5 Runic gold to forge the Arclight shields. Among them, 1 had achieved dark gold rank, 1 had achieved fine gold rank, and 1 had achieved secret silver rank. Out of the 3 shields, Feng would naturally save the dark gold ranked Arclight guard for Cola's use. With the Arclight guard, they would have no problems raiding the level 15, 20-man team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. Just as Feng thought of carrying on with forging Arclight shields, someone knocked on the door of the forging room. Come in. When the door to the forging room opened, a golden-haired beauty walked in. This person was none other than Feng's assistant, Annie. Your Excellency, an adventurer named Aqua Rose wishes to meet you. She says she has an appointment with you, and she is currently waiting in the meeting room on the 3rd floor. Anna said respectfully, all right, I'll be there in a minute. Feng nodded his head. Feng had similarly guessed that Aqua Rose should arrive right about now. After all, teleportation occurred instantaneously. Aqua Rose only needed to gather her subordinates, explain to them the situation, and make some future plans. Inside the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Aqua Rose and her 100+ subordinates were seated around the room, having a small discussion about matters relating to Feng. These players all had relatively high levels. The lowest out of all of them was level 13, while the others were level 14. Even if placed inside a first-rate guild, all these players would be considered elite members. These players were all Aqua Rose's most trusted aides. Before they had arrived here, they hadn't dared to imagine that there would actually be someone willing to spend 300 gold coins to bring them to this place. If the organization this person belonged to wasn't extremely rich, then this person was just insane. However, after they discovered that Feng actually had a connection with such a large trading firm, their thoughts immediately changed. Not only did Feng manage to achieve something that no other guild had achieved, his fame in the entire Star Moon Kingdom could already be described as the sun in midday. It was especially true for the recently popular basic mana armor kit. This was an item that plenty of guilds could only dream of having if they could be a part of the power Feng belonged to. Then couldn't every one of them obtain their very own basic mana armor kit? This was definitely a treatment that no other first-rate guild could provide. Big Sis Aqua. Just who is that Black Flame? Is he in the upper management of a super guild? A female swordsman curiously asked. Aqua Rose shook her head, a bitter smile on her face as she replied, I don't know either. He has always been very mysterious. However, I believe that we will be able to find out his true identity today. In truth, Aqua Rose was also interested in finding out the truth. However, now that they were going to join the power Black Flame belonged to, Black Flame would have no need to hide the truth from them. They could finally take a look at the giant hidden behind Feng. Sorry to keep all of you waiting. The moment Feng walked into the meeting room, everyone inside immediately fell silent. Everyone present stood up as they looked at Shi Feng, deep veneration in their eyes. They were like interviewees standing up to welcome their interviewer. Some were nervous, while some were excited after leaving Twilight Echo. They were like homeless little birds. Although they wished to soar higher into the sky, they did not possess a home they could return to. Feelings of helplessness and disappointment constantly filled their minds as they wondered what sort of future awaited them. However, the situation was different now. They would be joining an even greater family now. At this moment, these ex-members of Twilight Echo rejoiced over the fact that they had chosen to leave Twilight Echo together with Aqua Rose, praising themselves for making a wise decision. After all, a bright future had already opened its doors to them. I am the one who should be sorry for making Master Black Flame wait for us for so long. Aqua Rose apologized. Since we will be companions in the future, stop referring me as Master this or Master that. Just call me Black Flame. Shi Feng could sense the cautiousness behind Aqua Rose and everyone else's actions. However, this was to be expected. I have only asked you all to come here so that I can invite everyone into the guild first. Later on, Miss Aqua can freely decide how you all wish to develop yourselves. I won't set any restrictions for you. Right, here is a copy of the White River City Guidebook. After you are done reading it, you should be able to familiarize yourself with White River City, Miss Aqua. Saying so, Shi Feng sent a copy of the luxury version White River City Guidebook to Aqua Rose. Simultaneously, he had sent everyone present a guild invitation. Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why is it only a one-star guild? Wasn't it supposed to be some sort of hidden power? Everyone entered a daze for a long time after they received Shi Feng's guild invitation. Ignoring the fact that they had never even heard of such a guild, just having status of a one-star guild showed how weak Zero Wing was. The reason being, even third-rate guilds at this stage of the game were three-star guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. After taking a look at the member count of the guild, everyone was further dumbfounded before they had joined. This guild only had 9 members? What kind of guild was this? Zero Wing was the weakest guild they had seen so far. Second to none. Even Aqua Rose herself was shocked by this revelation. The current situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. She had thought Shi Feng would be bringing her to meet the many great characters of this guild, allowing her to get a grasp on the frightening background of the guild. Yet, the truth that Shi Feng revealed had far exceeded her expectations, the reason being, the influence of this guild could literally be determined in a single glance. You all must be very disappointed to find out that my guild is actually so weak, right? Shi Feng looked at everyone's crestfallen expressions. Suddenly, he said in a cold voice, "Let me give it to you straight. This is Zero Wing. It is neither weak nor strong. It is merely a home that you can stay in. As for how others are going to view us, it will depend on your own performances." Chapter 247, Seizing the Ranking List. Although they felt that what Shi Feng said was logical, their disappointment still did not decrease by the slightest. Out of everyone present, only Aqua Rose's fighting spirit truly ignited. She was the only one who truly understood the meaning of Shi Feng's word strength that depended on oneself rather than others. The best example for this was Shi Feng, who stood right before them. His guild was clearly very weak. Yet, he managed to achieve many things that not even many first-rate guilds and even super guilds could. As a result, he made everyone believe that there was a mysterious power secretly supporting him from behind. However, what was the reality of the matter? By depending on only himself, Shi Feng had created a miracle. He had even overwhelmed everyone back at the Blackwing auction, causing a sensation. Since Shi Feng was capable of such feats, why couldn't she do so as well? At this moment, Aqua Rose truly found it laughable when she recalled how she had intended to utilize the mysterious power behind Shi Feng to prove herself to her parents and everyone back at Twilight Echo. Black Flame is right. How powerful a guild is not important. How powerful we are, ourselves, is the crucial point. Since we have joined Zero Wing, let us be the ones to change how others view Zero Wing. Aqua Rose explained loudly. In complete agreement with Shi Feng's opinion, everyone fell silent at Aqua Rose's words, but a fiery fighting spirit could be seen growing in their eyes. That was right. They had originally intended to start from the very beginning. Now that they had a wealthy tycoon like Shi Feng supporting them, what more should they be afraid of? A guild's development mainly relied on financial resources. The remaining factors would be the presence of experts to lead the guild in raiding team dungeons and completing epic quests that were impossible to complete. They would definitely turn Zero Wing into the #1 guild in White River City at this moment. Shi Feng sent Fire Dance and the others a message. "You can start now." Immediately, Shi Feng received a reply. "Understood." After seeing this message, Shi Feng's gaze shifted towards everyone present in the meeting room. He then announced loudly, "I know that some of you still have some worries, so I'll give you all a little surprise. I'll let you all get a better understanding of just what Zero Wing is." A better understanding of Zero Wing? Does this guild still have any secrets? Everyone grew confused at Shi Feng's words. Everything about this guild was clear in one glance, so what secrets could there possibly be? The only thing that could possibly be a secret was the guild's frightening financial resources. With such a large fortune, they should have no problems getting their hands on the various welfare benefits that players would receive upon joining a guild. Moreover, Black Flame was the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. In the future, guild members would have no lack of weapons and equipment to use. However, this shouldn't count as a secret, right? Everyone can take a look at White River City's ranking list now, Shi Feng said softly. Ranking list? Everyone promptly called out the ranking list to take a look. Is there something wrong with the ranking list? I remember that when I came to White River City, the top player on the ranking list was Lone Tyrant. At that time, he was only at level 15. How did he suddenly become level 19? Did the system make a mistake? No, that's not right. Look at the player ID. It's not Lone Tyrant. It might not be a mistake by the system. Look, the top 8 players have all been switched out. Even the player at 8th place is level 18 now. Lone Tyrant is still level 15, and he's placed 9th now. How is this possible? Level 18. Isn't this level too much of an exaggeration? Even at the Storm Empire, the highest level player is only at level 16. How could White River City possess 8 players who have managed to surpass the top player at Storm Empire? Wait, these players all belong to the same guild, and the guild's name is called Zero Wing. Everyone was dumbfounded when they discovered the changes in the ranking list. They trembled, not daring to believe their own eyes. These 8 players were actually their guild members. However, everyone's hearts were filled with questions. If Zero Wing had 8 such powerful experts, why did the guild remain unknown to the public even until now? This was simply unimaginable. This is the strength of Zero Wing? At this moment, Aqua Rose started renewing her evaluation of Shi Feng and this guild. Although Zero Wing was small, it was a gathering of experts' wealth, manpower, and finally, fame. As things were, Zero Wing possessed the foundation necessary to become a large guild. As long as they managed the guild benefits they offered properly, Zero Wing could easily become a large guild within a short period of time. It was no wonder Shi Feng looked so confident. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose and her subordinates were reeling over their new discovery, the entire White River City had already been thrown into an uproar. Lone Tyrant, who had been monopolizing the first position on White River City's ranking list all this time, had actually been kicked off by someone else. Moreover, he wasn't just kicked off by a single person, but by 8. The sudden appearance of these 8 players made Lone Tyrant's previous glory look like a joke. It was as if these 8 players had merely been giving in to Lone Tyrant before, just like how an adult would indulge a little child. Now, however, they were no longer letting Lone Tyrant have his way. Otherwise, how would they explain this situation where 8 players had instantly taken away the top 8 spots on the ranking list? There was only one possible explanation. They had constantly been hiding their levels. These people are inhuman. Crap. The first place is level 19, and even the 8th place is level 18. I've only managed to hit level 13 after working so hard. Are they trying to make me despair? God, carry me, please. What kind of backing does this Zero Wing have? Aren't they a little too amazing? Is some major power planning to set up a stronghold in White River City? Many players within the White River City region were stirred up by this incident. The top 8 positions on the ranking list were actually taken over by a single guild. One could just imagine how powerful this guild was. Even Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, was not as powerful. Many independent players had started making inquiries into just what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were even some independent players who had directly asked how they could join Zero Wing on the public forums. After all, with such leveling monsters in the guild, wouldn't they too be able to level up like a rocket if they joined? Suddenly, Zero Wing had become the hottest topic for every player in White River City, and many had expressed their willingness to join such a guild. Although independent players went into raptures over Zero Wing, the various large guilds, on the other hand, were having a headache over it. They held nothing back at investigating this new guild that suddenly popped up, and also the top 8 players on the ranking list. However, the information they received made Zero Wing look even more mysterious, as they failed to find out even who the guild leader of Zero Wing was. The only thing they knew was that Fire Dance had once occupied the first place on the White River City ranking list. In addition, the other 7 players had also once been among the top 10 of the ranking list. Meanwhile, all 8 of these players shared a common point. All 8 of these players had vanished from the public eye for quite some time now. Previously, everyone had assumed that they had gone silent because they were overtaken on the list. However, the reality of the matter was that these players had intentionally hidden themselves simply to avoid discovery until now. Can someone tell me what is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the ranking list, bellowing, "Just where did these bastards pop out from?" At this moment, nothing was more humiliating for Lone Tyrant than his position on the ranking list. His past glory was already worthless now. Instead, he had become the laughingstock of everyone in White River City. Guild leader, I've already investigated these players. It seems that all of them are associated with Yifeng. Moreover, I've also looked up Zero Wing at the Adventurers Association. The guild was registered only recently, and it is possible that it is a guild formed by Yifeng himself, a ranger said. Good. Very good. At first, I thought that he had hidden himself out of self-awareness after I placed a bounty on him. However, it seems he is taking me lightly. Since he has come out to slap me in the face, and has even started a guild in White River City, I will make him regret his decision. Immediately find out all the members belonging to Yifeng's guild. I want his guild destroyed. Lone Tyrant bellowed as he announced a command to the entire guild. He had to destroy this guild and flatten Shifeng at all costs. Not only was he doing this for himself, it was also the command of that mighty personage. Chapter 248, Extraordinary starts out from ordinary. Lone Tyrant wasn't the only person who was enraged by the matter of the ranking list. The other guilds in White River City were similarly furious. The ranking list was a place for guilds like them to increase their reputation. Although such a method of advertising was not as effective as obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, if they could occupy the ranking list for extended periods of time, it would still bring about significant effects now. However, Zero Wing occupied 8 of the top 10 positions, and many guilds were disgruntled over Zero Wing's monopoly of the ranking list. These guilds couldn't help but wish they could invite Zero Wing's guild leader and give him a piece of their mind to relieve their dissatisfaction. At the level 18 map Pyroxene Mountain, a 20-man elite team was currently clearing out the level 18 six-armed stone monkeys. Here the six-armed stone monkeys were monsters with large bodies. Although they were 2 meters in height, their movements were extremely agile. Their physical defense was very high, and their only weakness was their low magical resistance. Hence, using large-scale magic attacks against these monsters would be very effective. Moreover, the 6-armed stone monkeys lived in groups on this mountain, and players could very easily lure a group and promptly kill them. The ranking list has been occupied by Zero Wing. Moreover, their levels are all very high. It would be very difficult for us to catch up to them. It really makes you wonder how they managed to level up so quickly. Zhao Yueru currently sat on a rock, resting as she replenished her mana. After receiving a report from her subordinate and promptly taking a look at the ranking list, she was immediately shocked by what she discovered. As a player who had originally ranked within the top 10 of the ranking list, Zhao Yueru knew very clearly just how large a gap there was between level 15 and level 18. At the very least, she would need to spend another week grinding before she could even reach level 18. This was equivalent to saying that these 8 players would remain on the ranking list for another week at the very minimum. However, this was assuming they did absolutely nothing during the entire week. If they were to continue grinding and leveling up at their current pace, who knew when there would be a change to the top 8 positions? As expected, they are very strong. That Yi Feng has quite the ambition as well, even though he usually maintains a low profile. It seems that he has finally decided to take action now. Gentle Snow did not feel any shock when she looked at the IDs of the top 8 players. Snow, have you known all along? Zhao Yueru asked, confused. She had a very clear understanding of Shifeng's capabilities. Shifeng's strength, leadership ability, and observation ability were above average. However, these traits alone were not enough for him to establish a guild. Establishing a guild was not as easy as playing a game of house, since forming a guild signified one's intentions to compete for dominance with the other guilds. For a small guild like Shifeng's, maintaining a low profile would be more beneficial. If they did so, most of the large guilds would not have paid much attention to them. However, now that they'd done the exact opposite, they were practically telling the other guilds to come at them. After they decided to hide their levels, I figured that their levels were not that simple. Yi Feng did not wish others to know, so he kept them hidden. Only, I never imagined that their actual levels would be so high. Gentle Snow was greatly interested in these talents. She inwardly lamented the fact that these experts could only stay holed up in such a small guild. If they joined Ouroboros, they would definitely shine with even greater brilliance. If they stayed in such a small guild, they would very quickly fall. After all, a guild needed financial resources to develop itself. Gentle Snow firmly believed that Shifeng did not possess a frightening amount of financial resources, especially gold coins. There was also the lack of manpower. It would be impossible to develop a guild in God's domain just by relying on several players. In addition, they would also have to suffer the oppression of other large guilds. Hence, Gentle Snow determined that Zero Wing would not last long at all. However, at the end of the day, Shifeng was still her friend. Hence, Gentle Snow sent a message to Shifeng, congratulating him on establishing Zero Wing. As to how he should develop his guild, as an outsider, it would not be good for her to make any suggestions. On the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, the situation was not as grim as Gentle Snow believed it to be. If Gentle Snow could see this scene right now, she would definitely be shocked. After all, not only did Shifeng possess enough funding, he had also managed to recruit a group of players who had recently left a first-rate guild, Twilight Echo. He had also managed to recruit Aqua Rose, who was once an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. As someone who had once managed a first-rate guild with over 10,000 subordinates, Aqua Rose possessed a wealth of experience. Hence, when placed in a situation where she had a large amount of financial resources but only a small guild of slightly more than 100 players to manage, she could carry out her tasks with little to no effort. Guild leader, I have received your intentions. I will increase our member count up to 5,000 to the best of my abilities. As for the matter relating to the guild perk system, for the moment, I will implement Twilight Echo's guild perk system as a temporary replacement. However, I hope that you can draft it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once some time passes, it would not be as easy to make changes to it. Aqua Rose now had a good grasp of Zero Wing's situation, and she felt very optimistic about Zero Wing's future prospects: wealth, manpower, and fame. With all 3 things together, it would be very easy for them to recruit a large batch of new members. Then, I'll have to trouble Miss Aqua with this matter. Plans could never keep up with change. Based on his original estimates, it would still have been a long time before he established his own guild. However, with the sudden addition of Aqua Rose, Shifeng could not afford to wait any longer. Even if his preparations were currently lacking, he still needed to establish the guild. Moreover, he had intended all along to deal with these guild matters as soon as possible. It was just that he still had other things he needed to handle. Now that there was a professional standing right before him, why wouldn't he make use of her? Guild Leader Black Flame, I am already the Vice Leader of Zero Wing. Please just call me Aqua from now on. If Guild Leader doesn't have any other orders, then I will start making the necessary arrangements now, Aqua Rose said in a professional tone. Maybe because she had received a new position, Aqua Rose had very quickly entered a superwoman mode. Shifeng could only take a step back in this matter. He then returned to producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits. Later on, the members of the guild continuously increased. The reason being, Feng had set the exchange of basic mana armor kits as one of the perks available to guild members. This item held a fatal attraction to independent players, and if new members wished to obtain them, they needed to exchange for them using guild contribution points. Meanwhile, there were many methods for them to obtain guild contribution points. 1. Dungeon diving. 2. Exchanging bronze-ranked equipment or above. 3. Making a contribution to the guild. The upper management of the guild would reward players who made a contribution with contribution points. 4. Carrying out guild quests. Contribution points would be awarded by the system, in this case. 5. Personal guild reputation received reaching a certain amount. Hence, with so many methods available, guild members would have no need to worry about not being able to earn sufficient guild contribution points. However, to prevent abuse by opportunistic players, further restrictions were added to increase the difficulty for guild members to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Above all, one had to contribute a set amount of reputation points to the guild before being allowed to exchange for the armor kits. Secondly, one needed a large number of guild contribution points to exchange for the armor kits. Meanwhile, the total value of these guild contribution points was no lesser than 20 silver coins. With these two safeguards present, there would be no opportunity for guild members to abuse the guild perks system implemented. Meanwhile, during the time Feng was producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits, Aqua Rose had also arranged for her subordinates to recruit players at the Trade Area and Adventurers Association. After half a day of recruitment, Zero Wing's member count increased explosively. From the original 100 or so members, there were now over 3,000 players in the guild. Moreover, the tide of players wanting to join the guild showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Big Sis Aqua, the number of players wanting to join the guild hasn't decreased at all. If this situation continues, we can easily recruit double the target of 5,000 members. Should we increase the number of players we recruit? Follow the original plan, we won't be able to handle so many players right now. If we did so, it would instead force the guild into a period of stagnation, hindering our development. Increase the entry requirements for the guild, raise the minimum level requirement from level 11 to level 12. Under Aqua Rose's management, the newly recruited guild members started taking on guild quests. Aqua Rose's direct subordinates had also split up and formed new parties to raid party dungeons, upgrading the equipment of the new members. Everything was flowing smoothly at Zero Wing, and it did not look like a newly established guild at all. Before he knew it, nighttime arrived at God's domain. After making a large number of basic mana armor kits and 3 fine gold-ranked Arclight shields, Feng immediately logged out of the game. The reason being, the Gene High Fellowship party that Feng had been looking forward to was being held today. He needed to make some preparations before he attended the party. Chapter 249, Gathering of Elites. The first rays of the morning sun pierced through the window, shining on Feng, who was currently working out in the living room. Currently, Feng no longer carried out the intense muscle exercises of the past few days. He quietly stood still for a long time, before slowly lowering his body, entering into a horse stance. Closing his eyes, Feng relaxed his body. Suddenly, his chest expanded as he inhaled deeply. He then exhaled, a trail of white mist coming out of his mouth like a water pistol. The white mist that shot out from his mouth managed to actually reach a distance of over 2 meters before gradually dissipating. If any normal person were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked by it. The season right now was summer. Yet, Feng had recreated a scene that could usually be found only during winter time. After repeating this process for an hour, Feng stopped his rhythmic breathing. The effect of this 8-sectioned brocade exercise is quite good. I've only trained in it for an hour, and I can already feel my body becoming lighter. The exercise has also significantly cleared my mind. Feng clenched and released his fists. His entire body felt comfortably warm, and his 5 senses felt keener than usual. This 8-sectioned brocade exercise was something he had accidentally stumbled upon in the past, after becoming the guild leader of Shadow. When he visited an antique shop originally, he had planned to test the effectiveness of the exercise. However, after the company hired a martial arts master as an instructor at the workshop, Feng gave up on that notion. During those days, people were already going crazy over God's domain. In order to improve their actual combat skills, they would practice martial arts like madmen. Naturally, Shi Feng was no exception. At that time, however, he was no longer young, and his body was similarly no longer in its prime. The things he could do were limited, and the most he could do was practice some Tai Chi and 8 trigram palms, training his techniques as much as he could. However, his current self was different. Not only had he started consuming nutrient fluids at a much earlier period than in the past, after undergoing several workout sessions, his current body's physique far surpassed the one of his past. There was a saying in martial arts: internally, spirit and breathing are practiced; externally, muscles, bones, and skin are practiced. Meanwhile, Shi Feng related this saying to the 8-section brocade only. He had not thought the exercise would yield such good results. Although the exercise did not increase his body's strength, it refreshed his psyche and allowed him to remain calm at all times. Such an effect was an unexpected harvest for Shi Feng. After Shi Feng had his breakfast, he received a call from Zhao Ruoxi. She said that she was going to give him a ride to the fellowship party. When Shi Feng arrived downstairs of his apartment, he immediately discovered Zhao Ruoxi standing in front of a blue sports car. She wore a pure white dress today, while her hair was tied up into a double ponytail. Her pure and beautiful appearance attracted the attention of every man that walked past her, sending them into a daze as drool leaked out of their mouths. "Let's go." Zhao Ruoxi smiled sweetly when she noticed Shi Feng walking over. "Is this your car?" Shi Feng looked at the blue sports car before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Suspicion of Zhao Ruoxi's identity started growing within him. This blue sports car was a limited edition maglev Ferrari Z75, and it had a selling price of 6 million credits. One would not be able to find one even in the entire Jinhai city, yet Zhao Ruoxi actually owned one herself. "Of course." "What? Surprised?" "It's just that, normally I don't like driving it to school. However, we are going to a formal occasion today, so I need to make an impression." Zhao Ruoxi nodded her head slightly in reply. "Hurry up and get on. The venue of the fellowship party is quite a distance away." Although Shi Feng was mildly astonished by this new revelation, he didn't attempt to delve further into the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Hence, he slid into the passenger seat. Soon after, Zhao Ruoxi stepped on the accelerator, and with a whoosh, the Ferrari Z75 sped along the road of the neighborhood. Envy filled the eyes of the many pedestrians walking on the street as they watched the Ferrari Z75 speed down the road. They inwardly wished that they too could drive such a sports car one day. The trip, which should have taken over an hour by car, was reduced to just slightly over 30 minutes by Zhao Ruoxi. "Are you carsick?" Zhao Ruoxi asked curiously, looking at Shi Feng's pale complexion after she alighted from the car. Shi Feng was a fighting expert within the school, and he was a person capable of knocking down a powerhouse like Zhou Yuhu in a single move. Yet, he had actually gotten carsick. If others heard about this, probably nobody would believe it. "It's nothing. My body just feels slightly uncomfortable. It might be due to the breakfast I had this morning." Shi Feng casually made an excuse. In truth, however, Shi Feng really wanted to say, "You call that driving? That's practically attempted murder." However, since Zhao Ruoxi had brought him here out of goodwill, he naturally would not say such words. "Then, have you taken some medicine?" Zhao Ruoxi asked in worry, blinking her eyes. Shi Feng turned speechless. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was being held at a 5-star hotel. Although the event was organized by Jinhai University, the participants were not limited to the students and staff of the university. Other universities and elites of society would also be participating in this event, and it would not be an exaggeration to call this fellowship party a gathering of elites. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was an annual event held in Jinhai City. Even though plenty of people wished to participate in this event, not everyone received the chance to actually do so. Moreover, the fellowship party held today was unlike any other before it. Aside from having invited personages that participated in Jinhai City's fighting competition, the event organizers had also invited many experts from gaming workshops this time around. As to why they would decide to invite such gaming experts, it was mainly due to the growing popularity of God's domain. People could already see the limitless potential of God's domain. Hence, many wished to form a good relationship in advance with these gaming experts. The decision of the event organizers was undeniably the correct one to make, because several years from now, every single gaming expert that participated in this fellowship party would grow to become a famous celebrity in Jin High City. Just as Zhao Ruoxi and Shi Feng were about to enter the hotel, Shi Feng was unexpectedly blocked by the security guard at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, but your name is not on the list of invited guests. You cannot enter this place," the tall and robust security guard leader said in a cold voice. Looking at Shi Feng with a sharp gaze, this security guard leader was a former member of the Special Forces, and he had experienced multiple battlefields before. The murderous intent he radiated could scare most of the people he met, and others usually did not dare to look directly at him. If a normal person was the focus of the stare of this security guard leader, their hearts would immediately palpitate with fear as they redirected their gaze somewhere else. Yet, even after receiving the security guard's glare, Shi Feng's expression still remained as placid as before, his lack of reaction confusing the security guard greatly. "That's not possible. I registered Shi Feng myself. Can you check again?" Zhao Ruoxi's brows wrinkled. She had personally gone to the student council at the university and had directly handed 2 persons' worth of participation fees to the student council president. How was it possible that she was registered, while Shi Feng was not? The security guard captain scanned Shi Feng once more. In the end, the results he got still showed him as unknown, and that he was not allowed entry. To make sure that nothing was wrong with the machine, he tried it on other people as well, and the results showed that nothing was wrong with the machine. "That's not right. I registered both of us together. I'll contact Yukai. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I'll get him to fix it immediately," Zhao Ruoxi said. "Sorry, but I have to do things according to the rules. Anyone not registered is not allowed to enter. Impromptu registrations are not acceptable either. These are the rules," the security guard captain said coldly. "Who is the person responsible here?" Zhao Ruoxi asked angrily. Shi Feng was someone she had personally invited. Now that Shi Feng was barred entry, how could she not get angry? "Miss, please stop making things difficult for me. This is how the rules have always been. I can't change it just because of one person." The security guard captain could not help but soften his tone when he discerned that Zhao Ruoxi's identity was not simple at this moment. Several people walked out from the hotel. One of them was none other than the person Zhao Ruoxi was looking for, the president of the student council, Yukai. Walking beside him were people Shi Feng were familiar with, Ling Feilong, Zhou Yuhu, and Qin Shuyu. Meanwhile, it was Shi Feng's first time to meet the student council president, Yukai. The person in question had a stout body and round face, and his voice when he spoke was extremely gentle. It was very hard to imagine such a person being able to actually become the student council president. "Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, what urgent matters do you have? Why are you looking for me so frantically?" Yukai asked Zhao Ruoxi, then gave a short summary of what had happened. "I am truly sorry about this, fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. I never would have imagined that such a mistake would occur in the registrations. I sincerely apologize, but since things have already gotten to this point, I am helpless as well. These are the rules that the school set long ago. Regarding your loss, I'll compensate you with double the amount you paid." Yukai sent a glance at Shi Feng, a smile on his face as he spoke. Standing to one side, both Ling Feilong and Zhou Yuhu looked at Shi Feng with mocking smiles on their faces. Even an idiot could tell that this matter had something to do with them. Chapter 250, Serious Inquiries Only. Helpless about it? Zhao Ruoxi's eyes widened in rage. "Yukai, this is your mistake. You need to think of a way to fix this." At this moment, Ling Feilong stood out and interrupted, saying in a gentle tone, "Ruoxi, you know that this is only a small mistake. Something must have gone wrong with the system, so you can't just put the blame on Yukai." "Then what should Shi Feng do? Since you already know something went wrong, does that mean Shi Feng is allowed to go in now?" Zhao Ruoxi completely ignored Ling Feilong, directly asking Yukai, "In any case, you can prove that Shi Feng has indeed registered for this event. Shi Feng also has no problem proving that he is a student of our school. Don't tell me that this is still not enough?" "Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, I can indeed verify that Shi Feng has registered for this event. However, whether he can enter or not is not up to a student council president like me to decide. You have to ask this big brother security guard here." Yukai shifted his gaze towards the security guard leader, instantly pushing all responsibility on the security guard. Hyukai then revealed a bitter smile, making the situation seem as if it had nothing to do with him. The security guard's mouth clearly twitched when he listened to Hyotsai's words. Hyukai obviously did not help Shifeng register for this event to begin with, yet Hyukai was pushing everything on him now? If Hyukai insisted that Shifeng be allowed into the hotel, what could a mere security guard captain like him do? Hyukai had already made his intentions very clear, absolutely not allowed. That was Hyotsai's answer. However, looking at Zhao Ruoshi, she too did not seem like someone he could provoke. Otherwise, why would Hyukai even bother making so many superficial excuses? Caught in a dilemma, this security guard captain did not know which would be the wiser choice to make. Currently, Zhao Ruoshi's wrathful gaze had already shifted to the security guard captain. She asked in a grim tone, "What do you say?" "Me." Even though he had experienced many battlefields before, the security guard captain could not help but hesitate at this moment. In the end, however, he still said strictly, "I have my responsibilities. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me." "You." "Class monitor, it's fine. This matter can't be helped. If I can't enter, so be it." Shifeng held back the raging Zhao Ruoshi. He then beamed a smile towards Hyukai and the others who were really good at spoiling his good fortune. "It is great that fellow student Shifeng can understand my troubles. This was truly an accident. I guarantee that there will not be a similar situation like this the next time." Hyukai sneered. "Right. A situation like this won't happen the next time." Zhou Yuhu laughed loudly. Ling Feilong sent a contemptuous smile at Shifeng, before saying in a gentle tone to Zhao Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, let's go. Uncle Jianhua has been anxiously waiting for you for a while now." "Why is Uncle Jianhua here?" Zhao Ruoshi was clearly surprised when she heard this name. However, when she thought about how Shifeng's problem still remained unsolved, a sudden inspiration flashed across her mind. "That's right. Uncle Jianhua is one of the sponsors for the fellowship party. He should be able to get you in." "Shifeng, wait here. I'll ask Uncle Jianhua to come immediately. That way, you'll definitely be able to enter." Shifeng nodded his head in reply. He then watched as Zhao Ruoshi frantically walked into the hotel. In the next instant, however, Shifeng noticed Ling Feilong sending a cold smile his way. Shifeng felt a bad premonition at this sight. Seeing that Zhao Ruoshi had left, Hyukai revealed a mocking smile as he said, "Fellow student Shifeng, please return from whence you came. This fellowship party is not fit for someone like you." He then told the security guard leader, "Remember, he is not allowed to set even a foot in this building. Otherwise, you can just pack up and leave." "Understood." Finished speaking, Hyukai and the others walked back into the hotel, their laughter filling the air as they left. The security guard then fixed his gaze at Shifeng. As long as Shifeng dared come near this building, he would personally chase him out. However, Shifeng did not react in anger. On the contrary, he was feeling extraordinarily calm right now. "If you don't want me to go in, then so be it. In any case, I don't have to actually be in the party to do what I came to do." Shifeng turned around and left, the corner of his lips raised slightly. The Jin High Fellowship party held at this time was the perfect chance for him to recruit new members for his guild. If he were to miss it, who knew how long he would have to wait before another such chance arrived. The reason why a small guild like Shadow could survive in God's domain was mainly due to the group of people they had recruited at this event. This group of people had helped Shadow endure its hardest times. Otherwise, with the little manpower Shadow possessed, there was no way they could avoid annexation by a large guild. Although Zero Wing already had a powerhouse like Aqua Rose and also a group of elite players in its midst, a guild could never have an excess of powerhouses and elite players. Since he was not allowed to recruit inside the event venue, it should be fine if he did it outside, right? Hence, Shifeng visited a nearby printing shop. Soon after, he set up a large sign a short distance away from the venue of the Fellowship Party. Zero Wing Guild recruiting new members. Serious inquiries only. Although the color of the words on the sign was monochrome and looked somewhat shabby, it still clearly conveyed the meaning Shifeng wanted. As to whether or not others would recognize the sign for what it was, Shifeng was not worried about that one little bit. After all, Zero Wing's fame was not limited to just White River City, but the entire Star Moon Kingdom. On the official forums of the Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing's popularity had long since gone off the charts, not to mention having 8 players occupying the top positions on the ranking list. The levels of these players had even exceeded everyone's imaginations. The lowest leveled player among them was level 18. This was a level that elicited awe in others. Even when ranked throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, these 8 players would still be the top 8 players. Not to mention a first-rate guild, even an Apex first-rate guild could not achieve such a feat. How could people not yearn to join such a guild? Hence, many independent players wished they could join Zero Wing. There were even thousands of threads posted on the forums by independent players, all of them expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing only recruited members at White River City, so not everyone could actually join the guild. Shortly after the sign was raised, it had already started attracting attention. How? Look at that sign. It's actually Zero Wing recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild? How is that possible? That guild is very mysterious. I heard that the strength of the 8 great experts of that guild is several times more amazing than even the experts of first-rate guilds. How could they be recruiting members at this place? If it really is Zero Wing recruiting, I will definitely be the first one to apply. The passers-by who noticed this sign immediately started a discussion among themselves. After all, Zero Wing was simply too famous right now. They could only be described with words such as mysterious and strong. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges on the 10th floor of the hotel was an old man dressed in luxurious clothing. Although the man was already in his 50s, he had a keenness that belied his age, his sharp gaze capable of seeing through people's hearts. This person was none other than Zhao Jianhua's second uncle. Why have you come here today? Zhao Ruoxi smiled sweetly at this old man after entering the room. Zhao Jianhua was the younger brother of Zhao Ruoxi's father. He was also one of the board members of the Zhao group. However, Zhao Jianhua did not have any children of his own, so he had always loved Zhao Ruoxi dearly as if she were his own daughter, treating her like the most delicate flower in the world. Of course, I am here to take a look at you. You're always staying at school recently, not bothering to even pay a visit back home. Zhao Jianhua replied with a doting smile. Second uncle, you're one of the sponsors for this get-together, right? I have a friend who wishes to join this event as well. Could you let him in? Zhao Ruoxi said sweetly, grabbing and shaking Zhao Jianhua's arm. Are you referring to that Shifeng? Zhao Jianhua's brows wrinkled, his expression sinking immediately. How did you know, second uncle? Zhao Ruoxi asked curiously. I was the one who arranged for him to be barred from entering. He is merely a mediocre person that came from an ordinary family. You shouldn't associate with such a person. You are the Zhao Group's successor, an elite standing at the very top of the pyramid of society. Others will gossip about you if they learn that you are associating with this kind of person. I am very clear about people like this Shifeng. People like him will do whatever it takes to get ahead, and there is no limit to the amount of flattery he'll spout. He does not like you at all. He simply covets the assets of the Zhao Group. I definitely won't allow him to continue tricking you. As for Shifeng's side of things, I will speak with him personally. Chapter 251. Great trees are good for shade. Zhao Ruoxi was silent for a long time after receiving Zhao Jianhua's lecture. Zhao Ruoxi never would have thought that her second uncle, who had always pampered her to the extreme, would say such words to her. Moreover, he had described Shifeng as such an ugly person. There was clearly a serious misunderstanding here. Someone had definitely worked on him. Second uncle, whom did you hear this from? Zhao Ruoxi did not immediately refute Zhao Jianhua. Instead, she wanted to find out just what was going on right now. It isn't important who told me about it. Ruoxi, in the future, you are not allowed to associate with people like Shifeng anymore. This is also elder brother's wish. Zhao Ruoxi had already been corrupted by Shifeng, and nothing he said would actually change her mind. Hence, he needed to take decisive measures to end their relationship once and for all. Afterwards, he would approach Shifeng and have him completely distance himself from Zhao Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoxi found herself stuck between laughter and tears. She knew that her second uncle was saying these things for her own good. However, she and Shifeng clearly weren't in the kind of relationship her second uncle thought they were in. They were merely classmates. Yet, judging from her second uncle's words, It sounded as if she and Shifeng's relationship had already reached the point where they were inseparable lovers joined together at the hip. Zhao Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Second uncle, since when did you start providing cover for someone? Let me guess, this person must be Ling Feilong, right?" "That's right. It is indeed Ling Feilong." Since Zhao Ruoxi had already guessed correctly, Zhao Jianhua did not contradict her. Instead, he straightforwardly argued, "Shifeng is only a nobody. On the other hand, I feel that this child, Feilong, is not bad. Not only does he look good, he is also ambitious and possesses great skills in fighting. Nowadays, the popularity of God's domain has already reached never-before-seen heights, and I hear that Feilong Brat is even in the upper echelon of the Shadow Guild. He also has a very good insight towards the future. Yet, instead of choosing a youth with good potential like him, you chose to go with an incompetent person. I am sure elder brother would stand together with me on this matter as well." "Second uncle, you're really misunderstanding things here. There isn't anything between me and Shifeng." Zhao Ruoxi was utterly at a loss for words. Rather, she felt furious about Ling Feilong's actions. However, she was inwardly rejoicing as well right now. Thanks to Shifeng's appearance, she could finally see Ling Feilong's true colors clearly. "Misunderstand? Your second uncle possesses discerning eyes, and I very much understand your situation. In any case, I will absolutely not allow that brat to enter this event. I am still capable of that, at least." Zhao Jianhua did not believe Zhao Ruoxi's words. He knew how very sly Zhao Ruoxi had been since her childhood. In any case, he refused to be fooled in this matter. Zhao Jianhua was not some shrewd businessman, nor was he part of the Zhao Group's management. Instead, he was a fighter that loved martial arts. Only afterwards did he start handling the security department of the Zhao Group. The real boss of the Zhao Group was Zhao Ruoxi's father, Zhao Jianchuan. Hence, Zhao Jianhua had always liked future professional fighters like Ling Feilong. After all, only a strong man could properly protect his own woman. Yet what was Shifeng? Zhao Jianhua had Shifeng investigated, and he discovered that Shifeng was only a weakling who was constantly bullied by others. A person like Shifeng was simply too unreliable. Hence, Zhao Jianhua was adamant at ending Zhao Ruoxi's relationship with Shifeng. This time while Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruoxi were having their discussion, Ling Feilong, who was outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly felt delighted. Although he could not directly defeat Shifeng, he could still play Shifeng to death using a roundabout approach. In addition, he had also informed Zhao Jianxian about this matter in advance. With both Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianxian vehemently opposing their relationship, even if Shifeng had seduced and captivated Zhao Ruoxi's heart completely, the two of them could never be together. Hence, as long as he could develop himself in shadow, becoming one of the core members of the guild, Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianxian would definitely support his pursuit of Zhao Ruoxi. After obtaining the wealth of the Zhao Group, he could easily take control of the entire Shadow Guild. At that time, what would Shifeng amount to? What would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? "You Kai, you've done well this time. I'll put in a few good words for you when I meet up with Brother Zhang next time. After you graduate, just come to Shadow," Ling Feilong said with satisfaction, patting He Kai, who stood beside him in a deferential manner. "This is but a trivial matter. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Long for support," He Kai said with a smile. Although He Kai, as the student council president, was indeed an amazing character in Jinhai University, after he graduated from the school, however, he would only amount to nothing. Nobody in society would give a damn about him. Aware of this reality, He Kai had no choice but to agree to Ling Feilong's request to remove Shifeng's registration for the fellowship party. Furthermore, Zhou Jianhua himself had even instructed him not to allow Shifeng entry into the event. Since he could satisfy both parties with just an action, killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do so? Only, neither He Kai nor Ling Feilong knew that at this moment, the hotel's surroundings had become extremely lively. Originally, the Jinhai Fellowship Party was a well-known event throughout Jinhai City. Hence, many reporters and media outlets would show up to cover it. There was also no lack of onlookers hanging around the event venue. However, the outside of the event venue was much livelier compared to previous years. Instead of just a small crowd, there was a sea of people here. Young and old, tall and short, all kinds of people could be seen lining up on the streets. Some of the uninformed passers-by even thought an international celebrity had showed up at this place. It made them wonder just what these people were lining up for. Little brother, what's happening in front? Why are there so many people lining up here? You don't know? The Zero Wing Guild is recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild? What's that? Of course it is Star Moon Kingdom's most amazing and mysterious guild. What's Star Moon Kingdom? Crap. Have you even played God's Domain before? You don't even know that? Which hole did you crawl out from? The passers-by mostly consisted of office workers, and they usually worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Their lives were mostly taken up by their work, so how would they find the time to play a game? Naturally, they would not know anything about God's Domain. However, when these office workers looked at the hundreds of people lining up, many of them started feeling confused about the game called God's Domain. They wondered just what sort of game God's Domain was. To actually have such a strong influence on so many people, it was simply a guild from a game recruiting members. Yet, there were actually several hundred people applying to join. Moreover, the numbers were still increasing without end. In a short moment, the number of people applying might even break through to the thousands. However, the most unfathomable thing was that even the reporters from television stations were running over to carry out a live broadcast on this situation. Just what sort of situation was this? Isn't it just membership recruitment for a guild in a game? You can't even earn a cent from playing a game, so what's the point of wasting so much time lining up? What foolish people! One of the passers-by, who was a white-collared elite, mockingly laughed the instant this white-collar elite said those words. Many of the people lining up immediately turned contemptuous gazes at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. What an idiot. He doesn't even know what membership recruitment by a guild in God's Domain means. No doubt he'll be in the rat race all his life. What are you minding him for? How would he know that when a guild is recruiting members in reality, they are also recruiting professional players for the guild's gaming workshop? A white-collar elite like him would be earning 4,000 to 5,000 credits a month. He would naturally look down on us part-timers who can only make 2,000 to 3,000 credits a month. What are you saying? That's the salary for an outer member of a guild. If we become official members, then we'll have a minimum salary of 5,000 a month. Meanwhile, elite members could get at least 10,000. Zero Wing is also recruiting quite a lot of members this time. They're recruiting 300 outer members, 100 official members, and 20 elite members. With so many available spots, we might even get a chance to join Zero Wing. I guess you're right. I also hear that core members get a base salary of 50,000 credits. I wonder just how much the 8 great experts of Zero Wing are earning each month. I hear that their salaries are over 10 million. Previously, there had been a financial corporation that offered them an astronomical amount of 8 million, yet none of the 8 experts had even reacted to it. Zero Wing's wealth is simply unimaginable. The players lining up started a discussion among themselves. However, the white-collar elite was no longer as calm as he was before. After all, he had only managed to obtain a monthly salary of 5,000 credits after attending countless interviews and working for his current company for 3 years. Yet, he was barely comparable to an official member of a gaming guild. Moreover, these gamers were only working part-time during the night. Suddenly, this office worker had the urge to join the queue as well. While Shifeng was interviewing player after player on the street, his actions had also attracted the attention of the guests participating in the fellowship party. It was especially true for the large-scale workshops in Jinhai City. Some of the professional fighters that planned to start their career in God's Domain also grew interested by this sight. Zero Wing has actually showed up at this place. Attending this fellowship party this time wasn't a waste of my time at all. Zero Wing Guild? Let's hurry up and meet up with that person. This is a great chance for our workshop. Who knows how many people and financial corporations are trying but failing to meet someone in the upper echelons of the guild. We are truly fortunate to be able to meet one at this event. Chapter 252, I Am a Coward. On the highest floor, the 36th floor of the Golden Bridge Hotel, The Jin High Fellowship Party had officially started. Most of the participants present at this event were well-known figures from various sectors of Jin High City. On the contrary, only a minority consisted of students who were about to graduate from Jin High University. The Jin High Fellowship Party held this year was the grandest one yet, and the number of people invited this year was also the highest compared to past occasions. As a result, the soon-to-be graduates of Jin High University were provided with more career prospects. This was especially true for players of God's Domain. Many people from all walks of life had an optimistic view on God's Domain's future, because aside from allowing its players to experience battles and adventures, God's Domain also allowed players to enjoy various lifestyles and forms of entertainment. The array of activities one could experience in God's Domain was much more abundant than in the real world, and this aspect of the game allowed many corporations in the real world to integrate and develop themselves in the game. Currently, there was an energetic old man in his 60s, who wore a white tunic, sitting at a corner of the event venue. Meanwhile, surrounding the old man were some of the most influential and powerful figures of Jin High City. Zhao Ruoshi's second uncle, Zhao Jianhua, was seated among these powerful personages as well. Are they not here yet? The old man in the white tunic suddenly asked Yu Kai, who stood beside him. They already arrived, but Hiyotai's expression faltered as he hesitated on his words. The elderly man before him was both the headmaster and chairman of Jin High University, Su Wenqing, and he was a very influential man in Jin High City. The reason being, under Su Wenqing's tutelage, many students had graduated from Jin High University with outstanding achievements, and such a contribution made Su Wenqing a well-known and well-respected character in the various sectors of Jin High City. Su Wenqing's influence was so great that he could easily send Jin High City into an uproar with his words alone. Speak, Su Wenqing suddenly said in a cold voice. They're outside right now, Yu Kai answered feebly, the sudden pressure making the knees of an inexperienced youth like him go weak. Since they're already outside, why aren't they coming in? Su Wenqing questioned. Don't tell me they want this decrepit old man to invite them in. Who do they think they are? They actually want Elder Su to invite them in? Do they think that, just because they're good at playing a game, they can disregard us? Zhao Jianhua angrily said. You few, go take a look at the situation and call them up. Tell them that I said so. Su Wenqing felt that something was amiss after light contemplation. Aside from the professional players from gaming workshops, quite a few well-known figures from fighting competitions were still absent from the event as well. Receiving the command, Su Wenqing's bodyguards, who stood by his side, immediately took the elevator down the hotel. These bodyguards wore black suits and black sunglasses, and all of them had tall and robust bodies. I don't understand what is going through these people's minds. What's the point of staying downstairs instead of coming up? Has something happened downstairs? Zhao Jianhua felt furious at the absentees, and his view of professional gamers lowered even further now. In his opinion, no matter how good a gamer was, they were, in the end, still gamers. Without corporations supporting and financing them, they would only remain as small fries in society. I, too, am curious. Just what sort of mentality do young people have nowadays? Maybe we old folks are no longer able to keep up with the changing times? Said a middle-aged man dressed in black martial artist clothing with a self-deprecating laugh. As if he was a great ocean, the man gave others a calm and gentle feeling, and one would not be able to find a hint of energetic spirit coming off this man. However, nobody present in the room would dare look down on this middle-aged man. The reason being, this man was Jin High City's well-known martial arts master, Chen Wu. Several years ago, Chen Wu was the reigning champion of Jin High City's fighting competition. He was the uncontested #1 back then. However, now that he was older, he no longer participated in any fighting competitions. Instead, he had started his own dojo in Jin High City, which was very well received. Master Chen Wu must be joking. Young people nowadays just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is only a virtual reality game. With Master Chen Wu's skills, if you entered that game called God's Domain, you can easily become one of the apex experts there. Zhao Jianhua said the real world and the virtual world are different things entirely. Moreover, times have changed. The future belongs to the younger folk now. Chen Wu shook his head. As a martial arts practitioner, he was very sensitive towards matters that occurred around him. He could clearly feel the change of an era approaching quickly. It was especially true with the appearance of God's domain. Ignoring the fact that corporations all over the world were already investing in God's domain one after another, just the number of players the game had already surpassed one's imagination. Anybody could easily tell how huge a potential God's domain had. Moreover, there had to be yet another secret being kept hidden about God's domain. Although Chen Wu did not know what exactly this secret was, he did know that it was a secret capable of attracting the countless corporations around the world to scramble madly over. The virtual reality game known as God's Domain was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. Meanwhile, although the various major corporations in Jinhai City had similarly invested in God's Domain, they were simply like stray cats that smelled the scent of fish. They had no idea at all what sort of secrets God's Domain possessed. After Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua chatted for a bit, Su Wenqing received a call from one of his bodyguards. Elder Su, the people down here say that they have an important matter they need to do right now. They will need some time before they can go up. Important matter? What could be more important than the fellowship party this time? Don't they want the sponsorship and support from other corporations anymore? Su Wenqing's tone turned grim. Although he did not show it on his face, many who knew Su Wenqing's temper immediately realized he was angry. It seems that they are trying to meet with one of Zero Wing Guild's upper management. However, there are too many people lining up right now, so it will be some time before they are done. Zero Wing Guild? Is it a guild from God's Domain? Su Wenqing asked, curious. Was it just a gaming guild? Was there a need for so many famous gaming workshops to try to suck up to it? Could this Zero Wing Guild be a very powerful existence within God's Domain? Although Su Wenqing did not play virtual reality games himself, he was still familiar with the well-known guilds within the virtual reality world. Even so, Zero Wing was not among the famous guilds he knew of. They say that Zero Wing is an extremely famous guild in Star Moon Kingdom. In certain aspects, Zero Wing is even superior to first-rate guilds. Many corporations are also wishing to meet the upper management of Zero Wing. However, due to Zero Wing being overly mysterious, nobody has ever found a chance to make contact, so none of them want to miss this chance right now. Putting it in such a way, this means that Zero Wing Guild isn't an existence that can be ignored. Su Wenqing grew interested in this Zero Wing Guild, especially since such a guild had appeared in a city like Jinhai City. To think that such an amazing guild has appeared in our Jinhai City without this old man knowing. Since it is so, invite this representative of Zero Wing Guild to come up and have a chat. This old man wishes to see just what kind of person this representative is. Moreover, it would not be a good thing to have so many participants of the fellowship party staying downstairs instead of being present at the actual event. He might as well have the representative of Zero Wing come up. That way, the guests from other gaming workshops could also participate in the fellowship party. Everyone was shocked when they heard Su Wenqing actually inviting an unknown guild representative to the fellowship party. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Bridge Hotel, Su Wenqing's bodyguards had already met up with Shifeng. They then relayed their employer's intentions to Shifeng, inviting him upstairs. However, to these bodyguards' surprise, Shifeng immediately rejected the invitation. Mr. Shifeng, Elder Su is wholeheartedly inviting you to join him upstairs. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. The leader of the bodyguards patiently persuaded Shifeng. I understand. However, I am still not done with the recruitment here. Also, even if I do agree, you'll have to ask the people lining up here if they'll agree to let me go. Shifeng smiled as he pointed at the long line in front of him consisting of over 1,000 people. He then continued, moreover, even if I am willing to go with you, someone inside will also chase me out again. I am a coward. That person has threatened me and said that I am not allowed to set even a foot in the hotel. I still have many people I need to interview, so please stop making things difficult for me. Su Wenqing's bodyguards were immediately rendered speechless. Wasn't this just blatant disregard of them? However, they had no choice but to report this matter back to Su Wenqing. What? Someone is threatening him from entering? Su Wenqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. He then said, then, tell him that, as long as this old man is here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to him in this fellowship party, and nobody will dare chase him out. However, he still says that he doesn't dare enter. He doesn't wish to be chased out for a second time. The bodyguard said, helplessly. Chased out for a second time? Does that mean he was originally a guest of this fellowship party? Yes. Su Wenqing was stunned. However, anger immediately shot to his head when he finally reacted. Someone had actually dared to chase out a guest that he invited. Wasn't this just giving him a slap across his old face? Who dares chase away a guest I invited? At this moment, Su Wenqing's voice turned extremely chilling. Although he was not a martial artist himself, the pressure he emitted caused many of those present to become fearful. The bodyguard trembled as he slowly said, Hyukai. Chapter 253, 5 Demon Generals. Good. Very good. Although Su Wenqing was smiling, the tone he spoke with was as chilling as the winter cold at this moment. Even an idiot could tell that Su Wenqing was furious due to the conversation being held over the phone. Nobody but Su Wenqing himself could hear what his bodyguard had said. However, based on the words Su Wenqing had spoken, the people around him knew that someone had done something to badly anger Su Wenqing. Where a matter such as chasing away an invited guest was concerned, neither Chen Wu nor Zhao Jianhua had such courage to do so, as doing so was equivalent to giving Su Wenqing a slap across his face. Everyone valued their prestige. Since this person had dared give Su Wenqing a slap, then this person shouldn't expect Su Wenqing to welcome it with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and everyone else started feeling pity for the person that angered Su Wenqing. This was practically bearding the lion in its den, a truly suicidal action. However, they were also very curious about the person that dared to chase away an invited guest. They wanted to know just who this daring person was. Hyukai, come over here. Su Wenqing looked at Hyukai, who was cluelessly standing at one side confused. Hyukai thought Su Wenqing had some orders for him to carry out, failing to notice that Su Wenqing's chilling intent was directed at him. Go downstairs and invite that person up here. If he isn't willing to come up, then you don't have to come back either, Su Wenqing said coldly. Headmaster, this? Hyukai was utterly confused about the meaning of Su Wenqing's words. You'll naturally understand after you go downstairs. Su Wenqing sent a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard intuitively understood Su Wenqing's intentions, and he immediately grabbed Hyukai and dragged him towards the elevator. Headmaster Su, there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. I really didn't do something like that. Hyukai shouted in a panic, the fat on his body jiggling. Even if he was given 100 lives, he would never dare kick out an invited guest. He was merely a student of Jinhai University, and nobody among the invited guests was someone he could afford to offend. If he had to name someone that he had really driven away, then the only person that came to mind would be Shifeng. However, Shifeng was simply a student that was not worth mentioning. He was not an invited guest at all. No matter how Hyukai looked at the situation, Shifeng would not be related to it in any way. This brat sure has guts, Zhao Jianhua said in an ambiguous tone. It was unknown whether he was actually praising Hyukai or disparaging him. However, everyone else was in full agreement with Zhao Jianhua's words. The bystanders could clearly tell that this incident was caused by Hyukai. This incident had truly given them a shock. Hyukai was merely a student council president, an insignificant existence, yet he had actually dared to recklessly abuse the little power he was given. If Hyukai did not deal with this matter perfectly, then his best option to save himself was to pack up and leave Jinhai City. Otherwise, only a tragic end awaited him. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's recruitment location had already become the most eye-catching sight on this street. Before he knew it, Shifeng had recruited many new people for his guild. Some well-known workshops in Jinhai City were even included among them. The members of these workshops were all relatively skilled. However, since they didn't have a top-tier expert leading them, they had a difficult time obtaining good equipment in God's domain. The reason being, a majority of the high-quality equipment could only be obtained from a dungeon, while a minority came from field bosses. However, to a guildless workshop, field bosses were simply an unattainable dream. This situation resulted in the workshops having a hard time making money in God's domain. Hence, many of these workshops wished to join a guild, a powerful guild in particular. If they had a top-tier expert guiding them, dungeon diving would become a much easier endeavor. Moreover, compared to groping in the dark by themselves, They could improve themselves with much greater efficiency by learning techniques from the said expert. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing Guild was undeniably the best option available in Jean High City for these guildless workshops currently. None of the guilds in Jean High City had officially become a rated guild in the past. If Shadow had not spent a humongous sum of money to annex a large number of workshops and recruited some new members with great potential, it would have had no way to quickly become a third-rate guild. In such a situation, Shadow would have also fallen in the competition over White River City. As this was the brutality of God's domain, the 5 demon generals have yet to show up even now. Could they be uninterested in joining Zero Wing? Shi Feng had already interviewed several hundreds of people. However, not a single one of the 5 demon generals were actually among those hundreds of people in the past. The 5 demon generals were the most powerful experts in Shadow. If their growth had not been limited by Shadow, they might have been promoted to a Tier 4 class or above. These 5 people also played an indispensable role in aiding Shadow in obtaining the 10 city-states. One could even say that Shi Feng's main goal in attending this fellowship party was to recruit these 5 people. Don't tell me they're afraid of taking the interview. Shi Feng felt that there was a very high possibility of such a thing happening. After all, the current 5 demon generals were obscure existences right now, nobodies in God's domain. If they concluded that they would not be accepted into Zero Wing, they would naturally avoid taking the interview altogether, saving themselves the humiliation when they got rejected. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt troubled. It was very possible for these 5 people to be inside the fellowship party right now. Yet, he had no way of entering the actual event venue. So, how should he go about recruiting those 5? Just as Shi Feng was feeling distressed over this matter, Hiu Kai came walking over. Why is it you? Hiu Kai was immediately dumbfounded when he discovered the person he had been sent to invite actually turned out to be Shi Feng. In Hiyotai's opinion, Shi Feng was simply an ordinary student. His and Su Wenqing's statuses were worlds apart from each other, and it was impossible for Su Wenqing to actually send a personal invitation to Shi Feng. Yet, the impossible had actually happened now. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but shift his gaze to Hiu Kai. Suddenly, he asked with a smile, "President He, what brings you here? Don't tell me you wish to chase me away from this street as well?" "This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Fellow student Shi Feng, how could I possibly dare to chase you away? All of this is simply a misunderstanding. Previously, due to an error to the system, your information was not properly registered. However, everything is fine now. Fellow student Shi Feng, you can now participate in the fellowship party as well." Hiu Kai said with a fawning smile. "President He, I am a very cowardly person. Previously yourself, President He, had said that as long as I dare set even a single foot in the hotel, you would immediately chase me out. I truly do not dare provoke a personage such as you. I also feel quite comfortable staying here. If you don't have any other matters, then, please return to your event. I'm still very busy right now." Shi Feng smiled, shifting his attention away from Hiyotei. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Hiyotei's face instantly paled. Even an idiot could make out the meaning behind Shi Feng's words. "You chased me away without any hesitation before. Yet now you wish to invite me back? Do you think it's possible that I will agree?" Hiu Kai really wished to say, "It's possible." Hiu Kai was merely a student council president. Now that Su Wenqing had already spoken, if Hiu Kai did not deal with this matter properly, his future would be over. Moreover, with Su Wenqing's horrific reach, Hiu Kai did not even dare to think about having a future. Noticing Su Wenqing's bodyguard coldly looking at him, Hiyotei's body shuddered with fear. Immediately, he did something that shocked even Shi Feng himself. Hiu Kai immediately knelt before Shi Feng, hugging Shi Feng's thigh as he cried like a little girl, saying, "Fellow student Shi Feng, Brother Feng, I was the one in the wrong. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Taishan too. I am deserving of death. How could I have been so blind to actually listen to the words of that bastard, Ling Feilong? Brother Feng, I apologize to you. Please, if it can help cool your temper, please beat me up as much as you wish. As long as Brother Feng is willing to go upstairs with me." Shi Feng wasn't the only one shocked by Hiyotei's actions. Even the bystanders were dumbfounded by this scene. Did he really think he was invincible just because he was shameless? Chapter 254. The Young Will Surpass the Old. As expected, it was Ling Feilong plotting behind the scenes. In truth, Shi Feng did not pay any attention to an insignificant character like Hiyu Kai. He only wished to find out who was trying to make trouble for him. Since he was able to ascertain that it was indeed Ling Feilong playing tricks on him, he no longer had any use for Meteoric, save your crocodile tears. I'll go up with you. However, my requirement is for you to clearly repeat the words you just said to Headmaster Su. Otherwise, pray for your own future, Shi Feng said calmly as he kicked Hiyu Kai away. How could you do this to me? Instantly, Hiyu Kai recovered his previous smiling appearance, making it look as if none of the embarrassing scene from before had actually happened. However, there was a hint of hatred hidden beneath his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. Hiyu Kai had already embarrassed Su Wenqing. If he told Su Wenqing of this matter, then he would be adding Ling Feilong to the list of people he had offended. Moreover, Ling Feilong was supported by Zhao Jianhua, who was an even more frightening existence. Even if Su Wenqing were to forgive him, Ling Feilong and Zhao Jianhua would definitely not let him off. A wolf in front, and a tiger behind. Even if he did not lose his life, his future would be ruined. Shi Feng was simply too cruel for wanting him to do such a thing. Why can't I do such a thing? I am only asking you to tell the truth. Now, tell me, what is your decision? Shi Feng smiled calmly, completely ignoring the poisonous glare Hiyu Kai was sending him. What comes around, goes around. After some contemplation, Hiyu Kai took a few deep breaths before coming to a decision. He then shifted his eyes towards Shi Feng, a malicious glint in his eyes as he said, I can agree to your demands, however, you must allow me to join Zero Wing. It seems that you still aren't clear about your current situation. You wish to discuss conditions with me? Then let me tell you, you only have two options right now. You either speak or don't. In my personal opinion, it's best that you speak the truth. At the very least, you will earn the pardon of Headmaster Su. Shi Feng then raised his brows, stating, my patience is limited. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. All right, I'll speak. Hiyu Kai quickly made his choice. Compared to Ling Feilong and Zhao Jianhua, he was even more afraid of Su Wenqing. After all, Su Wenqing's influence was simply too extensive. Soon after, Shi Feng followed Hiyu Kai and Su Wenqing's bodyguard into the hotel and took the elevator up to the 36th floor. Shi Feng's arrival at the event venue immediately attracted a majority of the participants' attention. Due to Su Wenqing's rage, many of the guests present had already found out about the incident concerning Shi Feng. They were very curious to see just what sort of person warranted a personal invitation from Su Wenqing himself. Under the bodyguard's lead, Shi Feng and Hiyu Kai arrived before Su Wenqing. When an ordinary youth in black sportswear appeared before them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They started attentively evaluating Shi Feng, intent on discerning the secrets hidden behind Shi Feng's ordinary appearance. To their disappointment, however, be it Shi Feng's attire or aura, both were similarly plain and ordinary. Shi Feng? Why you here? Ling Feilong couldn't help but grow astonished. Originally, he had intended to use this fellowship party to form a deeper connection with Zhao Jianhua. However, he never imagined that Shi Feng could actually make it into the event. The current situation went far beyond his expectations. Everything has an exception to it, isn't that so? Shi Feng replied with a smile. Shi Feng, it's great that you made it. Originally, I planned to go down and look for you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. Zhao Ruoxi said excitedly when she saw the new arrival was Shi Feng. Were it not for Zhao Jianhua holding her back, preventing her from leaving, she would have long since left this boring fellowship party. Sitting beside Zhao Ruoxi, Zhao Jianhua immediately turned grim when he heard Zhao Ruoxi's words. Previously, Zhao Ruoxi had pestered him endlessly for him to let Shi Feng come up, angering him greatly. Never would Zhao Jianhua have thought that, not only did this commoner not give up, he had actually entered the event venue. Now didn't I tell the ones below not to let him in? How did he manage to get in? Zhao Jianhua's mind was filled with questions. He failed to realize that Shi Feng was none other than the Zero Wing representative that Su Wenqing had invited. Young man, come over here and take a seat. This old man is called Su Wenqing, the current headmaster of Jinhai University. Su Wenqing slowly stood up and formally introduced himself. Shi Feng, a fourth-year student of Jinhai University. Shi Feng replied softly, you are a student of our school? Indeed, the young will surpass the old. So young, yet you've already entered the middle management of the Zero Wing Guild, Su Wenqing said, slightly surprised. He did not believe Shi Feng had a very high position in the Zero Wing Guild. However, normally, only those in middle management or higher had the right to recruit members. Shi Feng had yet to graduate from university, yet he had already managed to become a middle manager of a mysterious guild. In the eyes of commoners, this could be considered a great achievement. At the very least, Shi Feng was much more successful than most of the students present at the fellowship party today. Su Wenqing's amiable bearing and praise towards Shi Feng slightly surprised Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua, who sat close to Su Wenqing. They never thought Su Wenqing would praise a younger generation like so, a plain and ordinary youth like Shi Feng, no less. For a second, they even thought that their ears were playing tricks on them even when faced with Zhang Luowei, the person with the brightest future in Jinhai University. Su Wenqing had simply said the words, "Not bad." Although they were shocked by the fact that a person like Shi Feng was a middle manager of a guild, an achievement like this did not warrant such praise from Su Wenqing himself. After all, Su Wenqing was a very influential character in Jinhai City. However, Su Wenqing held an optimistic view on Shi Feng's future. Shi Feng's temperament, which was as calm as the great ocean, especially solidified this opinion of his. This was not something a youth like him should have, or to put it bluntly, it should be impossible for a youth like Shi Feng to possess such a temperament if not for the fact that Su Wenqing had met with countless people, and had seen all sorts of people throughout his life. He too would not have discovered this particular trait of Shi Feng as being capable of entering the middle management of such a powerful guild clearly showcased Shi Feng's ability. Before long, Shi Feng would definitely enter the upper management of the guild, hence why Su Wenqing was being so courteous with Shi Feng. Headmaster must be joking. Shi Feng laughed after Su Wenqing exchanged a few words with Shi Feng. Su Wenqing shifted his gaze once more to He Yu Kai, who was currently trembling where he stood. Su Wenqing demanded coldly, "Speak. What happened?" Although Su Wenqing's voice was soft, it was filled with oppressiveness. Frightened, He Yu Kai no longer dared hide anything from him. Ling Feilong was the one that told me to do everything. He said he did not wish to see Shi Feng entangled with fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. Hence, under his coercion, I did not register Shi Feng for the fellowship party. He Yu Kai immediately pointed towards Ling Feilong, denouncing him. At this moment, he no longer cared about the consequences of his words. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Ling Feilong. Ling Feilong instantly felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. At this moment, Ling Feilong felt utterly powerless, his breathing faltering. He was at a complete loss for words right now. Anything he said would easily offend others. He also never imagined that Shi Feng would have Zero Wing Guild as his backing. Since you have nothing to say for yourself, then please leave this place. The Jinhai Fellowship Party does not welcome you, Su Wenqing said abruptly in a deep tone, the rage contained within his words clear for all to hear. Looking at Ling Feilong's expression, it was obvious what He Yu Kai had said was the truth. Following which, two robust bodyguards walked towards Ling Feilong, clearly intending to send Ling Feilong on his way. Elder Su, please wait a moment, Zhao Jianhua suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, standing beside Zhao Jianhua were two of Shadow's major shareholders, Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei. Chapter 255. There is only one protagonist. Zhao Jianhua's deep voice suddenly caused the splendorous and lively venue to go silent. Everyone present knew that, once Su Wenqing made a decision, nobody was allowed to interfere with it. However, Zhao Jianhua actually stepped in and tried to interrupt Su Wenqing. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the event hall turned extraordinarily intense, like a minefield where a single misstep could trigger a massive explosion. In reply to Zhao Jianhua's interruption, Su Wenqing did not speak any words. Instead, he merely stretched out his hand, halting the two bodyguards from dragging Ling Feilong away. He then returned his focus to Zhao Jianhua, his eyes carrying a questioning look. He wanted to know just what sort of reason Zhao Jianhua had for going against his decision. Zhao Jianhua was one of the main sponsors for the Jinhai Fellowship Party. He was also one of the directors of the Zhao Group, a major corporation in Jinhai City. Hence, Su Wenqing could not simply ignore Zhao Jianhua's opinion. Elder Su, I am the one who allowed Ling Feilong to prevent Shi Feng from entering this place. Moreover, I feel that I did not make any mistake in this decision. Please don't make things difficult for Feilong. Zhao Jianhua then added with a laugh. As for the reason why I didn't allow Shifeng to enter, it was simply because I did not want him to continue associating with Ruashi. Please understand my decision, Elder Su. Second uncle, I've already said that our relationship isn't what you imagined it to be. Zhao Ruashi argued immediately, her crescent brows slightly wrinkled listening to the niece and uncle pair bickering with each other. Su Wenqing, with his many years of experience, instantly figured out the crux of the matter. Suddenly he laughed and said, "It is indeed good to be young. Since it is a matter between young people, then I will not intervene." Ling Feilong immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard Su Wenqing's words. If he were truly chased out of the fellowship party, then his reputation would be in tatters. Fortunately, he had Zhao Jianhua on his side. Ling Feilong gave Shifeng a look that seemed to say, "So what if you received praise from Elder Su? Aren't I still completely fine right now?" Shifeng merely shrugged at Ling Feilong's provocation, paying him no mind at all. Right now, his sole goal for coming upstairs was to look for the 5 demon generals. Ling Feilong could do whatever he wanted for all Shifeng cared. However, if Ling Feilong dared to actively seek trouble with him again, then he couldn't be blamed for responding in kind at this moment. The elegant and handsome-looking Lan Hailong sent a glance at Zhang Luowei, who currently stood beside him. Fellow student Shifeng, please wait a moment. Zhang Luowei stepped forward, hurrying to Shifeng as he shouted, "I have been looking forward to meeting with Zero Wing for a long time now. I never would have thought I would get the chance to do so at this fellowship party. I hear that Zero Wing has plenty of experts, and each and every one of them has extraordinary skills. Fellow student Shifeng, as a middle manager of Zero Wing, I believe that you must definitely be skilled. Hence, I wish to seek some pointers from you. We can also take it as an entertainment for this fellowship party. I wonder, what is fellow student Shifeng's opinion on this matter?" Hearing Zhang Luowei's suggestion, glints flashed through Su Wenqing's, Zhao Jianhua's, Chen Wu's, and everyone else's eyes. They felt that it was a good suggestion. However, they still chose to remain silent as this was a matter for the younger generation. It wouldn't be good for old folks like them to intervene among those who showed interest in Zhang Luowei's suggestion. Zhao Jianhua was the most eager for it to take place. Zhao Jianhua knew very well how amazing Zhang Luowei was. After all, even a martial arts master like Chen Wu looked favorably upon Zhang Luowei. Within a few years, Zhang Luowei would definitely become the fighting champion of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, if Shifeng embarrassed himself in front of Ruashi right now, at the very minimum, he could make Zhao Ruashi understand how ordinary Shifeng actually was. Once she knew that they were people of 2 different worlds, she might even decide to give up on her relationship with Shifeng. Is this going to be a martial arts competition? Excellent. To think that I'll get the chance to witness Jinhai University's champion fighter exchanging moves with an expert from Zero Wing. The money I paid to join this fellowship party is totally worth it. Anticipation started filling the eyes of everyone present within the event venue. Fellow student Shifeng, see how everyone is looking forward to an exchange between you and Luowei. It wouldn't be good to disappoint everyone, right? You can rest assured, though, since this is only an exchange of pointers, we won't go too far in this competition. We are only doing this to liven things up at this party. Lan Hailong chimed in with a laugh. He continued, I am also a board member of Shadow, and in regard to a guild as powerful as Zero Wing, I had always wanted to learn a thing or two from you all. I wish to take a look at the gap between us so that I can turn Shadow into a guild that would not lose out to Zero Wing. I hope fellow student Shifeng will not refuse this competition. The shrewd Lan Hailong was very good with his words. He had made the simple competition between Zhang Luowei and Shifeng sound as if it were a competition between Shadow and Zero Wing. Lan Hailong was clearly intending to use Zero Wing to raise Shadow's status originally. The protagonist for the fellowship party should have been Shadow Guild. However, that role had been hijacked by Shifeng midway, and now, Zero Wing had become the protagonist of the event. Moreover, Shifeng had also managed to recruit plenty of new members with good potential. Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei naturally couldn't stomach such a scene occurring right before their eyes. Hence, they thought of using Shifeng as a stepping stone. That way, Shadow's fame at this event would instantly surpass Zero Wing. Moreover, Lan Hailong's plans weren't limited to just this one point. He also intended to publicize Shifeng's loss, allowing everyone, both inside and outside of God's domain, to know that an expert from Zero Wing had lost badly to a player from Shadow. At that time, Shadow's reputation would not lose out to Zero Wing by one little bit. As for Shifeng himself, he would definitely be expelled from Zero Wing after turning the guild into a laughingstock. This could be considered Lan Hailong's revenge on Shifeng for stealing Shadow's limelight at this event. Also, now that the event had become so lively, with so many people cheering and calling out Shifeng's name, Shifeng would not have an easy time declining the competition request. How could you say such a thing? Zhao Ruoshi asked, dissatisfaction in her tone. Shifeng is a gaming expert, not some fighting expert. What point would there be for the two of them to have a match with each other? Immediately, many people among the audience came to a realization. Although Shifeng was amazing inside a game, that did not mean he would be equally amazing at fighting in real life. Even if Zhang Luowei defeated him, that did not prove that Zhang Luowei was strong inside the game. Fellow student Zhao Ruoshi, you must be joking. God's Domain is a virtual reality game, and every aspect of the game is extremely realistic. I believe that anyone who has experienced combat in God's Domain would know this. Although being good at fighting in real life does not necessarily make someone good at the game, the same cannot be said for the opposite. If one is good at the game, then it shows that they are equally skilled at fighting in real life. In fact, I know just how amazing fellow student Shifeng is. After all, he was able to defeat Zhou Yuhu, the student who placed third in Jinhai University's fighting competition. With such strength, it would be a pity for the two of them to not compete against each other. Lan Hailong smiled calmly. Contrary to his words, he had absolute confidence in Zhang Luowei obtaining victory. As for Shifeng, although he was relatively powerful himself, he was definitely not a match for Zhang Luowei. The reason being, Zhang Luowei had already reached the standards of a professional. He was on an entirely different level when compared to Zhou Yuhu. What? That Zhou Yuhu was actually defeated by Shifeng? No wonder he managed to become a middle manager of Zero Wing. As expected, Zero Wing is powerful. Many of those present in the event hall was shocked by this revelation, their anticipation towards the competition between Shifeng and Zhang Luowei growing even more intense. It seems that I really can't underestimate young people. To think that he would choose to keep himself hidden despite possessing such skills. It is truly rare for a youngster like him to have such a humble heart, Su Wenqing commented, his evaluation of Shifeng rising even higher now. With such a temperament, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Chief Zhao, don't you think your requirements are a little too high? You should just let the younger folk handle themselves. It wouldn't be right for us older generations to constantly stick a hand into their matters. It can't be true, right? He managed to defeat Zhou Yuhu with a small body like that? Zhao Jianhua looked at Shifeng suspiciously. He had a good grasp on the standards of the fighting competition held in Jinhai University. It was also the reason why he admired Ling Feilong's achievement of obtaining 9th place in the competition. Alright, then. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, how could I bear to refuse? Shifeng laughed. Lan Hailong was still as good with words as he had been in the past. Shifeng had a very clear understanding of Lan Hailong. Lan Hailong was also the cause for his decade of hard work going to waste. Shifeng remembered this point very clearly. Originally, Shifeng had not intended to seek trouble with Lan Hailong in this life. After all, those matters had all occurred in his previous life. Hence, Shifeng decided that, as long as Lan Hailong did not provoke him in this life, he couldn't care less what Lan Hailong did. Yet Lan Hailong just had to come looking for trouble. Since it was so, Shifeng would not remain courteous with Lan Hailong. It was also a good chance for him to rid himself of past grudges. Chapter 256, Demon. The brat actually agreed. It seems he still has some courage to him. Zhao Jianhua's opinion of Shifeng changed slightly. Zhang Luowei was reputed to be a genius at fighting, and his mastery of Luohan Quan was very high. Many professional fighters were not even his match. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only a gamer. Although his achievement of defeating Zhou Yuhu was indeed praiseworthy, when compared to Zhang Luowei, they were still on entirely different levels. Standing beside Zhao Jianhua, Zhao Ruoxi grew panicked. Why is this Shi Feng acting so foolishly? Zhao Ruoxi was inwardly speechless at Shi Feng's decision. Lan Hailong merely flattered him a little, yet he's already acting so cocky. Doesn't he know that Zhang Luowei is a real martial arts expert? Meanwhile, Ling Feilong stood at a distance, sneering at Shi Feng. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's fight with Zhou Yuhu, so he knew Shi Feng was pretty skilled as well. However, he still had a long way to go before he was Zhang Luowei's match. Moreover, Zhou Yuhu had taken Shi Feng lightly the last time, resulting in him being caught off guard and losing to Shi Feng in one strike. If Zhou Yuhu had paid more attention to the fight, the final result definitely wouldn't have been so decisive. Currently, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei were no longer fighting as individuals. Instead, they were representing their respective guilds in a competition. As long as Zhang Luowei defeated Shi Feng, in addition to Lan Hailong wantonly spreading the news about it, Shi Feng would definitely bring great shame to Zero Wing. This was also the part Lan Hailong was brilliant at death by overpraising. First, he endlessly praised Shi Feng and spoke of how amazing he was in front of everyone else. Then he made Shi Feng sound as if he was representing his guild in this competition, turning this normal exchange into a contest between two guilds. Finally, once Zhang Luowei defeated this amazingly powerful Shi Feng, Lan Hailong would use this piece of information to showcase just how amazing Shadow was. Even if Shi Feng was a middle manager of Zero Wing, he would definitely still receive a heavy punishment. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the guild. Lan Hailong's means were indeed cruel and decisive. As the audience started cheering and discussing the competition, the staff members of the event went ahead with preparing a fighting ring for the competition. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Zhang Luowei. He is my idol. During the university's fighting competition, he obtained first place with great ease. None of the contestants could take 3 moves from him before being defeated. Although Shi Feng is also very strong, he doesn't have much of a presence. I can feel nothing from him at all, as if he doesn't even exist. Zhang Luowei, on the other hand, is like a cruel and ferocious beast. When I stood near him, I could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. When his eyes landed on me, I even felt a shiver go down my spine. I agree. Shi Feng might be an expert in God's domain, but this is a real-life martial arts competition. It would be good if he could survive 10 moves from Zhang Luowei. If this fight was held in God's domain, however, it would definitely be an interesting duel. While everyone was feeling pessimistic about Shi Feng's chances of winning, Zhou Yuhu, who was resting at a corner of the event hall, walked up to Zhang Luowei's side. Brother Zhang, you have to be careful when you are going up against Shi Feng. I've fought with him before. Although he doesn't have remarkable strength, and his physique is no good as well, he is very experienced in combat. He has a very good grasp of when to take action, and his fists and feet are extremely nimble. Zhou Yuhu said, Little Hu, you're overthinking things. Even if Shi Feng has reached the level of a professional, I can likewise defeat him with ease. Don't worry, I'll return the shame he brought to you. Zhang Luowei laughed as he clapped Zhou Yuhu's shoulders. He was completely unaffected by Zhou Yuhu's words. When one reached his level of skill, one's determination would be as hard as steel. Certainly, Zhang Luowei was not underestimating Shi Feng. He had simply reacted this way due to the arrogance of an expert. He would have confidence no matter what kind of enemy he faced. Brother Zhang. Zhou Yuhu knew that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. However, only those who had personally exchanged moves with Shi Feng would know how frightening he truly was. If Zhang Luowei was described as a ferocious beast, then Shi Feng was like the great ocean. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be helpless in the face of Mother Nature. In truth, Zhou Yuhu had wanted to dissuade Zhang Luowei from having a competition with Shi Feng. Only, after taking into consideration Zhang Luowei's prestige, he had instead chosen to warn him to be careful. However, his words had clearly been in vain. The staff members had very quickly enclosed an area for the martial arts competition. Although the fighting ring was somewhat smaller than one in an official setting, there was still a space of 100 square meters available. It was sufficient for 2 people to exchange punches and kicks with each other. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and several other well-known figures in Jinhai City sat in the section closest to the fighting ring. Everyone else could only stand several meters behind them to observe the fight in the ring. Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei stood 5 meters apart from each other. The former was an ordinary man who had no presence whatsoever, while the latter was like a muscular beast that looked as if he could swallow a man whole. The imposing aura Zhang Luowei emitted could cause others to tremble in fear. A great battle between these two men could happen at any moment now. Meanwhile, the audience around the ring started tensing up, their eyes locked on the two fighters, every movement unlike a fight between ordinary people, which would take a long time to finish. An exchange between experts would end in an instant. Hence, they were deeply afraid of missing out even the slightest detail of the brilliant exchange between the two. In contrast, Su Wenqing and the other influential characters were currently talking cheerfully with one another. Master Chen Wu, as an ex-professional fighter and a martial arts master, which of the two do you think will win in this competition? Su Wenqing asked, a small chuckle escaping his lips as he caressed his beard. I can't say for sure. In a martial arts competition, strength and luck are both equally important. If I were to judge solely based on presence and physique, then Zhang Luowei is clearly a cut above Shi Feng. However, I have never personally witnessed how skilled Shi Feng is, so I can't make a clear judgment. Chen Wu shook his head, not providing a definite answer. If it was anyone else, even if it was the first time for Chen Wu to meet them, he could still determine the person's strength based on the presence he felt. He would then further evaluate the person's physique and make a rough evaluation. In Shi Feng's case, however, Chen Wu could sense nothing from him. Shi Feng's presence was so weak that Chen Wu might overlook him if Shi Feng were just an ordinary person who had not defeated a combat expert like Zhou Yuhu. Then Chen Wu would definitely conclude Shi Feng was a harmless white rabbit, an insignificant existence. Yet, defying all expectations, this little white rabbit had actually defeated a ferocious tiger like Zhou Yuhu. Hence, Chen Wu could not help but re-evaluate his opinion of Shi Feng. After all, if a little white rabbit could get rid of a ferocious tiger, who would believe that it was still a little white rabbit? Even if Shi Feng was a little white rabbit, he was still a rabbit demon that was capable of killing a tiger. If Shi Feng had truly cultivated into a demon, then his presence was merely a facade. If one had cultivated into a demon, while the other was still an ordinary animal, the two would be on entirely different levels. However, experts capable of cultivating themselves into a demon were extremely rare existences. The so-called cultivating into a demon did not refer to one becoming a demon physically, but spiritually. It also referred to wisdom. When an expert reached this realm, the martial arts they practiced would no longer be something inanimate. It would start to take on life. However, a youth like Shi Feng should not be capable of reaching such a realm yet. Hence, Chen Wu could not determine Shi Feng's degree of mastery. Master Chen Wu, how can your keen eyes fail to make a judgment? Both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei are just youngsters. Although both of them can greatly improve in the future, you should have some indication of who will win, right? Zhao Jianhua refused to believe Chen Wu's words. After all, it was clear at first glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Hence, Zhao Jianhua believed that Chen Wu was simply leaving some face for Shi Feng. Unfortunately, Zhao Jianhua did not know that martial arts practitioners were usually forthright in their actions, even more so for a martial arts master like Chen Wu. He was always straightforward with his words, and he would never do something like twist his words around. He would only speak whatever was on his mind while the few of them were having their cheerful conversations. The referee in the fighting ring sent a glance at both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei, before abruptly swiping his hand down between the two fighters. Immediately he shouted, "Begin!" Chapter 257, Extraordinary. The moment the referee gave the signal, Zhang Luowei took action and immediately charged at Shi Feng. However, Zhang Luowei did not rush forth like a normal person would, as attacking in a straight line would be too plain and predictable. Instead, he zigzagged as he moved, his footwork constantly changing as he swiftly weaved his way towards Shi Feng. If it were any ordinary person faced with Zhang Luowei's footwork, they definitely would not know how to react to it properly. They would be enthralled by Zhang Luowei's erratic footwork and allow him to close in on them. Aside from placing emphasis on footwork, Luohan Quan practitioners also stressed fast, accurate, and fierce punches. If one failed to block a punch from a Luohan Quan practitioner and received a hit to the chest, The battle would end right there, and then meanwhile, as a person of this modern era, and also as a professional fighter, Zhang Luowei had an arm strength of over 100 kilograms. Receiving a punch from him would be no different from being smashed in the chest with a hammer. Humans were also not made out of metal. Even if they were, after receiving tens of smashes from a hammer, they would still turn into scrap metal, needless to say what would happen to a body made of flesh. With Zhang Luowei's physique, it would be no surprise if he broke most of Shifeng's ribs with a single punch, sending him flying back 1 to 2 meters away. Even however, Shifeng was no ordinary person. Instead of retreating, he chose to advance and face Zhang Luowei head-on. Shifeng utilized the swimming dragon steps as he strode forward, his feet moving as if the ground was completely frictionless. Shifeng immediately slid towards Zhang Luowei, catching the latter off guard. Zhang Luowei never thought Shifeng would actually know such nimble and irregular footwork. Right now, he could not find any way to land a good punch on Shifeng. Shifeng had over a decade of campaigning in God's domain. The combat experience he possessed far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, there had been no dearth of martial arts masters and powerful boss monsters to serve as his opponents in the past. On the other hand, Zhang Luowei did not even possess 1,000th of Shifeng's combat experience. Although Shifeng's current physique was no match for Zhang Luowei's, Shifeng made up for it by using the agility and fast reaction speed he gained from his years of battle. When fighting bosses in God's domain, even the slightest mistake could cause players to lose their lives. Among the countless boss battles Shifeng experienced, there was many a time when he had to rely on his body's instinctive reactions instead of his eyes to make decisions. Such instinctive reactions were done under an unconscious state. If one wished to train themselves to this level, they needed to experience plenty of battles, regularly treading the line between life and death. However, one would rarely encounter such conditions for training in real life, even as a professional fighter. After all, when faced with a life-or-death situation in the real world, there was a high chance of losing one's life, and once dead, there was no second chance available. On the other hand, players could experience these life-or-death battles countless times without any risk of actual death. They could simply try again once they died in the game. This was also the reason why many professional fighters were obsessed with God's domain in the past. Only when one was placed in a life-or-death situation would one be able to display one's full potential. As long as they survived the battle, the insight they received from the battle could greatly increase their strength. Why did so many experts in the real world train at precipices? It was to experience the feeling of having their life hanging by a thread. They wanted to use the threat of death to stimulate their innate potential. However, taking such a course was extremely dangerous. Normally, only experts dared to do such a thing. If ordinary people tried it, 10 out of 10, they would lose their lives. Meanwhile, when a player died in battle in God's domain, they could just revive with an intact body. An expert in 100 battles. After experiencing 100 battles, even an ordinary person could become a combat expert. Meanwhile, in regard to the countless battles Shifeng had experienced in the past, even an idiot could become a demon. Not to mention, Shifeng had learned plenty of martial arts in the past. He had been a top-tier sword king in the past as well, and he had only been a thread away from being promoted to a Tier 4 sword emperor. The reason he could not become a sword emperor, however, was not because his techniques had been lacking. After all, Shifeng's combat techniques had already achieved perfection at that time, and he could easily adopt many techniques to his battles, not limiting himself to just a single style of combat. Although Zhang Luowei's footwork was nimble, Shifeng was clearly a cut above him. Be it a punch, a chop, or a hammer strike, Zhang Luowei sent fist after fist at Shifeng. Zhang Luowei's hammer strikes were especially deadly. If a bull received this strike, it would immediately fall to the ground and would not be able to recover within a short period of time. Unfortunately, every strike Zhang Luowei sent at Shifeng would always rub past the edge of his clothes. Meanwhile, Shifeng was constantly drifting around Zhang Luowei's side, revolving around him like a true dragon. No matter how Zhang Luowei tried to move, he could not escape from Shifeng's shadow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Zhang Luowei's heart grew panicked. Never had he imagined Shifeng to be a martial arts expert as well. When Shifeng executed the swimming dragon steps, He was like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, advancing and retreating with ease. However, Zhang Luowei also knew that Shi Feng did not dare take him head-on. Yet, if Zhang Luowei continued his successive attacks, he would sooner or later exhaust himself completely and definitely be defeated. Scram. Zhang Luowei decided to use his finishing move, Fierce Tiger, pouncing on its prey, springing at Shi Feng like a hungry tiger. Shi Feng immediately moved his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Luowei's attack. Zhang Luowei took this chance to twist his body around, planting one of his feet forward as he swung his fists around, executing twin peaks, piercing the clouds at Shi Feng's side. The moment Zhang Luowei's fists struck out, those close to the fighting ring could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling. If Shi Feng was struck by this move, he would be either dead or crippled. Contrary to expectations, Shi Feng reacted calmly and unhurriedly. He simply smiled and replied to Zhang Luowei's vicious attack. Putting strength into his toes, Shi Feng immediately did a flip in midair. He then executed the move Swimming Dragon Stable Strike, using his body's momentum to redirect Zhang Luowei's fists away, letting them strike nothing but air. Immediately afterwards, Shi Feng's fists opened up, and utilizing the centripetal force of his body's rotation, he struck the major artery on Zhang Luowei's neck with his palm. Before Zhang Luowei could properly react, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his breathing becoming difficult. Due to his brain receiving a shortage of blood, Zhang Luowei's limbs started to stiffen. However, Zhang Luowei was no ordinary person. He instantly knew he had received an attack from Shi Feng, causing the response of his 4 limbs to lag. As a last resort, Zhang Luowei rammed his head at Shi Feng, who was currently full of openings as he hung in midair. Zhang Luowei was fully intent on ending the battle in mutual destruction. If Shi Feng wished to attack him in this situation, Shi Feng would have to receive the ramming attack from him. Good. Shi Feng first felt surprise, then joy. Contrary to expectations, Shi Feng did not choose to retreat and give Zhang Luowei a chance to catch his breath. Instead, Shi Feng executed the move Dragon's Palm, taking advantage of the situation to send another palm strike at Zhang Luowei's neck. With this strike, Shi Feng immediately redirected Zhang Luowei's all-out charge, completely neutralizing the latter's attack. In addition, Shi Feng's attack was further fueled by the force of his body's rotation. As a result, Zhang Luowei's body spun uncontrollably in midair after receiving the strike, just like a rotating arrow that was let loose. Right after that, Shi Feng planted his palm on Zhang Luowei's chest and abruptly struck down. Zhang Luowei's body landed heavily, a web of cracks appearing on the marble floor beneath him. At this time, Zhang Luowei fell flat on his back, blood spewing out of his mouth. Shi Feng's attack had fractured many of his ribs, and at this moment, he did not possess even the strength to speak. Zhang Luowei's eyes were filled with disbelief as he lost consciousness soon after. Although this series of complex actions sounded slow when described, in reality, everything had happened within an instant. The audience was stunned into silence. Every one of them looked at the fighting ring with dumbfounded expressions. The two in the ring were clearly locked in battle. Before anyone could react, Zhang Luowei's body was already falling to the floor, his body not even twitching as he landed. He actually defeated Zhang Luowei? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Zhao Jianhua rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. However, the fact that Zhang Luowei lay on the floor, unmoving, proved that he was not imagining things. A plain and ordinary person that did not possess the presence of an expert had actually defeated a combat genius. Who could believe such a thing? Second uncle, how are Shi Feng's skills? Zhao Ruoshi proudly asked Zhao Jianhua, who was sitting beside her, her tone making it sound as if Shi Feng's victory was her own victory. Strong, very strong. However, I still feel strange when I look at him. Even though I myself am a martial arts practitioner as well, I couldn't tell what kind of technique he used to defeat Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua said, his heart filled with questions. He then asked, Master Chen Wu, do you know what kind of technique he used? Chapter 258, Increased Backing. Zhao Jianhua's expectant gaze made it difficult for Chen Wu to respond. Previously, he did not have a clear grasp on Shi Feng's actual strength. He had merely felt that it was possible for Shi Feng to have already reached that realm. However, now that he had actually witnessed Shi Feng in action, Shock was the only word that could describe his current state. Chen Wu had not dared to imagine that a young man in his early 20s could already attain such a high understanding of martial arts. If Shi Feng's understanding of martial arts had merely achieved perfection, Chen Wu could still attribute it to him being a genius. Yet, when Shi Feng executed his moves, his actions were like nature itself, alive and full of spirit. Such actions were impossible with theoretical understanding alone. One needed to experience extensive combat, and also undergo countless life-or-death experiences in order to attain such a level. Even Chen Wu himself had only recently reached such a level, and he was already 45 years old this year. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 16, he had participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small. He had even entered actual battlefields before. He could only achieve such a level today after undergoing the baptism of these fields of blood. Chen Wu found it hard to believe that Shi Feng would possess so much hands-on experience. Even if he started participating in life-or-death battles in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve such a degree of perfection in only 20 years or so. As he isn't limiting himself to a single style of combat, I can't make a good judgment. In Jinhai City, however, there probably isn't another youth like him who has cultivated his martial arts to such a level. Chen Wu sighed, a soft chuckle escaping his mouth. It can't be right? Master Chen Wu, aren't you appraising him too highly? Zhao Jianhua was shocked by Chen Wu's words. No, my evaluation is not high at all. Although Shi Feng's physique is on the weak side, in terms of actual combat strength, he would have no problem entering the top 10 of the provincial fighting tournament. Chen Wu shook his head, refuting Zhao Jianhua's words. Chen Wu's words instantly shocked Su Wenqing and Zhao Jianhua. Although the champion fighter of Jinhai City could be considered a top-tier expert on the provincial level, he would not amount to much. After all, there were tens of cities within a single province. Not to mention the top 10, even entering the top 30 in a provincial fighting tournament would be a difficult challenge. Yet, a martial arts master like Chen Wu was confident that Shi Feng could make it to the top 10. The listeners could not help but raise their evaluation of Shi Feng. In the past, Chen Wu had personally entered the top 3 in a provincial tournament, so he had a very good grasp on the standards of the fighters at that level. If Chen Wu said so, then Shi Feng did indeed possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the province. There were hundreds of millions of people within the province, and the number of fighters participating in the tournament was in the hundreds of thousands. If Shi Feng was capable of entering the top 10 out of so many participants, then his value would far exceed even that of the champion fighter of Jinhai City. In regard to a combat genius like Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua and the others only treated him as one of the younger generation. Although they looked favorably on him, it was not to the degree of placing actual importance on him. In Shi Feng's case, however, not only was it necessary for them to consider him someone of consequence, they also had to treat him as an equal when dealing with him. It seems that I have misjudged that little brat. He held such strength in his hands, yet he actually chose to keep it hidden. It is no wonder Ruoshi is placing such importance on him. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua no longer looked at Shi Feng with anger and contempt. On the contrary, admiration filled his eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Feilong, who sat beside him, thinking in rage, this brat, on the other hand, actually dared to use me as a hatchet man. It seems he needs to be taught a lesson. Previously, Zhao Jianhua had a favorable opinion of Ling Feilong. He was also clear on the fact that Ling Feilong was trying to pursue Zhao Ruoshi. However, he did not block Ling Feilong's actions, as the boy was indeed excellent. He had the qualifications necessary to pursue his beloved niece, Ruoshi. Now, however, Zhao Jianhua only felt loathing for Ling Feilong at this point. Even if Zhao Jianhua was an idiot, he could still tell that Ling Feilong had been using him all along. Previously, Ling Feilong had many a time commented on Shi Feng's shortcomings, his family's poverty, and how Shi Feng was constantly stalking Ruoshi. Ling Feilong had also mentioned that Shi Feng was often bullied by others, that he was a mediocre person, and so on. Now, however, it would seem that the situation was completely different from what Ling Feilong had made it out to be. In reality, Ling Feilong had no chance of being compared to Shi Feng, hence why Ling Feilong slandered Shi Feng, giving Zhao Jianhua a bad impression of Shi Feng placing 9th in the university. That might be an impressive feat in Jinhai University, but against the backdrop of Jinhai City's fighting tournament? Ling Feilong would only amount to the standard of a fresh contestant. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of such new contestants participating in the city's fighting tournament every year. If placed in a provincial tournament, not even a hint of Ling Feilong's shadow would be found, as it were. The gap between Ling Feilong and Shi Feng was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seems that my eyes are really growing bad. Indeed, just like Elder Su had said, young people should be left to deal with their own matters. Zhao Jianhua no longer planned to interfere in the matters between Shi Feng and Zhao Ruoxi, intending to let nature take its course. As for what the final result would look like, that would depend on Ruoxi herself. Soon after the martial arts competition ended, Shi Feng had undeniably become the main protagonist of the fellowship party this time around. Many students from the university came over to greet Shi Feng, hoping to form a connection with him. By contrast, although Zhang Luowei clearly lay unconscious on the floor, not a single person bothered to check up on him. Not even his associate Lan Hailong. Although Shi Feng had long since known about Lan Hailong's personality, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Such was the fickleness of human nature. However, Shi Feng did not sympathize with Zhang Luowei, because Zhang Luowei was also such a person. In the past, Shadow had recruited plenty of new players with good potential. Just when they were about to enter a period of rapid development, a sudden dispute occurred between Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong. As a result of that dispute, the two had broken off all relations with each other, and Zhang Luowei had chosen to leave Shadow for good. To add insult to injury, Zhang Luowei had also drawn away a significant number of experts from the guild when he left to join world dominators. Shadow received massive damages due to his actions. If such a split had not occurred in the past, Shadow would not have lagged behind in its development and remained a third-rate guild. Only after Shi Feng had taken over as guild leader did Shadow gradually start to develop into a top-tier second-rate guild. Yet, in this life, things were completely different. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to pay a huge price to compete for talent against Shadow. Now, however, it would seem that all his plans were unnecessary. Zhang Luowei had suffered an overwhelming defeat, causing everyone's opinion of Shadow to fall significantly. By contrast, Zero Wing had become the sole target of the audience now, and Lan Hailong could do nothing but gnash his teeth at this development. Lan Hailong had known from the beginning that Shi Feng was so powerful, he definitely would not have agreed to Zhang Luowei having a match with Shi Feng. At the very least, he could still have recruited some experts or new players with good potential. Now, however, he had lost all drawing power in this event. He could only choose from the leftovers of Zero Wing. Fellow student Shi Feng, do you think I can join Zero Wing? Even an outer member of the guild is fine. Hello, I am Yi Wumian, the president of Jinhai City's #1 workshop, Green Leaf. I wish to let my entire workshop join Zero Wing. I wonder if Brother Shi Feng will be willing to accept us? We don't need many positions, only 10 official member spots, and 50 outer member spots. Just as Shi Feng restarted his guild recruitment, the elite students of the university quickly surrounded him. There were also plenty of workshop representatives and professional fighters trying to meet with him. Among all these requests to join his guild, the most shocking one was the request from Green Leaf Workshop. In the past, Green Leaf Workshop had completely ignored Shadow's attempts at recruiting them, and they had instead established their own guild. After doing so, they had managed to obtain the aid and sponsorship of several corporations, becoming a third-rate guild in God's domain at that time. However, the number of guilds being established in Jinhai City was growing by the day, which resulted in the dilution of available funding. If the Green Leaf Guild had not been lacking in funds at that time, without a doubt, they would have been a powerful rival for Shadow. Besides that, Shi Feng had finally managed to locate the 5 demon generals of Shadow. By the time the fellowship party ended, the number of people he managed to recruit had exceeded the quota he previously set by more than 100. Just the number of potential experts he recruited had already exceeded 50 people, as well as 9 future top-tier experts. Among those 9 were the 5 demon generals, while the remaining 4 were core members of Green Leaf Workshop. After recruiting all these people, Zero Wing Workshop instantly became a huge existence in Jinhai City's virtual gaming world. Compared to other third-rate guilds, Zero Wing had a much more powerful backing now. As long as Shi Feng could turn these players into the backbone of Zero Wing, He would not falter even if he had to start a war with a second-rate guild following which, Shi Feng spent the remainder of his days signing contracts with these newly recruited members. As for the management of Zero Wing Workshop, Blackie had long since dealt with it. Moreover, most of the people Shi Feng recruited were originally members of other workshops, so they took no time at all to adjust themselves to a new environment. In addition, these people could also contribute significantly on the management side of things. However, Blackie was truly shocked when he found out about the amount of people Shi Feng managed to recruit. The influx of over 400 people had instantly filled up Zero Wing's workplace. Suddenly, the entire workshop was much livelier, no longer as empty and quiet as before. It was a fitting atmosphere for such a large workshop. Only when night arrived did Shi Feng finally arrive back home. He then cooked a casual meal for himself and downed a bottle of nutrient fluids, before starting a new day in God's domain. Also, this new day was fated to be extraordinary. Chapter 259, Surging Situation. The first thing Shi Feng did after entering God's domain was to contact Gentle Snow and conduct the transaction for the Arclight shields. Currently, he had exhausted most of his supply of magic crystals to forge the Arclight shields. Moreover, during this period of time, the various large guilds had already started raiding the 3 level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Although the elite members of these guilds had already reached level 13 or level 14, it was still impossible for them to raid even the normal mode of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. Even though these were only level 10 dungeons, in reality, the bosses inside were not limited to just level 10. The highest leveled boss inside the normal mode dungeon reached level 13. There was nothing special about the loot of the normal mode dungeon. The best items players could get were a bunch of level 10 secret silver weapons and equipment, and also some number of materials needed by lifestyle players. However, the hard mode of the large-scale team dungeon was markedly different. The main reason why they were titled the 3 Great Dungeons was because of the fact that, along with the increase in difficulty, the levels of the monsters inside the dungeon would also increase. For the hard mode of the 3 Great Dungeons, the bosses inside were all level 15. Hence, it would not be an easy endeavor for players at this stage of the game to obtain the first clear of the 3 Great Dungeons. In addition, the loot obtainable from the hard mode of these dungeons was significantly different, as a majority of the weapons and equipment dropped were of fine gold rank. Moreover, they were growth-type weapons and equipment. They were capable of growing from level 10 to level 15. However, they were bound to players upon equipping. As for Hell mode, the bosses inside were all level 18, and the weapons and equipment they dropped were mostly dark gold rank. These items were also capable of growing from level 10 to level 18, and similarly were bound to players upon equipping. The Hell mode of the 3 Great Dungeons was also the most difficult among dungeons below level 20. After level 20, there would be new large-scale dungeons available to players within the White River City region. There were a total of 4 such dungeons, and among them, 3 were 50-man dungeons, while the remaining one was a 100-man dungeon. The difficulty of a 100-man dungeon was on an entirely different level when compared to a 50-man dungeon. The main reason being, as long as someone managed to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, the achievement would be announced to the entire God's domain. The announcement wasn't just limited to a single country. In other words, this achievement would be seen by the 2 billion players that were playing God's domain. In addition, the achievement would be recorded in the epic list of God's domain, allowing everyone in God's domain look at it. However, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon. Even Shi Feng himself did not have a strategy to raid it. Gentle Snow pushed open the doors of one of the parlors of the Starstreak trading firm and entered the room. Gentle Snow's equipment now was quite different from the last time Shi Feng had met with her. Most of the equipment she had on were of secret silver rank. Among them, the silvery white greatsword that she carried on her back was even of fine gold rank. Currently, Gentle Snow had already reached level 16. It was obvious that she had been grinding non-stop, night and day, to reach such a level. Let's hurry up and make the trade, Gentle Snow said impatiently, not bothering to even take a seat. It seems that you are in quite a hurry, Miss Snow. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked curiously. This was a transaction involving fine gold-ranked shields. It was definitely a matter of utmost importance. However, It seemed that Gentle Snow had an even more important matter to attend to. It's nothing much. I just heard that Dark Star has already reached the second-to-last boss of the Land of Death, so I wish to be done with this trade quickly. In a moment, I'll need to head to the Land of Death as well. Gentle Snow did not try to hide the reason for her distress. The number 1 guild in White River City was actually a step behind Dark Star, a third-rate guild, in terms of raiding one of the 3 great dungeons. How could she not feel anxious? They sure are fast. Since when did Dark Star possess such powerful experts? Sure, Feng felt something fishy about Dark Star first. It had annexed over 10 unrated guilds. Now, a group of experts had appeared in its ranks. Its raiding progress of the 3 great dungeons was even faster than Ouroboros's. It should be known that Ouroboros was the current number 1 guild in White River City. Moreover, in order to better develop the guild in White River City, Gentle Snow had transferred over many experts stationed at Star Moon City. She had even requested for a party from the God-slaying army to be sent to White River City, and each and every member of the God-slaying army was a top-tier expert. Yet, even when these top-tier experts were led by great experts such as Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, they still were not a match for Dark Star. Each of the 3 great dungeons had 5 bosses. Meanwhile, Dark Star had already cleared up to the 4th boss, while a powerful team like Ouroboros was only at the 2nd boss. No matter how sure Feng thought about it, Dark Star's progression was simply unbelievable. The difference between second-rate guilds and first-rate guilds lay in the quality of their experts. In order to nurture these experts, first-rate guilds had spent over a decade researching and gaining experience. Meanwhile, for a guild like the Assassin's Alliance, although it was a second-rate guild, in terms of nurturing experts, it was still at the stage of accumulating experience. Compared to a first-rate guild, they were on entirely different levels. However, what did Dark Star amount to? Moreover, Shi Feng had made Dark Star an enemy of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Yet, nothing had actually happened to Dark Star. Shi Feng had received no news of anything happening to it. On the other hand, Twilight Echo had done something so unbelievable that even Shi Feng himself was shocked. The guild had actually paid the 50 million credits willingly to Shi Feng. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt that the power supporting Dark Star from behind was far stronger than he had imagined. Twilight Echo must have discovered something about Dark Star for it to willingly pay up the 50 million credits. Here are 200 magic crystals. Here are the 4 Arclight shields, please verify them. Gentle Snow was no longer in the mood to discuss Dark Star. She immediately called out her trade window. Shi Feng, likewise, tactfully stopped speaking of this topic. Seeing Gentle Snow in such a hurry, it seemed that Dark Star was putting quite a pressure on her. It was possible that Gentle Snow's worries were not just limited to the dungeon. There should be some other matters troubling her. In any case, this had nothing to do with Shi Feng, of course. If Gentle Snow was willing to reveal her troubles to him, Shi Feng would naturally offer a helping hand as a friend. However, Gentle Snow chose to keep quiet about them, so Shi Feng could only remain silent as well. Moreover, these 4 Arclight shields should provide quite an upgrade to the MTs of Gentle Snow's team. They should have no problems surpassing Dark Star if they had these shields. The moment Gentle Snow inspected the attributes of the Arclight shields, her eyes immediately glowed, a hint of joy surfacing on her face. Excellent. The attributes on these Arclight shields are simply too good. I will need 2 more of these items. I wonder when you will be able to finish them for me? At this time, excitement was evident on Gentle Snow's face. With these 4 shields, they would definitely have no problem clearing the 2nd boss. The success rate for producing these shields is simply too low. I will need around half a day's time to complete 2 of them, Shi Feng replied after giving it some thought. Then, I'll visit again in half a day's time. You better not sell them to anyone else. Gentle Snow nodded her head. She then left the parlor hastily. Shortly after Gentle Snow departed, Fire Dance arrived at the Starstreak trading firm. Guild leader, we've already finished our dungeon raiding preparations. We can head to the Demon's Castle at any time. Fire Dance looked at Shi Feng with passionate eyes. She couldn't help but wish she could immediately show Shi Feng how amazing the team she managed was. It's a little too early for that right now. The Demon's Castle is a 20-man team dungeon. You should also know that Zero Wing Workshop has recently recruited a new batch of members. On average, the level of these players are quite low. There are even some who have just made their accounts and entered the game. I want you guys to power level some of them, bring them up to level 15 quickly, and form a main team to raid the demon's castle, Shi Feng said with a smile. Passing Fire Dance and Nameless originally, Shi Feng had intended to have Aqua Rose send some of her subordinates over to aid them. However, most of her subordinates were currently managing the new recruits of the guild. In addition, Aqua Rose's group was also in the midst of raiding 10-man and 20-man dungeons to upgrade their equipment, preparing themselves to raid the 3 great dungeons. They had neither the time nor energy to help him raid the demon's castle, hence, Shi Feng planned to form a main force for the guild. He could not let the 9 top-tier experts he just recently recruited go to waste, so he decided to let Fire Dance and the others carry them. I understand, Fire Dance answered with disappointment. However, when she thought about how Shi Feng was willing to let her lead even more players and, in addition, become the leader of the guild's main team, she couldn't help but grow joyous. After all, this showed that Shi Feng acknowledged her abilities. Oh, right. I nearly forgot to give these things to you. Just as Fire Dance was about to turn around and leave, Shi Feng tapped his head and suddenly called out to her. Chapter 260, Top 6. Fire Dance halted her steps and turned around to look at Shi Feng. She immediately noticed that Shi Feng had brought a few items, and each and every one of them had a golden glow surrounding them. They certainly did not look like ordinary items. This pair of daggers is for you. There's also this shield for Cola. Tell him to make sure he lives up to this shield. Shi Feng traded the 3 items to Fire Dance. Of these, the pair of daggers were none other than the fine gold ranked Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger that Shi Feng won at the Blackwing auction. As the team leader of the guild's main force, Fire Dance's equipment naturally should not lose out to others. These 2 daggers were just right to give a boost to her current equipment. In addition, there was also the dark gold ranked Arclight guard. If Cola equipped this shield, no other Guardian Knight in White River City could even hope to match him. Fire Dance was instantly mesmerized by the attributes of the 2 daggers. Although the daggers she currently used were of relatively good quality, when compared to the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger, the difference was like silver and gold. Fire Dance swapped out her old daggers for the new ones right away. The streaks of white and red hanging on the sides of Fire Dance's willowy waist looked extremely captivating. I already instructed the 9 players to head to the appointed location. You just need to fetch them and help them level up, Shi Feng said. Understand, guild leader. Fire Dance nodded her head, a smile on her face. She then took hold of her new daggers, brandishing them, the impatience in her eyes clearly showing her eagerness to test out her new weapons. After Fire Dance left the parlor, Shi Feng headed to his forging room on the 4th floor. Now that he had received a new batch of magic crystals, he would naturally resume forging more Arclight shields as time slowly passed. Unknowingly, the competition at the 3 great dungeons of White River City grew even more intense. Dark Star, which was at the forefront in terms of progression, finally started raiding the final boss of the Land of Death. Meanwhile, Ouroboros, which was placed second, started raiding the 4th boss. The advance of these 2 guilds greatly shocked the other guilds in White River City. What did that woman, Gentle Snow, eat? How could their progression suddenly increase so rapidly? The Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, felt pressured after receiving the latest report from his subordinate. Don't worry. We spent almost 5 hours raiding the 4th boss. At the very minimum, Gentle Snow would need 2 to 3 hours to finish it. We will definitely clear the dungeon a step ahead of her. The burly-looking ranger standing beside Lone Tyrant said. That's true. We've sent all our elites out this time, and our battle prowess is clearly stronger than Gentle Snow's team by a notch. Lone Tyrant also felt that he was being oversensitive to things. They would definitely be the first one to clear the normal mode of the Land of Death. Although there would be no announcement for being the first to clear a normal mode team dungeon, it would still make other guilds know how fearsome Dark Star was, solidifying their position in White River City. Guild leader, I've just received news that Gentle Snow has somehow managed to obtain 4 Arclight shields. The addition of these 4 shields to their team has greatly reduced the burden placed on their healers, giving more time for the damage dealers to attack. Hence why they could conquer the bosses so easily. Arclight shield? Isn't that the forging design Black Flame got? How could he possibly manage to produce them in such a short amount of time? Lone Tyrant had not even been able to contain his drool when he had heard about Black Flame obtaining the forging design for the Arclight shield. If possible, he had planned to buy one of those Arclight shields as well. However, contacting Black Flame was simply too difficult, making the Arclight shield almost impossible to obtain. Meanwhile, the matter of Ouroboros obtaining the Arclight shields had also quickly spread to the other guilds. They couldn't help but grow envious at this piece of news. The victory or defeat of a boss battle was usually determined by the strength of the MT. Meanwhile, the prerequisite for a powerful MT was equipment. It was especially true for the shield the MT used currently. Only a few main MTs of the various large guilds possessed secret silver-ranked shields. However, despite having such a shield, these MTs still had a very hard time tanking the bosses of the 3 great dungeons. If they could swap it out for a fine gold-ranked shield, it would undeniably reduce the pressure placed on them, instantly reducing the difficulty of the raid by a large margin. Ouroboros was the best proof after all. During today's competition for the Land of Death, although a latecomer, Ouroboros had still managed to clear the normal mode dungeon ahead of Dark Star. This achievement dumbfounded every guild in White River City. As for Dark Star's Lone Tyrant, he was currently burning with rage over this matter. He had secretly prepared so much, all in order to surpass Ouroboros. In the end, however, he was instead given a big slap to the face by Ouroboros. Soon after, the various large guilds in White River City started asking around, hoping to find out from the members of Ouroboros what method they used to obtain the Arclight shields. Some guilds had even directly created forum posts offering several hundred thousands of credits to purchase an Arclight shield. Looking at this scene, many players felt that these guilds had gone insane. They were actually willing to spend so much money just to buy a fine gold-ranked shield. However, this bottom line was, very quickly, broken by a guild 1 million credits. It was a number that inspired awe in ordinary people. Meanwhile, the goal of spending such a large sum of money was to purchase the Arclight shield. How could this piece of news not bring shock to others? At the same time, the guild offering such an insane price was none other than Dark Star. The players who discovered this matter thought the people of Dark Star were idiots with too much money in their pockets. However, when Shifeng saw Dark Star's offer, he couldn't help but inwardly praise them for their shrewdness. Aside from trying to purchase the Arclight shield, they had also made the post with the intention of directing players' attention towards Dark Star. If they truly managed to purchase the shield for 1 million credits, it would definitely become the subject of conversation for many players. This method they were using was much more effective than directly spending money to create advertisements. A million? Unfortunately, I'm not lacking in credits right now. Shifeng did not intend to let Dark Star gain both fame and fortune by selling the Arclight shield to them. However, this incident also revealed to Shifeng the fact that the various large guilds were starting to pay more importance to the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. If Shifeng had sold the Arclight shields at an earlier time, he definitely would not have obtained such a high price for them. However, due to Ouroboros' efficiency, the various large guilds thought that they could easily clear the normal mode of the 3 great dungeons so long as they possessed the Arclight shield. They could also have a better chance at obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. After working for half a day, Shifeng managed to produce 6 Arclight shields in total. He had also made a large number of basic mana armor kits. Out of the 6 shields he made, he stored 3 in the guild warehouse, allowing guild members to exchange for it. However, it would not be easy to exchange for these shields. After all, if sold outside, one could get at least 25 gold for it. The sight of 3 Arclight shields appearing in Zero Wing's guild warehouse brought the newly recruited members even greater hope. Despite their not being able to obtain it for themselves at the same time, Shifeng's actions nearly caused the other guilds in White River City to vomit blood in anger. After all, instead of letting the MTs of the guild use these excellent shields, Shifeng had chosen to put them on display. It was as if these Arclight shields meant nothing to Zero Wing. Just recently Zero Wing created a sensation throughout White River City. Now, its member count had already exceeded 5,000. It also had the 8 great experts holding down the fort for them. Zero Wing's strength could no longer be categorized within the levels of only second-rate or third-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing caused another sensation in White River City, many players could not help but re-evaluate their opinion of Zero Wing. When players tried to further investigate Zero Wing, they were immediately shocked by what they found. Not only was Zero Wing home to the 8 great experts, it also had Aqua Rose, a great expert who was no weaker than the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. In addition, there was also a rumor that the leveling expert, Shifeng, was overseeing the guild. With so many experts there, Zero Wing's strength within White River City did not lose out to the 3 first-rate guilds in the slightest. Although it was weaker than the first-rate guilds in terms of dungeon rating, it had an extremely huge potential for growth. Unwittingly, Zero Wing had become publicly acknowledged as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The top 6 guilds were Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, World Dominators, Dark Star, Assassin's Alliance, and Zero Wing. Among these guilds, Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, and World Dominators were all first-rate guilds, and each of them possessed very powerful backgrounds. Even if only a portion of their actual strength was stationed in White River City, second-rate and third-rate guilds were still far from being comparable to them. Shortly after this incident, Shifeng exchanged another 2 Arclight shields with Gentle Snow. He then placed the remaining one for sale at the Starstreak trading firm. 30 gold. No negotiations. If converted to credits, one could obtain 30 gold coins simply by spending around 600,000 credits. However, it would still require some effort to fully gather 30 gold coins. Meanwhile, Shifeng had reached level 17 unawares just by forging items. Although his leveling speed was not as fast as that of Blackie and the others, who grinded on monsters on a higher level, nobody else in White River City could be a match for him. Guild leader, they're now all level 15 already. Moreover, we've also raided a few hard mode team dungeons, so their equipment are all of acceptable quality now. What should we do next? Fire Dance spoke through the communicator. Nicely done. Gather up everyone from the main team. Let's meet up at the Demon's Castle half an hour from now. Shifeng was a little surprised by Fire Dance's revelation. He never imagined that Fire Dance would bring him results so quickly. Originally, Shifeng had estimated that she would take a full day's time to complete the task. In the end, she barely took half a day to complete his request. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 261, Magnificent Lineup. What? You're saying Starstreak is selling an Arclight shield right now? Are you sure about this? Lone Tyrant grew excited when he received this piece of news. Boss, how could I be mistaken? The Arclight shield is being sold at a special counter on the 2nd floor, but they're selling it for 30 gold coins. Many people were stunned by the price, and they could only drool as they looked at it. An assassin that kept watch on the Starstreak trading firm affirmed, I understand. I'll go purchase the coins we need right now. You can stop lining up for the mana armor kits for now. Go keep an eye on the Arclight shield for me. You're not allowed to take even a half step away from it. As soon as I gather enough money, I'll send someone over to buy it, Lone Tyrant said. Although 30 gold coins was not a small sum for any guild, Lone Tyrant did not hesitate as he made this decision. The reason being, Lone Tyrant knew how vital the Arclight shield was. If one wished to clear the 3 great dungeons, one must first possess a sufficiently powerful MT. Meanwhile, the best shield available to players was currently the Arclight shield. Hence, he needed to obtain it no matter what. Just as Lone Tyrant received this piece of news, the other guilds based in the 8 cities where the Starstreak trading firm had shops also received this information, because all items sold by the Starstreak trading firm were interconnected. As long as an item was sold in one of the shops of the Starstreak trading firm, the item would also appear in the 7 other shops. As a result, the competition to purchase the Arclight shield was made even more intense now. Just as the many guilds were desperately raising coins, Shifeng had already arrived in front of the Demon's Castle. The Demon's Castle was once a lord's territory. However, the lord of this place had been bewitched by a demon and turned into a demon himself, gaining tremendous power in return. The lord had then turned this place into a demon's lair. Now, the area surrounding the Demon's Castle was filled with level 15 or so demonkins. Compared to other monsters, demon-type monsters were born with very high magic resistance, and they also possessed very high magical perception. Hence, their magic attacks were very powerful. Even a normal fireball from a level 15 demonkin could take away a quarter of a level 15 berserker's total HP. If it was a skill that possessed great destructive force such as the Great Fireball or Flame Explosion, then a single attack could take away half of a level 15 Berserker's total HP. To make matters worse, these Demonkins never acted alone. They normally moved around in groups of 3 or 4. If a solo player met a group of these Demonkins, the result would be an instant kill. Hence, players normally only came to the demon's castle after forming a party or a team. However, even though this was a dangerous location, many players still chose to come here as demons were greedy by nature. They were very fond of money and gemstones. In general, demon-type monsters had a much higher drop rate for money and gemstones than normal monsters. Hence, plenty of players would grind here. A Tier 1 gemstone could sell for roughly 1 silver coin on the market. It was neither too cheap nor too expensive. However, many players were not willing to inlay their equipment with these gemstones. After all, gemstones were one-time use items. They would be gone once inlaid into equipment. Hence, it would be a huge waste to do so if the quality of their equipment was too poor. Generally, players would only choose to inlay gemstones into their equipment if it was of mysterious iron rank or above. However, how many players could actually get their hands on mysterious iron equipment? A majority of the players at this stage of the game were still using bronze equipment who would be willing to inlay gemstones into bronze equipment. Normally, players would either sell the gemstones they obtained or exchange them for items to further enhance their own strength. After all, grinding monsters would exhaust a significant amount of their resources with equipment repairs taking up the majority. However, this situation was exactly what Shifeng had been hoping for, hence why he had been secretly purchasing gemstones all this time. A Tier 1 gemstone only increased attributes by a trivial amount. They only increased 1 point in specific basic attributes. Even if a player inlaid every piece of equipment they wore with gemstones, they would not see any significant improvement. However, in the case of Tier 2 gemstones, it was an entirely different story. Tier 2 gemstones increased specific attributes by 2 to 3 points. If players could fully inlay all their equipment with Tier 2 gemstones, then they could obtain an additional 20 to 30 attribute points. The difference between the benefits provided by a Tier 1 gemstone and a Tier 2 gemstone was as clear as day. Such an increase was the equivalent of possessing an additional piece of equipment. Thus, the prices for Tier 2 gemstones would naturally be high. Although Tier 1 gemstones could only sell for around 1 silver, a Tier 2 gemstone could sell for at least 10 silvers. Also, Shifeng knew of a secret that nobody else knew right now. Tier 1 gemstones could be used to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. Moreover, only 3 Tier 1 gemstones were needed to do so. In truth, this wasn't any great secret at all. As long as someone managed to clear the 3 great dungeons, the alchemy synthesis system would be unlocked for White River City. Players could then just head to an alchemist to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. At that time, the prices of Tier 1 gemstones would abruptly soar. They would sell for at least 3 to 4 silvers for now. However, nobody but Shifeng knew of this secret. Meanwhile, Shifeng had been hoarding Tier 1 gemstones non-stop as he waited for someone to activate the alchemy synthesis system. Once that happened, he could easily earn back double or triple the original cost. However, Shifeng hoped that this time the activation of the alchemy synthesis system would come a little later. That way, he would have more time to hoard even more Tier 1 gemstones through the Starstreak trading firm. Not only could Shifeng obtain Tier 1 gemstones from White River City, he could also purchase them from 7 other cities. His current acquisition rate was much faster than before he became the manager of the Starstreak trading firm. Naturally, the longer it took for players to clear the 3 great dungeons, the more money he could earn. Guild leader, what did you call me here for all of a sudden? Aqua Rose asked in a confused tone as she arrived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle dungeon. As a 20-man level 15 team dungeon, there were very few guilds that possessed the strength to challenge this place right now. However, even if these guilds did possess the strength to do so, they would not attempt to raid this dungeon. The reason being, they were all held up by the hell mode of the level 10 team dungeons, and also the 3 great dungeons. Moreover, the level requirement for the Demon's Castle was simply too high. Also, if they were unable to clear the hard mode of the Demon's Castle, raiding it would bring little improvement to their team's equipment, making it a waste of time. It would be much better for them to place their focus on the hell mode of level 10 team dungeons. Hence, Aqua Rose felt curious as to why Shifeng would call her to this place. Of course, it is to raid the demon's castle, Shifeng said, chuckling. Aqua Rose was shocked by his words. Immediately she said, Guild leader, isn't it a little too early to raid the demon's castle? It would be better for us to focus on raiding the level 10 Hell Mode team dungeons. Although our guild started slower than the others, we can still try to compete with the other guilds over the 3 great dungeons. No. Aqua, our guild will not be competing over the 3 great dungeons. Our goal is the level 20, 100-man dungeon, the Thunder Palace. So, we need to start preparing for it now. Once we're done with this raid, you should get everyone to level up as quick as possible. Don't intentionally suppress their levels. It won't be a worthwhile thing to do, Shifeng said, confidence filling his eyes as he shook his head. Aqua Rose was rendered speechless by Shifeng's words. She couldn't help but sigh as she felt pessimistic about Shifeng's whimsical thoughts. Let alone the 100-man dungeon, Thunder Palace, it was not even possible for them to obtain the first clear of the demon's castle. Although she believed in Shifeng's strength, the equipment of their team was simply insufficient. They're here. Shifeng looked towards a group of a dozen or so players walking over. They were none other than Fire Dance and her team. Aqua Rose turned towards the direction Shifeng was looking at and was immediately shocked by what she saw. She discovered more than 10 players walking over, each of them looking extremely dazzling. It was especially true for the sexy beauty walking in the lead. The 2 daggers by the woman's waist were actually giving off the glow of a fine gold-ranked weapon. In addition, quite a few members of this team also possessed gorgeous-looking equipment. They all wore secret silver equipment. Although the Cursemancer of this team had hidden the special effects of his staff, judging by the delicate make of the weapon, it should be of fine gold rank at the very least. As for the team's Guardian Knight, the equipment he wore were mostly of secret silver rank, with 2 pieces of fine gold equipment mixed in. Although the Guardian Knight had likewise hidden the special effects of his shield, based on looks alone, it shouldn't be lower than secret silver rank. It was possible that not even the main force of Ouroboros could compare to this dazzling team. When Aqua Rose took a closer look at this group of players, she was surprised to discover that each and every of them sported a 6-winged emblem. They were actually members of their 0-wing. Aqua Rose's delicate mouth suddenly parted in disbelief. Guild leader, I've brought everyone here, Fire Dance said, walking up to Shifeng. She and the other core members of 0-wing already knew about Shifeng's secret identity. Hence, they were not confused by his appearance as Black Flamegood. Leave your teams and I'll send an invite to all of you. Shifeng nodded in reply. Chapter 262, We Are Very Strong. Aqua Rose was shocked. They are the 8 players at the top of the ranking list? Aqua Rose whispered in silence. Although she did not use any identification skills on these players, aside from the top 8 players, she could think of no other members of 0-wing that could possibly possess such excellent equipment. Yeah. Shifeng nodded his head. He then started inviting Fire Dance and the others into his team. There were a total of 17 players in Fire Dance's team. Aqua Rose had also brought along a good friend of hers, Icy Fruit. Aqua Rose had chosen her upon Shifeng's request for a healer who was level 15 or above. Shifeng had exactly 20 members in his team now. Of them, 2 were MTs. One of them was the Guardian Knight, Kola, while the other was Yi Wumian, who was a shield warrior. There were also a total of 4 healers in the team. It was a standard composition for a 20-man dungeon raiding team. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the dungeon, another team came walking over to the dungeon's entrance. The members of this team were out of the ordinary. Let alone possessing mysterious iron equipment as their lowest ranked equipment, there were also several of them with secret silver equipment. This was a sight impossible to be found in an independent team. Yet, contrary to expectations, these players were not guild players but independent players. None of them wore a guild emblem on their bodies. Wolf. Fire Dance said in astonishment when she saw the slim-looking man walking over. Oh, is it an acquaintance? Whether it was his memory of this life or his past life, Shifeng had no recollection of the man who looked to be the leader of this team. However, if these players were able to come into possession of such quality weapons and equipment, they could definitely be considered an expert team. In theory, they should not be unknown existences. Could they have stopped playing midway in the past? Shifeng inwardly wondered. Hello. We meet again, Wolf said in greeting, looking at Fire Dance. After not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Miss Fire Dance would have joined a guild. No. In truth, we were originally members of this guild. It was only due to some complications that we did not establish the guild before, Fire Dance explained. Let me introduce you. This man here is our guild leader, Black Flame. What a shock. So it turns out that your excellency is none other than the famous chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, Black Flame. Warwolf was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Although he had long since known that Fire Dance and the others were not ordinary players, never would he have thought that their guild leader would be such a well-known character. Team leader Warwolf is the one who has left me in shock. You are actually starting to raid the level 15, 20-man team dungeon already. The teams that are capable of diving into the demon's castle at this time definitely belong to the apex of White River City. Although Feng had never heard of Warwolf before, a person capable of leading such a team definitely would not be a mediocre person. Feng suddenly had the urge to recruit this team of players. Fortunately, we are only an independent team, and it's impossible for us to compete with those guilds over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. So, we can only choose to come here. Since guild leader Black Flame has something to do, we won't continue bothering you. Warwolf did not possess any good feelings towards guilds, so he immediately brought his team into the dungeon after speaking a few perfunctory words. This person's attitude is really weird. The previous time we met, he was welcoming when he spoke to us. Now, he only said a few words before taking his leave. Isn't this change in attitude a little too much? Blackie said in an unhappy tone. He probably doesn't like guilds too much. Feng revealed a helpless smile as he looked at Warwolf entering the dungeon. There were all kinds of people in God's domain, and naturally, there were bound to be some who disliked guilds. After all, most guilds usually acted in an overbearing manner. Many players just wanted to experience the world of God's domain, so they weren't all that interested in guilds. Meanwhile, many of these players who were wholeheartedly chasing after adventure were surprisingly powerful. Among them, the most famous adventurer team in the past was the Midnight Tea Party. Although there were only 20+ members in the team, not a single guild in God's domain dared to underestimate this adventurer team. Even super guilds had to draw a clear line with the Midnight Tea Party, both sides minding their own businesses. Obviously, Warwolf belonged to this type of adventure. I guess it can't be helped. Everybody has their own aspirations. Feng silently lamented. There sure are a lot of powerhouses in White River City. Aqua Rose was astonished to find that there were actually so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in White River City. Soon after, Feng and the others had also entered the demon's castle. However, Feng had chosen a different difficulty from Warwolf's Team's Hell mode, a difficulty that made all players pale when they talked about it. Yet, Feng had chosen it without much thought. Aqua Rose was momentarily rendered speechless. She couldn't stand it anymore. Feng was always taking unconventional actions. This was the hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. At the very least, they should have started with normal mode to familiarize themselves with the dungeon. They could then start accumulating better equipment from hard mode, before finally challenging hell mode. However, Feng had started with hell mode right from the very beginning. Just what did he think of a hell mode dungeon? Even if they had powerful experts in their team, they couldn't just be so reckless. Did Feng forget the fact that almost half of the members in this team still didn't possess particularly good equipment? Meanwhile, these players in question were none other than the 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Green Leaf Workshop. Although they had already reached level 15, and were also fully geared in mysterious iron equipment, they were still far from reaching the requirement to raid the hell mode of the demon's castle. Hence, these 9 players reacted with panic when they realized Feng's decision. As this was hell mode, the monsters inside the castle all received an upgrade. Even the normal elite monsters could cause one to tremble. Meanwhile, such monsters were wandering around in groups inside the castle corridors. Demon Maid, elite rank. Level 15. HP 80, 000/80, 000. Good at magical attacks, particularly fire-type damage. Demon Butler, elite rank. Level 15. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Good at melee attacks. Of these 2 types of monsters, The demon butlers were more difficult to deal with, as they would ignore aggro when they used charge. In addition, when their charge connected, they would also inflict a debuff called Blood Curse, causing players to continuously lose HP. Also, due to this being Hell mode, the debuff was further strengthened. When afflicted with this enhanced Blood Curse, players would lose 300 HP every 3 seconds, and receive 10% additional magic damage for 30 seconds. The debuff was also stackable up to 10 times to make matters worse. Demonic beings were born with high magic resistance, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Alright, Cola, go pull some monsters. Yi Wumian, you'll act as support for Cola. Healers, pay attention to the MT's HP and remember to cast a spell when necessary. As for everyone else, just focus on your damage output. Shifeng instructed casually. Guild leader, I suggest that we should take things slowly. After all, this is a Hell mode dungeon, not a normal mode. Even if Cola's equipment is excellent, we still can't act so recklessly. Aqua Rose was close to collapsing from Shifeng's carefree attitude. It's okay, Shifeng said, smiling. We are very strong. Shifeng had a clear grasp on the strength of this team, hence his carefree and confident attitude. Cola was currently level 18, and with the Arclight guard equipped, his HP had already reached 3,340 points. His defense was even a frightening 2,300 points. In terms of attributes, not a single MT within White River City could match him. The elite monsters inside the dungeon were only at level 15. With 3 levels of suppression, these monsters could hardly harm Cola at all. Meanwhile, Cola did not hesitate in carrying out Shifeng's orders. Immediately, he rushed at a group of monsters, raising his shield and throwing it at them. In a blink of an eye, the shield struck 5 elite monsters, causing over 300 damage and placing a silenced effect on each of the monsters, preventing them from using magic for 6 seconds. Shortly after, the shield returned to Cola's hands. Before coming to this dungeon, Cola had experienced luring over 100 level 25 monsters. Of them, there had been no lack of elite monsters. Compared to those times, the few elites before him were hardly worth mentioning. These demonic monsters simply had slightly higher HP and slightly more powerful skills. All of you, come over. Cola executed Justice Roar, compelling monsters within a fixed range to attack only him. Letting out angry roars, the demon maids at a distance had no choice but to attack Cola. As if he had transformed into a steel wall, Cola fully blocked the charge of the 3 demon butlers and 4 demon maids. Cola then used the group aggro skill Devotion. As the sacred aura provided by the skill dealt holy damage, it inflicted amplified damage on the 7 demons. Every second, the 7 demons would receive 200 holy damage. Before long, the aggro Cola had on these monsters was unshakably stable. On the other hand, the demon butlers only dealt around -240 damage with each of their attacks, while the demon maids dealt around -400 damage with their magical attacks. However, Cola managed to dodge the majority of these attacks by utilizing his nimble footwork, greatly reducing the damage he received. As a result, only Violet Cloud was actually required to maintain Cola's HP above a safe threshold. Meanwhile, the other healers and Yi Wumian could only watch helplessly on the sidelines. No way. Aqua Rose's delicate body trembled slightly. Currently, the excitement she felt could no longer be described with words. Chapter 263, Like a Hot Knife Through Butter. The task that originally required 2 MTs to accomplish was now handled by Cola alone. Moreover, it was obvious that Cola still had energy to spare. Fire Dance. Go lure another wave. Yi Wumian, assist Cola and attract the aggro of the demon maids. Shifeng determined that they would have no problems handling 2 waves of monsters at once, and that it would be much more efficient to do so. Although the demon butlers would frequently inflict the blood curse on Cola, with 2 clerics taking turns casting Dispel on him, the debuff was not a particularly big problem. Moreover, the 2 clerics in the team were very skilled. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. After undergoing the baptism of the Trial of Gods, it was as if she had been reborn anew. It was no wonder she had become a Tier 6 cleric god shortly after clearing a 6-colored trial. Although she had only cleared a 4-colored trial this time, it was already a remarkable feat. The rewards she obtained from the trial also included permanent attribute increases, enhanced skills, weapons, equipment, and other precious items. Currently, in terms of healing power, no other healer in White River City could match Violet Cloud. After Fire Dance lured another wave of monsters, Cola immediately aimed his shield at the 3 demon butlers and threw it, executing the Shield of Vengeance. The skill caused over -300 damage to the demon butlers, and their aggro instantly switched from Fire Dance to Cola. Immediately after, Yiwumian used Flame Charge on the 4 demon maids at the back, stunning them. He then followed up with a thunderclap, lightning flickering and electrocuting the 4 demon maids and causing close to -100 damage to them. Yiwumian's damage was clearly much worse than Cola's. The demon maids grew furious at being attacked, and one of them shot a flame explosion at Yiwumian right away, engulfing the shield warrior in brilliant flames. Yiwumian had to retreat 2 steps before he could shake off the attack. His HP abruptly decreased by a large chunk as a damage of over -700 appeared above his head. Yiwumian had a maximum HP of 2,580 points, while his defense was 1,875 points. When compared to all the other shield warriors in White River City, he could definitely be counted as a top-tier expert. After all, Yiwumian was originally the boss of Jin High City's #1 workshop. The original equipment he used was already of good quality. In addition, Fire Dance had also helped them upgrade their equipment by raiding a few hard mode dungeons. Currently, most of Yiwumian's equipment were of Mysterious Iron rank, while 3 were of Secret Silver rank. The items that were of Secret Silver rank were his shield, breastplate, and leg guards. Yet, even with such equipment, his attributes were still far from being comparable to Cola Strong. When Aqua Rose witnessed the difference between Cola and Yiwumian, she could not help but look at Cola, who was handling 10 monsters simultaneously, in shock. Before, when Aqua Rose watched how effortlessly Cola had lured and tanked the monsters, she had even believed for a second that they were not actually in a 20-man hell mode dungeon. However, now that she had witnessed Yiwumian tanking, she immediately woke up from her stupor. This was indeed hell mode. Cola was simply too powerful, making the monsters look weak instead. It was no wonder Feng was confident enough to challenge the hell mode of the demon's castle right away. With such a powerful MT, it was not impossible for them to start from hell mode. Healers, prioritize healing Yiwumian. Everyone else, focus your attacks and kill the demon maids first. Feng immediately rushed into the fray after saying so, aiming for one of the demon maids. Leave it to me, Blackie said excitedly. It was finally his turn to display his strength. He then waved his epic-ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, sending a bombardment of spells at the demon maids. Blackie's firepower spoke for itself. Each one of his dark arrows caused -964 damage to the monsters, and critical hits caused -2,106 damage. If the effect of his staff, Spear of Light, triggered, he could also deal around -800 additional damage. Blackie then used Hellflame, dealing over -1,000 damage every second to all targets within a 10-yard radius of the targeted location. If demons did not possess high magic resistance, the damage of this spell would have been even higher compared to Blackie. Aqua Rose's damage as an elementalist was much weaker. Every time she used Flame Explosion or Chain Explosion, she could only deal -670 damage or so. Aqua Rose felt slightly depressed at this scene. After all, she used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, yet her damage was actually lower than Blackie's by over 300 points. However, Aqua Rose did not know that Blackie held an epic-ranked staff in his hands. If she were to find out about it, she would definitely jump in shock. As for the other mages in the team, the damage they dealt was all above -500 or so. As for the melee players, Fire Dance stood out the most. Although she only dealt around -280 damage with her normal attacks and her skills dealt around -460 damage, her attack speed with the 2 daggers was extremely fast. When she attacked a demon maid, not only was the demon maid unable to use any spells, its HP also madly decreased. After Fire Dance accumulated 8 stars worth of energy, she immediately used Eviscerate on the demon maid, dealing over -2,400 damage to the monster. As for Lonely Snow the Berserker, although his weapon was only a level 15 Secret Silver ranked 2-handed axe, his normal attacks still dealt over -500 damage. His attacks that achieved a critical hit dealt over -900 damage. However, when compared to an assassin, his attack rate was much lower in regard to the damage output of the 8 great experts of Zero Wing, the newly joined 5 demon generals, and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop had long since grown numb of it. Not to mention, the power the experts of Zero Wing showed right now was only the tip of the iceberg. Just as Aqua Rose and Icy Fruit were getting over their shock, Shifeng's damage once again blew their minds away. Shifeng looked just like the Grim Reaper when he brandished the Abyssal Blade and the Silver Lake, sweeping through the monsters like a violent tornado. Just his normal attacks alone dealt over -350 damage. However, that was not the end. When his attacks achieved a critical hit, they dealt over -700 damage. Sometimes, triple critical hits would even appear, dealing over -1000 damage in a single attack. Meanwhile, due to Shifeng's high attack rate, the chances for double critical hits were also very high. It was a very pleasing sight to behold. Shifeng then used Thundering Flash, 3 arcs of lightning passing through all the elite monsters. Instantly, damages of -510, -721, and -1020 appeared above the monsters' heads. Some of the monsters had even received critical hits, multiplying the damage they received by 2-fold, and even 3-fold immediately after. Shifeng activated Dark Violent Dance, the skill enabling him to spread 40% of the target damage towards enemies within a 12-yard cone in front of him. Every time he slashed his sword, the 14 elite monsters behind his main target would receive over -100 damage. If he executed the level 10 chop, the 14 monsters would instantly receive over -300 damage. Although Shifeng's damage was frightening, it was not his most amazing aspect. Instead, the area he excelled at the most was his perfect grasp of timing and the overall situation. As long as these elite monsters showed the slightest signs of leaving the group, he would immediately execute Thunderflame Explosion, placing all these elite monsters into a fainted state. As a result, the 2 MTs would have more time to react to the situation, readjusting their positions and retaking the aggro of the monsters. Although Aqua Rose had long since known of Shifeng's strength, she still could not help but be shocked when she personally witnessed Shifeng's damage output. After killing these 2 waves of elites, Shifeng took a look at the team's damage output list. I'm no good anymore. It's been too long since I upgraded my equipment. I never thought I would deal only this little damage. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Although Shifeng's total damage ranked at the very top of the team, his damage exceeding even Blackie's. In terms of single attack output, he was far from being Blackie's match. All this time, Shifeng had been busy making money and increasing his guild's backing. Hence, he did not get much of a chance to upgrade his own equipment. Presently, he was still using the level 10 Mysterious Iron set equipment, the Wind Extinguisher set. He only had 3 pieces of secret silver equipment on his entire person, and they were even level 10 equipment only. Shifeng depended mainly on the Abyssal Blade and his pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, to produce his frightening damage. Without them, he would only rank around 5th or 6th place at best within the team. However, Shifeng's words had immediately earned him the contemptuous gazes of everyone in the team. If Shifeng, who ranked first in terms of damage output, said he was no good, then what were they supposed to be? Following which, under Shifeng's command, everyone advanced deeper into the castle, killing hundreds of elites and a dozen or so special elites. Of the latter, the demon hounds were extremely ferocious. Moreover, these demon hounds moved in groups of 4. Fortunately, Cola was capable of tanking 3 of these monsters at once, leaving the remaining 1 to Yi Wumian. If Cola had not been sufficiently strong, they would have definitely team-wiped naturally. The team's harvest was also bountiful. Aside from a few Tier 1 gemstones and bronze and mysterious iron equipment, they had also obtained 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. One of them was a cloth armor chest piece for elementalists, which was promptly distributed to Aqua Rose. The other item was cloth armor shoes for clerics. As Violet Cloud already had excellent equipment, she had no need for the shoes at all. Hence, the equipment was given to the other cleric in the team. Icy Fruit. The profits of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon is truly high. We have obtained so many mysterious iron equipment just from the elite monsters. The special elites even dropped secret silver equipment, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Just the harvest they reaped from arriving at the first boss was already comparable to the harvest of raiding a hard mode team dungeon. If they could kill 1 or 2 bosses this time, they would definitely make a huge profit. It's still too early to get excited. Save your joy for after we finish raiding this boss before us. Shi Feng's pupils contracted, focusing his gaze towards the center of the arena. A tall, heavy-armored knight with bloodshot eyes stood there, an aura of bloodthirst surrounding it. Knight Captain Justin Freed, demonic being, Lord rank. Level 16. HP 880, 000/880, 000. Chapter 264, Nemesis. Such a high HP. Aqua Rose couldn't help but wrinkle her brows at this sight. The amount of HP a boss was correlated with the amount of time needed to kill it, and the more HP a boss had, the higher the demands on the damage dealers. The bosses of level 10, 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons would have 700,000 HP at maximum. Even so, not a single team in White River City had managed to clear one such dungeon yet. Meanwhile, the boss before them had 880,000 HP. Aqua Rose instantly felt despair at this sight. Fire Dance and the others, on the other hand, felt nothing much about it. They were simply waiting for Shi Feng's orders. Feeling everyone's fervent gaze on him, Shi Feng smiled as he said, "Cola, go test the waters. Gluttonous Mouse, you'll be responsible for healing him. Everyone else, pay close attention to the boss's movement patterns and habits. Be sure to take a video recording. Afterwards, we'll think of a way to raid it." As the Knight Captain of the Demon's Castle, Justin Freed excelled in melee combat. Even though Cola boasted excellent equipment, he could survive 3 hits at most from this boss. If it were any other MT, they would definitely die in 2 hits. Aside from possessing high attack power, Justin Freed was a heavy-armored knight and his defense spoke for itself. Now that he had been converted into a demon, his natural magic resistance was also very high. Justin Freed was practically a boss without weaknesses. Justin Freed had 2 major skills, and if not taken with caution, either one of these skills could easily wipe out their entire team. Moreover, these 2 skills were further strengthened by the Hell Mode difficulty, making them extremely hard to deal with. The first skill was called Demon Summoning. Periodically, Justin Freed would summon 3 demon guards. If players failed to kill these 3 demon guards within a set amount of time, they would be absorbed into Justin Freed's body, replenishing the boss's HP. In the hard mode difficulty of the dungeon, each demon guard would heal Justin Freed of 3% of his maximum HP, while in Hell mode, that percentage was increased to 5%. Hence, players needed to kill these demon guards no matter what. The second skill was called Death Blow. When using this skill, Justin Freed would randomly mark a player and throw a spear at them, dealing large amounts of damage. Players struck by this spear would also have their movement speed reduced by 60% and defense reduced by 100%. Justin Freed would then charge towards this marked player. During this charge, players had to avoid standing between Justin Freed and the marked player. Otherwise, both the marked player and the players standing in Justin Freed's way would die without question. Hence, when a player was marked by Justin Freed, they needed to run as far away from everyone else as possible. The marked player would be fine as long as they could survive Justin Freed's onslaught for 10 seconds. Just these 2 skills alone would already cause many challengers to despair. However, Justin Freed also possessed multiple other minor skills, although those would not be a huge problem if players made sure to dodge them. After Cola and Gluttonous Mouse battled with the boss a few times, everyone fully understood just how amazing Justin Freed was. If struck by Justin Freed's greatsword, even a powerful tank like Cola would lose over 1,400 HP. It would take Justin Freed only 2 attacks to finish off anyone else within the team. Moreover, Justin Freed had a very high attack speed. He had no problems brandishing his greatsword twice in 1 second. If they wished to successfully clear this boss, they needed to cooperate with each other properly. Not only did the MTs have to know when to dodge Justin Freed's attacks, the other melee classes also needed to know how to interrupt the boss's attack pattern. Start the raid. After Shi Feng finished giving out his instructions, everyone went to their assigned positions, making a perfect encirclement around Justin Freed. Once ready, Cola immediately rushed towards Justin Freed, while Yi Wumian waited at one side for the appearance of the 3 demon guards. Compared to attacking an elite monster, the damage Cola dealt to Justin Freed was much lower. his normal attacks only dealt slightly more than -100 damage to the boss. After Cola solidified his aggro of the boss, everyone else promptly barraged Justin Fried with attacks. However, the team quickly discovered a crucial matter. Justin Fried's defense was seriously too high. During the trial runs, Cola had been the only one attacking. Hence, everyone had not really noticed how high Justin Fried's defense was. Take Lonely Snow for example. As a berserker, every time he struck Justin Fried's back with his two-handed axe, he could only deal slightly more than -200 damage. Even after using armor break on the boss, his damage only barely reached -300. As for the newcomers, the damage they dealt was far less. His defense is too high. Even with her most powerful spells, Aqua Rose only managed to deal around -500 damage to the boss Shadow Burst. Blackie didn't dare hold back, immediately using the new skill he received for clearing the 4-color trial. 5 black streaks of light immediately shot out from his staff, landed on Justin Fried's back, and exploded damages of -736, -741, -726, -732, -738 appeared above Justin Fried's head. Sherfong was also slashing madly at Justin Fried's back. However, the damage he dealt was far lower than Blackie's. Each of his basic attacks only dealt over -100 damage. However, this damage was further increased when Sherfong triggered one of the Abyssal Blade's effects, inflicting the Doom Curse on the boss. There was also the damage amplification effect from Thundering Flash. As Justin Fried was a Hell mode boss, both the Abyssal Blade's Doom Curse and the effect of Thundering Flash were greatly weakened. Overall, the two debuffs had weakened Justin Fried by 15% simultaneously. Sherfong swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for his Demon Hunter title, further weakening Justin Fried. Now, Justin Fried only possessed 80% of his original strength. This result undeniably reduced the burden placed on everyone in the team. Guild leader, the additional passive skill of your weapon and also the effect of your title are simply too amazing. Thanks to you, the difficulty of this boss has been forcefully brought down a notch. Cola said with a smile. Undeniably, he was the person who profited the most from these debuffs. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with joy as well when she witnessed this scene. Thanks to Sherfang's skills and title, they now had hope of defeating this boss. It seems that I, too, should get more of such titles in the future. It would make boss raids a lot easier. Aqua Rose looked at Sherfang's title in envy. However, she knew it would be very difficult to obtain such a title. Aqua Rose made a note to herself to ask Sherfong how she, too, could obtain such a title. When they left this dungeon, when Justin Fried's HP fell to 90%, Sherfong immediately shouted through the team chat, "Yi Wumian, get ready to aggro the monsters. Everyone, focus fire on the spawns the moment they appear. Fire dance and I will help Cola cope with the boss. Damnable trespassers. Guards, get rid of them." Justin Fried bellowed. Suddenly, 3 demon guards ran in from outside the arena. Every one of these demon guards were elite monsters. Moreover, each of them possessed 40,000 HP. Fortunately, the demon guards had much lower defense compared to the boss. The team took no time at all to finish all 3, especially when they had a powerhouse like Blackie. Everyone then returned their focus to the boss. During the entire battle, Sherfong did not get many chances to deal damage. Possibly due to there being many more people attacking him, Justin Fried's attack pattern right now was slightly different from when only Cola and Gluttonous Mouse were raiding him. The boss could always accurately force Cola into a corner whenever he brandished his greatsword, preventing Cola from effectively dodging his attacks. To make matters worse, aside from Sherfong, nobody else in the team could accurately find a way to interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. Although Fire Dance managed to react to the situation and find a suitable location to attack, due to her low strength as an assassin, she failed to interrupt Justin Fried's attack. Hence, Sherfong had no choice but to focus all his attention on interrupting the boss's attacks. Otherwise, if Cola were to make a mistake and eat any of the boss's minor skills, he would definitely lose his life because the healers would not be able to keep up with their healing. Concurrently, Cola's death would also mean everyone else's death. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 78%, he finally used Death Blow in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the The target of this skill was none other than Shifeng. Shifeng's first reaction to the activation of this skill was to turn tail and run. After being marked by this skill, unless players activated skills that provided invincibility, they would unquestionably die. When Justin Fried closed in on them, Justin Fried retrieved a silver spear and abruptly threw it at Shifeng. Instantly, a silver flash streaked across the sky and flew at Shifeng, producing a boom as it broke the sound barrier. Players were unable to dodge this silver spear, so they could only try to block it. Hence, just as the spear was about to reach him, Shifeng immediately spun his body around and activated parry. The spear smashed into the abyssal blade, generating brilliant sparks as metal clashed against metal. Shifeng was forced to retreat over a dozen steps before he could shake off the attack and stabilize his body. Both his hands felt numb after blocking Justin Fried's attack, and he had very nearly lost his grip on his swords. He then took a glance at the abyssal blade, finding a clear scar on the blade of the sword unbelievable. To think that this move could even damage a magic weapon? If it were a secret silver weapon taking this hit, wouldn't it get destroyed instantly? Even a fine gold weapon might not survive this attack. Shifeng secretly rejoiced that he had not used the Silver Lake to block this attack. Otherwise, the sword would have been finished. After seeing his spear blocked, Justin Fried grew furious. Ignoring Cola, he charged at Shifeng with large strides without hesitation. Shifeng immediately activated Windwalk, increasing his movement speed by 30%. He then started moving in circles around the arena. As Shifeng did not receive any damage from Justin Fried's spear, he also did not receive the movement speed reduction debuff. Hence, no matter how hard the boss tried to chase Shifeng, he simply couldn't catch up. In the end, Shifeng kited the boss around the arena for the full 10 seconds. With both of Justin Fried's major skills dealt with, everyone returned to their positions and resumed their attack on Justin Fried. Later on, no matter how many times Justin Fried used his major skills, the end result was still the same. After a dozen minutes passed, even when Justin Fried entered his berserk state, he still could not change the inevitable. The reason being, Cola had Protection Blessing to stave off the boss's increased damage. Cola also had the Arclight Guard's additional skill, Time Arc. The effect of this skill was the equivalent of providing Cola with 9 seconds of invincibility. It also allowed him to reset the cooldown of any skills he had used during Time Arc's duration. One way or another, Cola had managed to endure and survive through the 20-second duration of the boss's berserk state. In the end, Justin Fried let out a scream of resentment as he fell to the ground, his body leaving behind a pile of dazzling items as it disappeared. Chapter 265, Dark Knight Gaia. It's a jackpot. Our karma must be too good. I wonder what we'll get. This is the hell mode of the Demon's Castle. A jackpot should give us at least a dark gold weapon, right? Justin Fried's death allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the pile of items on the ground, everyone knew that their luck had come. Just a brief glance told them that Justin Fried had dropped more than 10 items. It was an obvious sign that this was one of those rare karmic jackpots. Alright, don't get too excited right now. Rest and recover for now. Shifeng simply smiled when he looked at his teammates' excitement. However, he knew that the jackpot this time around was no coincidence. Others might not know this, but the Demon's Castle was actually the hardest dungeon out of all the level 15, 20-man team dungeons, although everyone believed that it was simply a 20-man dungeon with above-average difficulty. In the past, countless guilds had suffered team wipe after team wipe in order to raid the Demon's Castle. According to Shifeng's understanding, the bosses of every Hell Mode team dungeon that possessed the highest difficulty out of all Hell Mode team dungeons of the same level would always yield a jackpot when it was being raided for the first time. This was a reward by the system for pioneering the team dungeon with the highest difficulty. While Shifeng was counting up the loot from Justin Fried, a group of players revived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle boss, that Justin Fried's defense and attack are simply too high. Compared to a level 10 dungeon, the Demon's Castle is far more difficult. Moreover, this is only the normal mode dungeon. Even a powerful MT like yourself could not survive 3 hits from the first boss. I don't think there's any way we can raid this dungeon right now, a druid said. It seems that 2 MTs are required for this boss, to share the damage. We can just let a ranger kite the 3 summon monsters. After experiencing a battle with Justin Freed, Warwolf fully realized just how powerful the boss was. Every time Justin Freed attacked, Warwolf would be forced into a corner and prevented from dodging. He had no choice but to take the full brunt of the boss's attack if he only had to endure Justin Freed's basic attacks. Warwolf was confident he could make do with the heals he received. However, one of Justin Freed's minor skills, Thousand Sweep, dealt at least minus 1,000 damage to all targets within an 8-yard radius. Meanwhile, the activation time for this skill was practically instantaneous, so Warwolf had no chance at dodging it. When Warwolf ate this minor skill in addition to a basic attack, he would instantly lose at least 2,000 HP. Only with all 4 healers in the team focusing their heals on him could they barely manage to get his HP back up to a safe level before Justin Freed's next attack connected. However, shortly after, the boss summoned 3 demon guards. Once the healers spread their focus to the other members of the team, Warwolf was promptly slain by Justin Freed. The end result? A team wipe. As Warwolf's team was about to enter the demon's castle for the second time, Shifeng had already started distributing the loot. The jackpot this time had yielded 11 weapons and equipment in total. There were also quite a number of magic crystals and precious materials among the weapons and equipment dropped were 3 secret silver equipment, leg guards for rangers, a hat for druids, and shoulder guards for summoners. As this was a guild-only team, and also a pioneer raid, the distribution of items this time was not done using the contribution auction method. Instead, Shifeng assigned the items to specific players while placing priority on increasing the overall battle prowess of the team. Meanwhile, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment numbered the most. There was a total of 6 of such items dropped by Justin Freed. The attributes of these items spoke for themselves. The items dropped from the hell mode of the demon's castle were all of the finest quality. Lonely Snow received a level 15 fine gold ranked great axe, while Kola received a level 15 fine gold ranked short sword. Meanwhile, the secret silver weapons the 2 previously used were passed on to their teammates. The remaining 4 items were fine gold equipment, shoes for swordsmen, arm guards for cursemancers, a chest piece for oracles, and a chest piece for elementalists. Shifeng kept the shoes for swordsmen for himself, exchanging it with his level 10 mysterious iron ranked boots. Triumph boots, shoes, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 15. Defense plus 184. Strength plus 17, agility plus 20, endurance plus 12. Movement speed plus 5. Restricted to swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Light-footed. Increases movement speed by 5%. Shifeng then handed the fine gold ranked arm guards to Blackie, the chest piece for oracles to Gluttonous Mouse, and the chest piece for elementalists to Aqua. The final 2 items were of dark gold rank. One was a pitch-black longsword, while the other was a dark gray-colored staff that emitted black mist. Demonbane, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 15. Attack power plus 183. Strength plus 20, agility plus 21, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 3. Durability 100/100. Additional passive skill dash. Demonbane. Deals 20% additional damage towards darkness-type monsters. Although the Demonbane was only at the level of being satisfactory in terms of attributes, the passive skill that came along with it was perfect for raiding the demon's castle. Shifeng just happened to be able to replace his level 10 dark gold weapon, the Silver Lake. Although the Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon, in terms of attributes and attack power, it was much weaker than the level 15 Demonbane. The reason being, there would be a huge increase in the performance of weapons and equipment every 5 levels. Moreover, when taking into consideration the convenience of the upcoming battles, Shifeng had even more reason to exchange the Silver Lake for the Demonbane. As for the dark gold rank staff, it was also of extremely good quality. Black Mist Staff, 2-handed staff, dark gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, Strength 40, Intelligence 60. Attack power plus 154. Intelligence plus 42, Vitality plus 28, Endurance plus 33. Chanting speed plus 6. Durability 100/100. Elemental spell damage increased by 10%. Elemental spells have 18% chance to achieve a critical hit. Ignore levels plus 3. Cast range plus 2. Elemental spell levels plus 1. Restricted to Elementalist. Wow. The attributes on this staff are insane. It's practically tailored for Elementalists. Even though Blackie already had an epic ranked staff, he still couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the attributes on this staff. The eyes of the two Elementalists in the team immediately glowed upon seeing the attributes of this staff. This staff will go to Aqua. Feng handed the staff over to Aqua Rose without hesitation. Although Taciturn Goose, who was one of the newly recruited 5 demon generals, was also an elementalist, Aqua Rose was the vice leader of the guild. It would not look well if the vice leader of the guild continued using only a secret silver ranked staff. Moreover, Aqua Rose's techniques and strength was far above Taciturn Goose's, and she would be able to display the staff's true power better for me. Although Aqua Rose indeed liked this Black Mist staff very much, she had only recently joined the guild. She would feel very awkward if she were to receive such an amazing staff so quickly. Take it. You're the vice leader of our guild. We can't have other guilds looking down on Zero Wing now, can we? Feng said, a grin on his face. That's right, vice leader. Our guild is acknowledged as one of the 6 major guilds right now. If the other guilds were to find out that our vice leader was still using a secret silver ranked staff, they would definitely make fun of us. Blackie said, I'll take it. Aqua Rose felt that their words were logical. As one of the top management of the guild, every action she took affected the guild's reputation. If others were to discover her poor quality equipment, although they might not outright slander them with insults, they would definitely look down on Zero Wing. It would make others think that Zero Wing was not as good as it seemed to be. After equipping this exquisite staff, Aqua Rose suddenly felt the responsibilities placed upon her shoulders growing heavier. Following which, after everyone was rested, they resumed advancing towards the heart of the demon's castle. Due to the jackpot from Justin Freed, the team's overall strength was greatly increased. They had a much easier time now when they fought against the elites and special elites, and very quickly, they arrived at the main hall of the demon's castle. The final boss, the Dark Knight Gaia, sat high above on the throne inside the hall. The moment everyone set foot inside the hall, the atmosphere of the room suddenly changed, and even the air started feeling heavy. Everyone in the team sucked in a mouthful of cold breath at the scene inside the hall. This is a joke, right? Blackie looked at the throne in the distance, his mouth gaping wide open in shock. What is going on here? Why are there 2 more bosses with Dark Knight Gaia? Astonished, Feng stared at the 2 beauties standing beside the throne. The 2 beauties had a pair of pitch-black wings on their backs, and both of them were giving off an imposing aura that was no weaker than Dark Knight Gaia's. Chapter 266, Holy Light. Just Dark Knight Gaia alone was a challenge for them to deal with. Yet, there were 2 more bosses of equal strength now. Even Feng felt powerless at this sight. However, the fact that there were 3 bosses in this hall was not the most important point. The key point was that even a single boss was enough to cause everyone to despair. The difficulty of this quest is too high. Feng's head ached when he looked at the 3 bosses. He never imagined that Weissman's quest would be so difficult. If it were the normal hell mode demon's castle, Feng would still have a way to clear it. However, if he had to face the 3 bosses before him simultaneously, then there really was no hope for clearing this dungeon at all. Dark Knight Gaia, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 4, 000, 000, 000/4, 000, 000. Fallen Angel Heir, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Fallen Angel Lara, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Not only did the quest increase the number of bosses, it had also greatly increased their strength. With a frightening 4 million HP, even if their healers exhausted all their mana, they still wouldn't be able to kill Dark Knight Gaia. It was also highly possible that Kola would die with a single stab from Dark Knight Gaia's Spear Guild leader. I think we should withdraw. There must be a problem with the system. 4 million HP is just ridiculous, Kola said, shaking his head while sighing. I think so as well, Brother Feng. Maybe we should go out and reset the dungeon. Blackie said the others had similar thoughts as well. Even if this was hell mode, the difficulty of these bosses was simply preposterous. Since we've already come this far, let's give it a try. There should be a special mechanism in place if the bosses are set to be so powerful. Shi Feng did not think there was an error with the system. It definitely had its own reasoning for making the bosses this powerful. So, they might as well test the water. Who knows? They might even discover some secret trick that will allow them to defeat these bosses. Since Shi Feng had already spoken, the others naturally did not oppose his decision. At worst, they would simply waste some of their EXP, and EXP was something they could easily obtain. Hence, like the previous time, Cola and Gluttonous Mouse went ahead to gauge the standards of the bosses. Like before, Cola threw his shield at the three bosses, activating Shield of Vengeance. Yet, the moment Cola's shield struck the three bosses, everyone in the team was stunned by what they saw. 1-1-1. Only 1 point of damage appeared above each of the three bosses. Their frightening defense rendered everyone in the team speechless. You are seeking death. Dark Knight Gaia spoke in a tone that was neither enraged nor arrogant. Rather, his voice was only filled with coldness and indifference. He spoke just like a machine, emotionless. Gaia then slowly got up from his throne. He did not rush to attack Cola, instead choosing to abruptly focus his eyes on Cola. Cola instantly felt a chill overcome his body. Although this was a game, the pressure he felt was nothing but real. Similarly, the two fallen angels by Gaia's side did not take any action. They did not even give Cola a single glance, as if saying Cola was not worth their attention. Ali refused to believe it yet. Cola summoned up his courage as he used punishment on Dark Knight Gaia. However, just like before, his attack only dealt 1 point of damage to the boss. Everyone cringed at this result. This time, Dark Knight Gaia finally retaliated against Cola's attack. Gaia casually retrieved a spear from his side, aimed it at Cola, and threw it. Before anyone could react, a flash of light pierced through Cola's chest, followed by a sonic boom reverberating throughout the hall. The attack caused over -2,900 damage to Cola, leaving him with only several hundred HP remaining. This casual attack had nearly taken Cola's pitiful life. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to attack for the second time, a pillar of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Cola. When Gaia's spear clashed against the holy light, it was as if the spear had struck an impenetrable wall. The spear could not advance by even an inch. There was a trick to it, as expected. Shi Feng smiled faintly when he saw the holy light descending from the sky. He also discovered the silhouette of a person floating amidst the pillar of holy light. Hence, Shi Feng shouted in the team chat, "Everyone, together! Healers, get Cola's HP back up first." Previously, everyone merely had the intention of giving the bosses a try. They did not hold any hope of actually killing them. Now that a chance had appeared, how could they easily give it up? The atmosphere surrounding the team instantly changed. No longer were they shrouded by despair. Why is it her? When the person inside the pillar of light walked out, Shi Feng discovered a familiar face. When he caught a clearer view of that saintly appearance, his mind immediately turned sluggish. The person that walked out of the pillar of holy light was actually the Tier 3 divine official Charlene. Wow. My goddess! Blackie's eyes widened upon seeing Charlene, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. Putting aside Charlene's peerless appearance and graceful figure, just that extraordinary aura that she exuded would attract others to her. Gifted with both appearance and aura, Charlene was even more mesmerizing than the snow goddess, gentle snow. After Charlene descended into the hall, she did not look at the people behind her. Instead, she focused her attention on the black throne, at Dark Knight Gaia and the two fallen angels by his side. Dark Knight Gaia no longer maintained his look of indifference when he noticed Charlene's appearance. Instead, a hint of fear showed on his face. "Gaia, leave that woman to us. You take care of those ants and activate the teleportation gate. It is about time we let this continent be filled with fear and death once more." Fallen Angel Air said. "Lady Air," Dark Knight Gaia answered respectfully. At the same time, Charlene whirled around to look at everyone, saying, "Adventurers. For his selfish gains, Gaia has turned the past inhabitants of this castle into demons, letting them live a life that is worse than death. Now, he is even trying to open a gate to the demon world, summoning the Legion of Dead to attack White River City. You must stop Gaia from doing so at all costs and prevent a terrible fate from befalling the inhabitants of White River City." Finished speaking, Charlene immediately chanted some divine incantations. She then pointed a finger at the players before her. Suddenly, everyone in the team received a buff blessing of holy light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing is insane. My magic damage is over 1,000 points. My HP is also over 5,000. This feels awesome. Blackie said in exhilaration. Everyone else shared Blackie's feelings. Their bodies felt full of power, and they felt that they could easily go back and trample the previous boss. Just the HP of the ranged players had already exceeded the 5,000 threshold. The other melee players also had their HPs increased past the 6,000 threshold. As for the monstrous MT of the team, Cola, his HP had already gone past the 7,000 threshold. Cola was practically a mini-boss now. After Charlene and the two fallen angels departed to do battle, Dark Knight Gaia immediately charged towards the team of players, intending to massacre them quickly. At this time, everyone in the team no longer looked at Dark Knight Gaia with fearful eyes like before. Even if Cola received close to -3,000 damage from a single spear throw from the boss, the Guardian Knight presently had over 7,000 HP. Moreover, the healers also had their magic damage increased from the blessing. Now, a casual heal from any one of them could replenish over 1,000 HP for Cola. They had no problems coping with Dark Knight Gaia's frightening damage. Taking the lead, Cola immediately slashed his sword at Gaia, following up the attack with a punishment. 328-641. 2 damages appeared above Dark Knight Gaia's head. Meanwhile, Shifeng had used silent steps and arrived at Dark Knight Gaia's back. Executing chop, he slashed his sword down at Gaia's neck, immediately causing more than -1,200 damage to the boss. His follow-up normal attacks also caused around -600 damage. However, compared to physical damage classes, the mages had a much greater improvement. Each of Blackie's dark arrows caused over -2,000 damage to the boss, over -4,000 damage if it was a critical hit. As for Aqua Rose, her flame explosion dealt over -1,500 damage to the boss. The other mages in the team could also deal over -1,200 damage with each of their attacks, which was very impressive. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia's damage towards Cola was slightly reduced. Each of his attacks only dealt slightly over -2,400 damage to Cola. Now one side was strengthened, while the other weakened. Even if Dark Knight Gaia had 4 million HP, everyone still felt confident of defeating him. As Dark Knight Gaia's HP continuously fell, his attack rate also grew fiercer, and the damage he dealt also became greater. From the initial -2,400 damage, Cola now received around -2,700 from each of Gaia's attacks. Chapter 267, Legendary Power. This won't do. The damage we're dealing is still too low. If this keeps up, we will definitely be the ones to die. After several exchanges with Dark Knight Gaia, Shifeng had already deduced the most likely ending of this raid. His mind immediately started churning for a solution to this problem. When Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 70%, everyone else detected that something was wrong. The spear Gaia brandished was like a python, containing both power and agility. Gaia had a more relaxed time responding to everyone's attacks now, successfully blocking and rendering many of the attacks sent at him ineffective. Currently, Gaia was like the reincarnation of the spear god. Dark Knight Gaia abruptly swept his spear in a circle, sending Shifeng and the others, who were attacking his back, flying. Shifeng reacted quickly and used parry without hesitation, preventing any harm from reaching him. Unfortunately, everyone else in the team was not as quick to react. As a result, each of them received over -2,000 damage from the attack, suddenly increasing the burden placed on the healers. Meanwhile, the main target of Dark Knight Gaia's attack, Cola, had to retreat a handful of steps before stabilizing his body. A frightening damage of -4,300 also appeared above his head. Guild leader, the boss is getting more powerful the longer we fight. I don't think I will last long if this situation continues. At this moment, the Guardian Knight, Cola, was no longer as calm and composed as he was before. Currently, the Dark Knight Gaia would deal around -3,000 damage each time he attacked Cola. If the boss triggered a critical hit or used a skill, he would deal over -4,000 damage. Even if Cola had over 7,000 HP, The pressure placed on him was huge. His HP constantly hovered around the safety threshold, which was a very dangerous situation. This was exactly where the Dark Knight Gaia excelled. The longer he fought, the braver he got on the surface. Dark Knight Gaia did not seem to use any major skills. However, in reality, he had been using them constantly. Blood Rage. With this skill, the longer Dark Knight Gaia battled, the higher his damage would become. His attack speed would also rise as time passed. Just this skill alone was already sufficient to make any team that dared challenge him kneel and accept defeat. In addition, Dark Knight Gaia also possessed an AoE skill, Blood Domain. The skill had an effective area of 100 yards. When used, a blood demon would spawn behind all enemies within this range. These blood fiends each had 10,000 HP. Contrary to expectations, these blood fiends would not attack players. Instead, if these blood fiends came within 3 yards of their locked target, they would self-destruct. The resulting explosion had an effective radius of 20 yards, and in Hell mode, the explosion would deal -2,000 damage. However, due to Shifeng's quest, the current boss the team faced was an enhanced version of the Hell mode Dark Knight Gaia. Hence, Shifeng did not know how much damage the blood fiends would deal if they exploded. It was bound to be more than -2,000 damage if they could not deal with these blood fiends quickly, leaving the monsters to self-destruct without control. The end result would, without a doubt, be a team wipe. Yet, if everyone were to run around the hall while having the blood fiends chase after them, it would disrupt the team's formation. Any mistake made during this confusion would easily lead to a team wipe. Hence, the moment these blood fiends appeared, they needed to deal with them within the shortest amount of time possible. Just depending on the blessing of holy light won't be enough to deal with this boss. If we can't increase our damage output, we will die sooner or later. Shifeng took a look at the mana levels of the 4 healers and discovered that all of them only had around half remaining. However, Dark Knight Gaia still had 65% of his HP left. If this situation continued, they wouldn't be able to last until the end. Not to mention, Dark Knight Gaia hadn't used Blood Domain yet. At that time, the burden on the healers would definitely be huge. Brother Feng will definitely be team wiped if this continues. Should I use Stars of Light now? Blackie secretly sent a private message to Shifeng. Stars of Light was the most powerful skill of the epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard. Its might surpassed even that of a Tier 2 spell. It was a spell that could devastate both heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this powerful spell had a cooldown time of half an hour. Hence, it was a trump card that could only be used once in a boss battle. As a result, whenever Blackie was in a party together with Shifeng, he would always seek Shifeng's advice, letting Shifeng decide when he should use the skill. No, it's still too early for it. Shifeng had long since planned for Blackie to use Stars of Light when Gaia used Blood Domain. The might of the skill would instantly evaporate the blood fiends that spawn. Yet, if they did not use the skill now, they might not even survive to see Dark Knight Gaia use Blood Domain. With 2 difficult options at hand, Shifeng was at a loss which to pick in the end. We still aren't strong enough. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Even though their team was already so powerful, it was still not enough to clear this quest. Shifeng truly did not know how those players in the past had managed to complete this quest. However, it was also a fact that the players had already completed their Tier 1 class promotion when they completed this quest. With a team of Tier 1 players with top-tier level 20 equipment and weapons, it would be a simple walk in the park for them to conquer the enhanced Hell mode of the Demon's Castle. Also, even if nobody in the team had reached level 20, if everyone's weapons and equipment were of Dark Gold rank or above, Dark Knight Gaia would still have no choice but to submit to them. To put it bluntly, they were lacking in preparations. As expected, our current equipment is still too weak. Shifeng could not help but lament as he watched the boss getting stronger as time passed. Suddenly, however, a flash of realization came to Shifeng. That's right. If it's equipment, don't I have the fragmented legendary item? Shifeng thought of the ring that had been left asleep inside his bag, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. As a fragmented legendary item, it possessed the strength to change a player's tier. Yes, tier, not level. Previously, Shifeng had never managed to reach the requirements of the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he had already achieved it. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%, Movement speed plus 20%, Attack speed plus 30%, Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mechasaur once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4, Blessing of Holy Light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing had allowed Shifeng to instantly surpass the daunting requirement of having 120 intelligence without wasting any more time. Shifeng immediately retrieved the Heavenly Dragon's Breath from his bag. The instant he wore the ring, he immediately felt it transmit a boundless power into his body. Not even the Blessing of Holy Light could compare to this power. Good. The raid officially starts now. Shifeng looked at the silver dragon-shaped ring on his finger, a smile on his face. Whether it was his past life or his present life, this was the very first time he was feeling the strength of a legendary item, even if it was only a fragment. He then shifted his gaze towards Dark Knight Gaia, his eyes abruptly focusing Dragon's Authority. Instantly, everyone felt Shifeng's transformation. They could feel the might of an ancient dragon coming off him, and even their souls quivered in the face of this power. Meanwhile, as if stuck in a deep quagmire, Dark Knight Gaia's movements turned sluggish. Gaia's attack power was greatly reduced as well, letting Kola gain a breather. Kola no longer felt overwhelmed by Gaia's attacks, and he could even dodge the boss's attacks. Now it wasn't just limited to Kola. Everyone else started attacking with greater efficiency as well. Originally, they were on the verge of being team-wiped. Yet, the situation suddenly had a huge change. It was simply unbelievable what